Well, good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? Happy hump day. It is the middle of the week. It is indeed a Wednesday. Hope you are all doing fantastic. As you can see, just sorting out the angle of my mic because I've had to put it back together yesterday or last night when I got home. So as you can see, back in the home setup, which is lovely. It is good to be back. It is good to be back, I must admit. I've got all my screens in front of me now so I can see properly. Yeah, what's good, guys? Good morning. How are we all doing? You know the rule. First things first this morning. Got to make sure that you have that coffee. Mine's just cooling down so I don't scald my lips. Coffee, and get yourself some water to stay hydrated at the markets. And that is the one rule that you must have when you're coming in to watch me trade is you must get yourself a coffee with me. Yeah. But yeah, good morning, guys. How are we all doing? I'm feeling good today. You know, we haven't got Rich just yet. He's just finishing up a couple of things, and then he'll be in. He's just running a little bit late, but he should be in as soon as possible. So yeah, good morning, guys. Let us know how your week has been. Let's know how your week's been. Let's know how your week is going, and what you're looking at trading this morning. Have you traded, or are you looking at getting into the markets? I will admit, I have traded today, and it was on the 1 minute time frame. You guys know how much I hate the 1 minute time frame. However, I did trade the 1 minute today, but I will break that down in just a bit. It was a real scalp trade. It's just a bit of fun. Me and a couple of the guys are having. So it's a bit of a challenge that we're setting ourselves. So haven't actually traded according to my actual strategy today. Hopefully we can pick something up throughout the day. But let's go ahead and get a screen share going. Let's go ahead and bring my chart. You guys can see already we've got the chart there. It is on gold. We have seen a little bit of volume coming through on the currency pairs when it comes to pound and euro. So really interesting. Really interesting. I'm considering buying it, but I can't tell if it's a counter trend or not. And I'll explain why in just a second. But you can see as well, same goes on euro. Euro had a nice push up and then came back completely and almost mitigated the whole entire move. So we've not had the nicest price action on GU. On EU, so euro dollar. However, look, we have moved quite nice on the pound. So that's quite nice. Gold looked okay this morning. I took some nice scalps because I thought that we could either pull back or continue if we came up into this area here, which again I will break down in just a little bit for you guys. But we seem to be continuing that downwards trend over on the gold. And then, okay, DXY, for those looking at the DXY, we are looking slightly bullish on the DXY overall. We had a little bit of a drop not so long ago over the past sort of 20 minutes, half hour. And we're starting to pull back now and retest the entire move. The Nasdaq is looking okay. I would have loved to have been trading the Nasdaq this morning. However, we've got this high here. Not only that, we've got a double wick just above here. So we didn't quite break and close with new highs. So the markets have been okay for me this morning, but they haven't been, what's the word? Decisive or definitive, I feel like I'm going to go with. They're the adjectives that I'm going to be running with for the markets this morning. They've not been decisive. They've not been definitive. They can't define on a certain direction that we want to go. They seem to move up, wick at an area of interest, completely reverse or at least retest the move. And then it'll move from there. And it's like, right, okay, what do you want to do? What do you want to do, guys? Like gold, what do you want to do? Nasdaq, what do you want to do? Even the currencies, like euro. Do you want to break and close above? Do you want to come back up and at least try and retest this area here, or not? Do you want to try and break lower? If so, can you hurry up and try and break lower than this area here? What do you want to do? Pound dollar is, oh my God. There we go. Try and get the lows. So we did get the sweep of the low from yesterday. So that would have been yesterday New York session. So we did get that sweep of the low. And then we got a beautiful reaction from. We got a consolidation, breaking close above, continuous start, and that continuation. We got a bit of a pullback. Looked quite nice. Full mitigation of the entire move, and now it's retesting the low. So for me to want to long this, with the way that the trend is going as well, it seems to be attempting to push lower. Yeah, for me to want to try and long this, a minimum, we're going to have a break of the 1.16244 at bare minimum. And even then, I'd be worried that we're going to tap into this zone. So I think we're going to be bearish on the euro for the foreseeable anyway, for maybe this morning. Pound dollar looks really nice. Really frustrating with pound dollar, euro dollar divergence. There's no correlation with this today. Again, we've got a really nice area on the pound to be longing from. Why? Because we had this beautiful low set in. Well, this beautiful low set in, continuation higher. As we continued slightly higher, looking like it's a pullback, we put in this new lower high. Put in this new higher low, broke structure, and put in a new higher high, suggesting there's a potential shift in order flow. What's happening now? We continue up. We are pulling back currently. If we can pull back into this area here, there's a potential that this could continue higher. This could continue higher. There you go. That's better English. So there's a potential that this could continue higher. Although, when you look at the higher time frame, we've got consolidation. We've come back up and retested that. Or if you look at the 15-minute, we are starting to push lower. Would I want to see a break and close higher than this? Because if we think about it, this isn't even higher time frame. This is just 15-minute. So when we look at the 15-minute, we've got high, lower high, lower low, lower high. Ooh, a bit of a range here. So, we could have potentially looked at, are we going to break and shift structure? We didn't. So, again, lower low. And then we've got equal high. So this here is now internal range. We've got equal high, lower low, lower high. What's next? Garbage price action, internal range, or lower low. So in theory, we are putting lower price in. So order flow is bearish right now. So for that being said, I would struggle to be buying the pound right now. Although, what do I want to see if we do get a pullback into this area, which we've just tapped into? I want to see rejection, consolidation, and then I'd love to see a break and close above that sort of 1.34638 level, and that would be your confirmation here. Because this is where we could be trading higher price, so more bullish price action. That's what I'd be looking for. Until we get that, it's a counter trend trade for me. It may be internal, and you may be looking at scalping, you may be looking at internal price, but it's still counter trend trading. So just be very careful with that. I'd love to be bullish, but I'd struggle to be bullish here. Just due to the fact that, just because we're having lower time frame being the 5-minute, and that's in theory the lowest time frame that I like to trade. So just because we're getting lower time frame shift in price action doesn't mean that we're now bullish. Nasdaq. Ooh, okay. Okay, nice. Nasdaq, hello. Yes, thank you. Let's look at the 15. Okay. I mean, we're 10 past 9. We haven't got any news out, so let me just refresh the page. 9:30, we got the yen. You got Ueda speaking, or Ueda. Probably butchered that. Like, you guys know how much I love to butcher names. So we got the Japanese yen, high impact news. So the Bank of Japan is speaking at 9:30. Other than that, we got nothing until 1:15, where we got the non-farm employment change, ADP. So again, guys, yes, it's NFP week today. So tomorrow is probably the last safe day of trading. ISM, PMI, or the service PMI, not that fussed on that impact, that sort of high impact news. Not really too worried about that. And then the Treasury Secretary Besant speaks. Besant? I'm going to go with Besant. Quality. Okay, half an hour ago as well, we had Takaichi. Guys, I'm just gonna say the Prime Minister of Japan. I'm just gonna stop trying to pronounce people's names. So the Prime Minister of Japan. Let's actually go into this. There we go. What's she talking about? The policy is important to support the economy. Oh, that's literally it. It was high impact news, so it was unforecasted high impact news as well. Film with the G7 excessive moves are bad for the economy. Okay, so she's just come out and started talking about the economy. And that's on X. So I'm assuming she's posted that on X. Gosh, she's turning into the new Trump. She's the new Trump of Japan. Right, US Tech. Let's go back to the chart. So we're pretty safe now for the next few hours. I'm not too worried about the Bank of Japan rates coming out. What's going on with NAS? We're not getting... So it's... I like the break above. Let's go back down to the 5 minute. Ooh, it's starting to wick a little bit. But if I'm honest, I like the break above. Preferably, I'd love to see, a disrespect of this high here. A disrespect of this zone. If we can do that, then I'd be pretty happy. I'd be looking at considering buying this. If we can... Yeah, if we can get something like this, I think that would be really nice. Because we are higher time frame, Oh, guys, as well. Yes, yesterday's trade that I drew out, that I forecasted, is so unfortunate. So again, I was looking at trading the NAS. We got again, this is counter trend trading. This is the worry. This is the issue in counter trend trading, guys. You have got to be very careful. I said that the maximum that I'd like to go down to would be the 3403 level. And if anything, you could actually look at the 3456, but it was just under a 1-to-1. I didn't like it. So 1 to 1.78. was this low here, and we did take it. My level was correct. We did take the level. The issue is with counter trend trading is you're just not going with the flow of the market. And sometimes if I had actually entered this trade, I would have been stopped out before it then hit my TP. So thankfully I didn't take the trade, but this actually went in the journal, and this was actually not the straw that broke the camel's back, because that's the wrong way to describe this journal or this information I received. It's more, this is the confirmation that I need for NASDAQ to continue trend. So I must only trade the NASDAQ according to the current trend for the day. I can't be trading reversals on NAS. So that was me. Okay, so NAS didn't want to break and close above that high. That is fine. Not a problem. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I won't trade it. Guys, it's literally the exact same that happened here. You know, except it's just on a bigger scale. Bigger wick. Waiting for a nicer confirmation. Waiting for that nice big push up to break and close above. That would be nice. Pound dollar, yeah, guys, as you can see, cable's coming down. Yeah, as I said, you know, we're counter trend trading. You know, I'd like to see consolidation in the top half. So if I just get the equilibrium of this, the center line. Oh, the middle line, there you go. So I would like to have seen consolidation in the sort of top section of this consolidation, or of this sort of area. And if we got that consolidation, that would have been quite nice, because that would have been sort of showing me that this level's been respected. And then if we got a nice break and close above, I could have been looking at potentially considering getting in on this trade. So nonetheless, it is what it is. You know, it sucks, but that's absolutely fine. Anyway, guys, let's have a bit of a catch up with Chatteroni. I'm gonna have a quick sip of my coffee before it gets cold. Ooh, that's a good coffee. That's a bloody good coffee, lads. And let's play some music, because I'm going... Okay, let's play this one. Another one. Or to listen to that, if I think that is what I think it is. I'm not going to play it, though. I'm going to save it. Let me know if that's a bit loud. Is that good? Yeah, it should be fine. Alrighty then. Cool. Okay, let's have a bit of a catch-up with chat. Like I said, guys, let us know where you're coming from. Let us know what you're trading today. Come say good morning and have your day check-in here at the 5ers community. Yes. Happy Wednesday, family. Welcome back to the screens. Exactly that. Whispertel Summit. Hello, sir. How you doing, Whisper? What's good, brother? How you doing? Henry, good evening, Henry. How you doing, brother? Good to see you in as well. Babaloo saying hi. How you doing? Mr. Sci-Fi saying hello. Hello to you, sir. Good morning from Nigeria. Well, big shout out to Nigeria. Good morning to you. Ty Keith, good morning, Will. Yo, what's good, Ty Keith? How you doing, bro? DK saying ahoy. Ahoy there. How is you? Good morning, chaps. Good morning, Garden Design Pictures. How you doing? And Real GCC, good morning. Good morning to you too. Good afternoon from India. Big shout out to India. How you doing? To all the Indian viewers. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Will. Wydigo, how you doing? Or Wydigo. Again, I'm just gonna butcher your name, guys. I do apologize in advance, but I'm just gonna be open about it. I'm gonna butcher your names. So Wydigo. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Will. How you doing, bro? Look, I'm about to go get coffee. Oh, is that low key? I'm about to go get coffee. Dude, I'm good, man. I rate that. Just picked up another jar of organic honey as well. So what I mean by organic honey is like honey that hasn't had a pile of syrups and sugars added to it. Literally from hive to jar. And it just... chef's kiss. It is good. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I got honey in my tummy and I'm ready to smash the charts. Smash the like button early. Drop a pair in chat and let's dive into the markets together. Absolutely, guys. The markets are being a little bit ambiguous for me today at the moment. Hopefully we can see a little bit of clarity coming through. That's quite nice. That's quite interesting to see. Pound dollar didn't actually break below its pullback area. It's not much of a pullback, but it didn't actually pull back below this wick low after the push up. So that's quite interesting. Maybe there's still a chance. Maybe there's still hope for longs on pound dollar. I know a couple of you trade pound dollar as well. I know Azrael trades pound dollar. Let me know what you guys are looking at. But yes, guys, please do absolutely smash that like button if you haven't already. bosh. Smash that like button and do subscribe to the channel. Make sure that you have done that and make sure you click that bell notification so you get notified every single morning when we are live here at the 5ers. I want to buy an account. Danaraj, that's absolutely sick, mate. Or Danaraja, absolutely sick. What sort of account are you looking for, my friend? I can see that you said any guides or any guidance. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not the most knowledgeable on the array of accounts that we got, but we have got a few accounts here at the 5ers. Talk to me a little bit about your trading style. Let me know how you trade. Let me know how risky you are, whether you like news trading, whether you're very, sort of, that you don't need a huge amount of drawdown, or let us know do you want it like super scalable, or are you just happy with a sort of like a standard stereotypical accounts? Like, what are you looking for? What's your trading style? And we'll go from there, because we have a few accounts here at the 5ers to suit pretty much all types of traders. Unbiased Trader, good morning all. Yes, Unbiased Trader, how you doing, bro? Good to see you in, my man. How are you, in fact, Unbiased Trader, how are you getting on with your account? Unbiased Trader, for those, I'm not going to go telling them, but he did message me with some good news the other day. So, Unbiased Trader, so let us know how you're getting on. And yes, exactly. So, Dhanaraj, there it is. Head over to the5ers.com, check out the programs, and pick one that fits you. I tell you what, I'm just going to call you Danny, because I don't want to keep butchering your name. So I'm just going to go with a straight up Danny. And if it's butchered, then it's your new nickname. Danny, go over to the 5ers, check out the accounts, see which one you like the most. Maybe then come back and say, guys, I've checked out Hypergrowth. I like that. And then just maybe like, I don't know, maybe go check it out if you haven't already. Go check out the accounts that we do offer, and then come back in and like maybe tell us which one you like the most, and maybe we'll converse over that. Speaking of Azrael Trade, how you doing, bro? Good morning, Will. Good morning. How you doing, my man? How are you doing with your exams? You shouldn't be in. I love that you're here, and I love you for it. Thank you very much for joining, but you have got exams to be doing. So don't get distracted by us. The markets will be here tomorrow. Make sure you smash that exams. But yeah, no, good to see you in, bro. How you doing? I welcomed this Aussie dollar short on the GDP news. The USD JPY short on the last few minutes. Aussie dollar. Aussie dollar. Aussie dollar. Aussie dollar. Aussie dollar. Ooh, when was the Aussie dollar news? 2:30 a.m. Dum 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 dum. 2:30. There it is. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Well, let us know what time frame, Henry. So, short on the GDP news. So that is, so you're referring to the Q-on-Q or the quarter-on-quarter GDP news out for the Aussie dollar at 2:30 a.m. UK time. So that would be 1:30 GMT, 1:30 a.m. GMT. So yeah, Henry, let us know what time frame and let us know why you took this trade. Looking at it on the 5 minute. That looks quite nice. Actually, I think I prefer the 15. Could you have been trading the hourly? Yeah, I suppose. I think I can say. I think the 15's a nice little sweet spot. Did you trade it post news? Like, did you look for, maybe something like that, or did you look for like this? That looks quite nice. We've got all this wick here, massive wick rejection. It's a shame we didn't close under this. Oh God, come back. Shame we didn't close under here. But then we did pull back, consolidate, then we did break and close under, pull back. Okay, I like that. I do like that. Yeah, Henry, let us know. Yeah, okay, let us know where you're trading from that one. Any giveaways today? Logie, I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm sure Rich Butler will be coming in very shortly. ASAP. Like I said earlier when I started the stream, he will be running slightly late. He's just setting some stuff up in the background. So he will be coming on. He'll probably answer that question a little bit easier, or he'll probably have the information that you need. I'm not too sure. I know that we've got some massive giveaways. We have got the Trading World Cup as well. So there will be huge giveaways with the Trading World Cup. So if you haven't already, go check that out. So for that reason, I'm not sure if we will have the giveaways on this stream, because we'll probably be saving them for the World Cup. But again, don't quote me. Wait for Richie B to come out. Habib coming out. Good morning. What is good, Habib? How you doing, bro? I'm trading MNQ on Motive Wave. My thoughts may be waiting for reversal if NQ does break through the 757. Let's look at NQ. I still need to have a word with Rich to help me set up my Black Arrow, because I can't seem to find the correct email. So I may need to have a word with support. Or have a word with Rich. So I'll have a word with Rich, and if he's like, yeah, well, I don't know what's going on, then I'll need to have a word with support to make sure that I can log into the account, and then I'll actually be able to trade the futures, which I've been looking forward to for some time now. I'm really excited to be trading futures. So you're looking for the 757, which is up here. Having said that, this is on the futures platform, so I'm looking at the CFD right now, so there's going to be a little bit of difference in price. But yeah, if we can get the... When you call it a reversal... Maybe waiting for a reversal if NQ... Oh, sorry, doesn't break... Right, you know, my bad. I can't read. I need to go back to school. Yeah, if it doesn't break through the 757, fair. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. If we don't at least break this high, which is 37.09 on the CFD market, then I reckon we could end up selling. But again, I'd like to see, if we are going to sell, I need to see a break and close below the 36.26, which is the low from 7:15 this morning. So 7 a.m. low UK time. So that would be 6 a.m. GMT low. But other than that, I'm relatively bullish. Kath 30 UK, what is good, Kath? How are you doing? Good morning to you. Habib from Nigeria, big shout out to all my Nigerian viewers out there. Big shout out to Nigeria. Good morning, Mr. CEO. Brother, thank you very much, but I am not the living legend himself, Saul. I am not the CEO. But thank you very much anyway. Good morning, Asman, how are you doing? Black Arrow trading platform sucks compared to the others. Laggy, bad UI, and just very basic. I don't know. I mean, look, we all have our own opinions. It's like the same with C Trader. You know, I'm not keen on C Trader. I just don't like it. I much prefer MT5. Does it make what I'm talking about correct? No. Is it my opinion? Yes. Does it work for me? Yes. Does it work for you? Not necessarily. I do know a few people who like Black Arrow. I personally don't have an opinion yet because I haven't been able to trade it. But I will give an opinion. And I'll be honest. If it sucks, I'll say, guys, this absolutely sucks. But from what I've seen, when I watch LJ and Rich trade on the Black Arrow platform, looks pretty neat. It looks really smooth. So I'm not going to disagree with you because I don't have my own personal information, but I quite like it, man. I like the look of it anyway. Aesthetically, it looks really smooth. It looks really nice. Aussie dollar 15-minute at news. It was slow reacting TP at the bottom of the big 1 hour bearish candle. Gotta go get it back up. AUD USD. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, no, that's fair. Okay, so 1 hour bearish candle. Oh, the 1 hour. So you're okay. This 1 hour candle. The lower of this candle, I'm assuming. Go away, I wonder. Is that what you're talking about here? So I'm pretty sure that you're on about this bearish 1 hour candle here, Henry. And then you're targeting the low of it, which is going to be around 713.67 as a target, being the 1 hour. And then we've got the 15-minute, which, dude, yeah, I love that. The 5-minute I don't think was nice enough, and then the 1 hour wasn't nice at all. The 15-minute is a nice little sweet spot if you were selling a Aussie dollar. So I rate that. I quite like that. Oh, look who cares to join us.
Look who's pulled himself out of his bed to finally come to work.
Oh, you forget to set the alarm or what?
Yeah, you know how it goes. Just sometimes you forget you're required. But dude, you were doing everything so great on your own. I may as well just resign, you know.
Yeah. Dude, you were sitting there.
Here.
Yeah, you didn't have meetings. You were just sitting there watching me, being like, we'll see.
Just on my phone the whole time, so like,
yeah.
Like join now. Look at the time. Nah, he can wait.
Nah, he seems fine.
Yeah, he seems fine.
Should I go in? Nah. I probably should go in, to be fair, and help Will out, but
at some point. Dude, how's the morning been? How's the trading? I literally just open up my charts and everything now.
It's okay. It's a bit sort of. You can see what it wants to do. You can see what price is trying to do. It's just not confirming it yet.
Gold is selling off.
Yeah, gold is selling off. Gold is looking nice. So I got some scalps on the 1 minute this morning.
You're 1 minute scalper now.
No, so I'm doing the 100 to 1,000 pound account challenge with the guys, aren't I? So yeah, £100. So we all started with 100 of our local currency, whether it's £100, dollars, rand, whatever it may be. 100 to 1,000 challenge, and that is what I'm doing here. I literally started with 100. I'm now £61 up. And today I took this nice little scalp here. So it was a very risky trade, very scalpy, very sort of... I didn't trade it there, I traded it here. There we go. So very scalpy, very much risky trade. But again, you know, I have got a scalping strategy and it is very profitable. I just hate it because it's the 1 minute time frame and it's very risky as well. So... Okay. I think I've only had one losing day out of all the days I trade.
So lunch is on you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, dude, I banked 12 quid today.
Dude, lunch is on you.
Yeah, I could probably buy myself lunch at best. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Cole, sorry, mate. I just very quickly. Cole, don't worry, mate. I've got something planned for you very soon. Which I still need to talk to this gentleman about. But don't you worry, I'm going to be reaching out to you very soon. So, you know, hold your briefs up, mate. Don't worry, we're going to get there.
Alrighty then, dude. That sounds exciting.
Yeah, it's not really exciting. It's more like, okay, we have to do this thing. You know, when you have a meeting and then you get given some extra stuff to do, and it's just like, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
I now get you. yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, I look forward to chatting with you.
Yeah, we'll have a little chatty chat a little bit later.
Yeah, sounds good.
5-minute chat, so we can
dude, I'm free all day, baby. I'm back in the office now. Back in my home.
Back home
now, bro. So. Yeah, it's good, dude. It's good to be home, man. I love trading from a laptop, and you guys know that I love traveling and trading.
Favorite thing.
One of my favorite things to be doing is traveling and trading. I was trading from Venice on Funded Freedom, all over Italy. I was in Rome. I was in France. I actually, as you guys know, traveled through Loire Valley to my partner for her birthday. That was great, but there's nothing better than just being at home. I got my big setup, got my comfy chair, which I feel like replacing.
Got your coffee available.
Got my coffee
readily.
on hand, just like
Beautiful.
as much coffee as I can drink.
Beautiful.
Go, like bodge around. So yeah, I'm pretty content right now. It would be a bit better if the markets would be a bit more content as well. But this was nice price action. This was quite nice. And then we did get a little bit of a quick scalp. I wanted to see what happened at these highs. And when I looked up on the 5-minute, I thought to myself, right, let's have a look, see what's going on at these highs. I thought two things can happen here. I said, look, there's a counter trend trade. This is either going to rip me a new one, or it's going to come up and it's going to test this area here. And thankfully, it tested the area. And I thought, right, okay, what's going to happen now? I was like, if we get a close above this high, maybe it'll sort of disrespect this zone, maybe a pullback continuation, or maybe we'll just completely reverse the move and start moving down. And yeah, it did. It continued the momentum to the downside. So yeah. Gold is selling off. We've got the close below here, but volume just is, again, like volume isn't here, mate. We're struggling a little bit. No, this was beautiful. If anyone trades Asia session with gold and likes my consolidation breakout strategy, talk about an orgasmic trade. Like, god damn, like that. Give us a 1 to 2, 0 on. Okay, you would have had a little bit of drawdown. Tiny bit of drawdown. I'd be happy with that amount of drawdown. Like, that is
I can still see sells. I can still see sells.
Yeah, no, so can I, mate. So can I.
Especially channel.
Yeah. Now that we've confirmed this sort of break and this break and close under this sort of area of messiness, London open today didn't open that nicely. It was okay. It opened with a nice little pullback, but we sort of had that messiness. It wasn't solidified, and the same goes with pound dollar. Pound dollar, we're clearly bearish, but then we opened really nice with this big bullish candle up, and I thought, okay, could this be a move? We've tapped it. We are continuing this downwards trend. We've tapped into an area of interest. Are we going to react and continue up? No, we're not. It looks like we're going to head lower. Same with euro dollar. Wow. Okay, I missed this price move. This is nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Confirmation.
Do we have super high news impact today?
No, we have
Bank of Japan and then ADP non-farm employment change and ISM. So nothing on pound really.
No. So unless you're trading like any dollar a little bit later on between 1 o'clock and 3-ish. Unless you're trading that, then we got yen out in. Oh no, we've just had it 10 minutes ago. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you can see that on the yen. I'm going to bring my chart up just very quickly, and then you can see this. So that was the news candle, that big black candle. Sorry. So this is LJ's predicaments, or not say predictions, but like how he intends on managing his trade. So I think he's probably going to jump in here, have his stop losses just above this wick here, and then he's going to be aiming for these areas. So this is LJ's, I don't know if you were here when he was talking about this, but this is what he's looking for. He's looking for sells. This is the way that he intends on managing it is if we have a break and close below this TP point, he would have had another TP here, and then this would have been TP3. But if we have the break and close at this point here, this is now going to be cancelled out. This is going to become TP2, and then this will become TP3. So he's got a few scenarios, but basically what he is saying is that he wants this level here to be broken. Take a trade and then have your stop loss be up here. Obviously, these ones would be the same as well, same stop loss area. And then he's just going to sell. If he catches it, it goes like crazy.
Yeah.
Or he's just going to lose, let's say, 1% or 1%, that kind of like thing here.
Yeah.
So
right.
the first one is like a 1 to 2.5. The second one is like a 1 to 4 almost. No, it's going to be more. It needs to be down here. Sorry.
Yeah.
The second one is like a 1 to 5, and then it's like a 1 to 10. So imagine he takes a trade here now. He picks up the first one. He has a second and a third entry as well. So he's going in, let's say, 3%. On these trades, and he's also considering laddering in as he's going lower as well. So very interesting to see him potentially do this. So I'm gonna keep this up here for just for that.
No, absolutely, yeah. That's quite nice. Just seen Tekka as well. Joe San Decker, how you doing? Leho ma, my friend. Leho ma. Oh, hi, ho, ngoi. I'm praying I've said that correctly.
Did you just say hi ho?
No, Leho. Leho is like hello. I was like, hey, how are you? Oh, Leho ma, how are you? Oh, hi.
Because in my mind, I just heard hey ho, off to the mines we go.
Yeah. Oh, hi, ho, ngoi, which is I am.
Oh,
good.
hi, yeah. Oh, hi ho. So I heard hi ho.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair. Yeah. Oh, hi, home guy, which is I am good, thank you. I believe.
Nice.
90% sure I've said that correctly. Yeah.
Well,
my
10% that's going to absolutely ream you.
Yeah. No, literally. That 10% will just savagely just. Yeah.
No. Martin saying, with Rich's strategy, this rally-based rally on NAS already hit TP1, 3 more left with 0.5 risk. Dude, good luck. I am not in yet because
I'm also trying to watch Rich's strategy because, again, Rich, you would have seen that when I checked in the Discord about the Nasdaq. That I'm going to be testing like a hybrid merge between my strategy and your strategy. So I'm really keen to see something on the NAS, and I really want to trade it because I want to be like, okay, how can I trade this? But I'm not seeing anything on the NAS that I would trade or you would trade at the moment.
No, not yet.
Okay, that's fine. I like that.
Martin saying, just a quick question. Can you tell me, how do you set the TP lines on TradingView with a 1-to-1, 1-to-2, 1-to-3, and 1-to-4?
That's really interesting. Simple. I've been dying to ask you that, because, dude, when you set out your TP 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know if I would use that many TPs. I do love that sort of way that you trade, but I probably won't use it personally. However, I've always wanted to know, do you do it manually or is this something you can do for it?
Okay, so when I'm entering on MetaTrader, it's automatic. The position size EA puts in the positions exactly where they need to be. So it's... But for TradingView, it's a little bit different. So you'll notice there's 4 templates. So long 1R, long 2R, long 3R, long 4R. So... obviously, if I go to 1-to-1, it's going to place it there. But then what I do is I just draw a line where I want that one to be, and then I already have the template for TP1 in place. And then I'll go for TP2. I'll draw my line for TP2. Put that as TP2, and so on and so forth. Oh, I
see. Okay, fair.
So that's basically what I do. I do this for every position. So I don't need to do this. I do this purely for the viewer's sake. Yeah. Let's put it like this. This is just for the viewer.
Yeah.
And then what I would do is I would just make sure that my entry point, let's say my entry point was here. I'll just make sure, okay, obviously, that's not going to be the exact TP1 line. I'll go to TP1 and say, okay, it needs to be 704.15. I'll just make sure that this one is on 704.15. So there we go. That's TP1. And then I just wait. So once it eventually gets hit, if I at least see that it looks like there's a candle that has wicked above it a little bit just to compensate for spread, I'll go and have a look at my MetaTrader and I'll see, okay, TP1 did indeed get hit. Sometimes what happens is price just kind of like, it touches it and then it starts moving lower. And then you think, oh, it took TP1, go and have a look, and it didn't. So that's what I do. I line it up TP1, TP2, TP3, TP4 manually, and I adjust this line depending on when it was hit. And then if TP2 was hit, if TP2 was hit, I just move stop loss to break even. And this is just visually. This is all this is. It's just a visual indication. This takes a bit of time, yes. But like I said, this is for the benefit of the viewers. Like
yeah,
this,
of course.
Yeah.
Well,
this is so that they can see. Okay.
Do that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's too time consuming. I wish there was like a thing that I could just go, okay,
like and boom,
there's everything. But I haven't found that just yet. So, but this
it helps
is how
that
I
you've got a
mark it.
static stop as well, I suppose.
Yeah. In general.
Yeah,
Static
because for
stops, I
me,
think,
that would
is
be
great for it.
that would be even harder for me to do because I would put my stop loss where I'm wrong, not necessarily static. So I would have to manually move it to 1-to-1 instead of just being able to have a 1, 2, 3, 4 template.
So you would have something like this as your first trade, as an example there, and then you would have another one that is going to be running concurrently. That's going to be even lower down there. Yeah, and then you're going to say, okay, I'm in this trade currently. And people are going to ask you, oh, are you in 2 trades? And it's like,
no,
no,
literally that.
No, I'm in 1 trade, but one of them is you know, my stop loss down here is my, oh shit, stop loss. And this one is the actual stop loss. So it's just.
Yeah. Literally that. Yeah,
I work with a lot of templates. Like I add templates.
I used to, but I just found it fatty. You know, like I used to have.
Yeah, fair.
Like I used to have so many templates. I used to have like lower lows, higher highs, this, that, and the other. You know, now I can't even be asked to put a chart. Like literally. So I'll just bring my chart up real quick, just to show you how bloody lazy I am. But I used to go, okay, so we've got lower low. Okay, we got lower high. Okay, lower low. Okay, we got lower high. Okay, now I need to, go on a template, and then I need to. I've even deleted half my templates. Okay, no, let's call it. This one, and this one, and then it just got so boring. Now I literally go away. Now I literally just do this. Done.
Let me quickly just do this thing.
It's literally that, and it's just I've gotten, since the more profitable I've become, the lazier I've become. I'll bring the chart back up now.
I mean fair. I mean fair. Like it's still that idea of the more you're making profits.
Dude,
can I do this? Can I do this way more simply than I've done
literally
already?
I prefer your way. Your way just looks so much more professional. It looks so much cleaner. It looks like I've got a 3-year-old. Like people probably
don't change your method, mate. Don't change your method.
People probably look at my chart and think,
"Well, you do it."
They're like, "Well, have you got kids?" No, why? Well, it looks like a toddler's just come onto your trading view and gone to town. That's the only thing when people look at my charts. It does look scrawly and squiggly. But I mean,
do I have news for you? If you see LJ's chart, you'll be like,
that's what made me feel better, man.
It's like if you refer to his, it's like,
I'm in the middle of you guys.
You're good.
Like,
you're good, mate.
You're
Don't
super
worry.
clean, super professional, super tight mark out highs, lows, templates. LJ is just like a sort of creative bomb on his charts, and then I'm like a sort of like a happy medium in the middle.
Yeah. But it's whatever works for you, mate. It's whatever you're comfortable with. You're doing this for you. That's the thing. You're doing this for you.
At the end of the day, you're not going to trade on my chart, are you? You're going to trade on your chart. So you trade on your chart and you draw it and you lay it out what works for you. And if a super if a super neat, clean sort of chart works for you, then dude, that I rate that. I couldn't trade at all on LJ's chart. I don't think many of us could. However, LJ looks at that and was like, yeah, dude, this is like perfection. You know, whereas
in his eyes, that's perfection. Like to him, that's exactly how it should be done.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. The markets are completely LJ's. Yeah, they have been, mate. LJ's drawing method has been rubbing off on me. You know, it's all subjective to how you see it, and it's all personal. It's like an opinion.
Gold.
Yeah, no, I know, dude. Gold and EU are dropping.
Why'd you not take gold, though? Why'd you not take it?
I like that.
Why'd you not take it?
No, I'm going to. I like this. Depending on how this closes now, I like this a lot. Well, I didn't take it, mate, because look at this. If I just bring my chart up real quick, I'll show you why I didn't take it, and you'll see. Ignore this here. Ignore this right here. Where's an opportunity to trade this? Okay, I suppose we have got the
You came back into your box. You wicked into your box. You're showing downward pressure. You're making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs.
Yeah, that's how I trade my currencies, not gold. Gold, I need to wait for a drop in volume and a trend follow, and then a break and close under. And guys,
I feel like you had that. I feel like you had it.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like you had it.
To be fair, it was messy, but maybe I had it here.
Zoom out a little bit. Just make the candles a little bit bigger. Or zoom
bigger?
in. Sorry. Zoom in just a little bit. A little bit more. And then just isolate this section, and then you tell me how good that looks. Look at that wick rejection just before the drop, mate. Look at that wick rejection before the drop.
This here, yeah.
No, on the right hand side.
This here,
right there. Look at that.
Yeah, no.
Look at that rejection.
Well,
nice.
I'm glad yeah. So
we come back again.
Yeah, I know. A couple of things,
and then we dude, perfect.
I know. Yeah, a couple of things. I wouldn't have traded this here.
No, the second one.
But I could have traded this, and I could have traded this.
Yes.
To be fair, because we did get the break and close under. I could have had my stop on the high here, and been targeting. I'd have to target 1 to 2.
Yeah.
Because it's a trend following trade. This would have been this would be a 1 to 2. Although, yeah, this here.
If you had gotten in on that wick and said, you know what, if it comes back to my area...
I wouldn't have had the wick. I would have had this here. So I would probably just below the wick, to be fair.
Dude, it just looks so good.
Yeah, no, that's quite nice, actually. Rich is better at trading my strategy than I am, guys.
No, dude, you're better at it. Just, I think when we were talking, you were not paying attention.
Yeah, maybe I just got a bit distracted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You were distracted.
Dude, that's another thing as well. Okay, actually, no. If we can get I feel like we can get a pullback. I should, in theory, trade this here. But I feel we can get a pullback.
So, what you can do is, what you used to do in the past was you would enter one trade,
double order
with a lower risk, and then have it come back, and then get in at a better position.
You know what I'm gonna do, mate? I'm gonna put it on my play account. I'm not gonna put it on my 100k. If we get a pullback, I'm gonna put it on my 100k live account that I passed in front of you guys.
Nice.
But
you do that, mate.
Just before I leave stream now, I am going to put on my play account. Because like I said, I want to trade these accounts only on stream.
Yeah, so. I mean, fair. There was a question here from DKKMSMSN.
Okay.
How long have you been trading, Will, and when did you turn serious / successful? Yo, what's up, Tim?
I was gonna call him LJ, but then I realized Tim now.
Dude, LJ, what? Why?
Yeah, I'm really sick today.
You can see it.
You,
Look at his face.
are you all right?
How swollen my throat is. It's like razor blades, dude. Like, just, it's so inflamed and everything. So, yeah, but
He just comes up. He just
surviving.
Oh, are you okay? You look like you've had a legit reaction.
Yeah, no, I've just, it's the flu
Have you at least taken something?
Yeah, I got, like, I went to the doctor yesterday.
But
my partner had this last week, and had to actually take time off work, right? Because it's rare she'll actually take time off. She'll just, troop through. And she tried to stay away from me, but I seem to have still caught it.
Yeah. So you can thank her for this, is it?
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
thanks, love.
Yeah, gee, thanks.
Thanks, love.
Yeah, hopefully this is where it peaks. Like, it started on Monday. Yesterday it got worse. Today it's real bad. So hopefully, you hit that peak and then it troughs off. So that's what I'm hoping for. But we power on.
Yes, that is what we are, soldiers. We do have leg and arm injuries, but we're gonna soldier on.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, DK. How long have you been trading, Will, and when did it turn serious or successful? So you're going to get two different answers there. How long have I been trading? 8 years now, I think. Coming up, or around about 8 years, I believe. Feels like a lifetime. Yeah, so I've been trading about 8 years in the market, learning. Now, don't think I've been profitable 8 years. I haven't. That's when I started learning the market, following signals, blowing accounts, gambling, all that really good, juicy stuff, all the stereotypical learner stuff. That's how, so yeah, 8 years I've been in the markets. How long have I been serious? About 6 years. Yeah, about 6 years I've been serious, and I've been successful 4 years, 3 or 4 years, and I've been full-time again 3 or 4 years. So like I went full-time when I became profitable, and then I fluctuated. I got profitable, went full-time, earned some good money, and then fluctuated throughout profitability. That's why when people say, when did you become successful compared to when did you become full-time, there's a little bit of a different answer, because I became full-time, lost profitability, then I gained it again. And then, now it's just, I'm unprofitable for a couple of months, then I'm profitable, and then as long as I'm up for the year, I know that I'm net profit. So, yeah, I've been full-time in the markets 4 years now, there or thereabouts. I've been serious in the markets, taking it like I need to knuckle down here about 6 years, and then I've been learning, or I've been in the markets. I started learning about them about 8 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's good. That's, I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sort of like the timeline most people should expect, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you do it any earlier, like it's either you caught the right market cycle, that kind of thing. There's other extraneous factors that often come into it, but for most people to get like a hang on, it's it's pretty normal.
Well, that's what I mean. I think that's why I struggled a little bit when I became full-time first time. Because I went full-time thinking I was profitable. I think I just caught nice markets. I'll be honest. I didn't, I was a sailor who, sailed his ship into a lake, not knowing that, the seas do get rough, So I hadn't had that experience. I just thought that, oh my God, this is trading. This is super easy. Like, oh my God, wow, this is, I'm now going to go full-time with this because I'm now a profitable trader. I'm earning great money and the seas are super smooth. Little did I know, the tsunamis were going to come. The sort of the ocean was going to be its true cruel mistress. The hard way.
Morning, boys.
Morning, Herr Dirk.
How is it?
Morning, Dirk.
I'm
doing all right. I'm
T-Pain
surviving.
is struggling.
Yeah, I'm a bit
struggling.
Well, what's up
bit
with you,
rough
man?
today. I'm just sick. Just like Monday, Tuesday.
That got worse, or what? I think you need to take a couple of days off, mate.
I think I'll survive. I'll power on. I think I'm at that like peak point, like the peak of the not trough.
I mean, it's only like recovery from here. To be fair, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't do that to
there's
your
a
body,
deep
man.
pit
I
first.
have made a habit in recent years, to really, when I'm sick, and when I'm staying in bed. Otherwise, it's just a drag, and eventually you'll risk, that it spreads to your heart, and then you get all these nasty things.
I'm pretty sure it is. It's already gotten my heart. I'm already done, Dirk.
Shit.
It's over.
Well, then
It's
enjoy the
over
rest
for
of the ride,
Pete,
I would say.
Yeah. Do it with friends. Do it with friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad we all work together online.
Yeah. Well, guys, I still have this idea in the back of my hand. This house of trading where we rent like a villa somewhere on Bali or something for 2 weeks, and then we all huddle up in there.
We got to do that before I kick the bucket.
Social
So.
distance.
I was about to say.
He always seems to get ill. I don't want this.
It's gonna have to be sooner rather than later because Tim Payne LJ is on his way out.
Okay.
RIP, respect, mate. A whole lot.
Man, that is.
Oh, by the way, did you see the photo the garden designs meme photo?
Oh, yeah,
I was
yeah,
gonna say, Rich, if you've got it, you got to show.
I'm gonna bring it up.
Yeah, then you show Dirk this.
The updated one I haven't seen. No.
Yes,
You're gonna love it.
Bring it on, man.
I am going to bring it for you right now.
Also, we're getting a retracement of gold.
I love it.
Dude, that is sick.
That is
Look
really,
at Dirk.
that
Dirk is the puppet master
That is
with his strings.
But it's really like I look most of the day.
Yes, this is exactly Dirk. If anybody wanted to know, this is what you're seeing on the screen here at the bottom. This is what Dirk is, his facade.
I see LJ got an update as well, yeah.
Yeah, what happened to me? Like, what happened to that?
You look like a little kid that has stolen cookies somewhere from.
I was saying
Entma.
I look like some redneck backwater farmer or something in Florida.
You are
hanging in
missing
the
a straw.
swamps, right?
You're missing a What do you got? Like a.
I live
like
in a trailer park or something,
We have a trailer park.
You've got a red rustic truck outside, and you're missing a corn straw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm now
nice.
looking at.
I like that one.
I'm looking at. Right,
Yeah.
I've just entered in gold now on my
I am in gold.
100k live account, so I'm now selling.
My take profit is already reached in gold.
TP Van.
Henry,
Woo! First good trade in.
we'll jump into it, but short answer is yes, I did.
Nice.
I was up early today for it. I didn't get much sleep last night because I was coughing. I stayed up for that and then tried to have a nap this afternoon. And I've re-shorted again, just so you know, as well. But
Show us.
Do share. In fact, actually, before you do share, I am going to love you all and leave you. And I shall see you in about 2 hours' time. So, guys, I just seen. So, Culdip, sorry, man, I've only just seen this. I will share it at 12 p.m. UK time, which is 11 a.m.
2 hours
GMT.
Yeah.
So, 2 hours' time, I will come back on and I will share my chart theme colors. Dude, they are clean. I know. I love them as well. The black and gold.
He didn't
effect.
say he likes them. He just wants to know the theme.
Yeah, he wants to know what to avoid.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. Thank you very much. Make sure that you do smash out of the like button. Make sure you do subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And click that bell icon so you get updates when we go live every single morning. And make sure you do drop some fantastic questions for the guys just below me now, because they have got a world of wisdom. And if they are half as good as the questions you've been asking me throughout this morning's session, then it's going to be a good stream. Anyway, for now, I'm going to love you and leave you. Peace.
peace, Will.
Cheers.
See you, man.
I'm also going to hop out, guys. I will see you all in about 2 hours. I just wanted to mention this. Dirk, I watched your recent 2 YouTube videos. Great stuff, mate. I like it.
Happy that you like it. Use it. It works actually really quite well, I must say. I'm very satisfied with that one.
Yeah, no, the ones that you have, I've compared them to my current MACD. Very, very similar like crosses and stuff like that. But obviously, I don't use the crosses. I use the momentumness of it. But it looks really good.
Yeah.
So I even checked your RSI one as well, and your RSI one is also pretty good.
Go for it. Just don't use it as, I mean, I don't need to tell you that anyway, but don't use it as standalone indicators. This time I made sure I'm very clear about this, because
very clear. This is not
type
a
of
one
question that
and
always
done.
pops up,
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
thanks.
but it looks really good. Liked your videos.
Thank you.
All right. And in that case, LJ, Mr. T-Pain over here, that's in pain right now. The T-Pain stands for throat pain.
That's fair.
Yeah. So good luck, mate. It's only 2 hours. You'll survive.
It's okay. I can do most of
guys.
the talking today.
Yeah, LJ's just going to listen. He's going to be with like sleepy eyes as the whatever he's drinking for his throat kind of like kicks in.
Yeah. I got tea with honey, Manuka honey in it. So
and rum.
Get yourself some ginger. Bunch of ginger, mate.
Yeah.
As much ginger as you can stomach.
Ginger, I don't think.
Well, order some sushi, get some pickled ginger, or you just go and get yourself, like from the Chinese shop downstairs, some pickled ginger and just eat that whole jar. You'll feel great the next day. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll think about it.
Cheers, guys. I'll see you guys in now 2 hours or so.
See you, man.
See you, Rich.
Alrighty. So you are in Aussie once again, trading Aussie.
I am. So earlier today we had the GDP numbers coming through, which I expected to be pretty poor. We've got the whole Middle East situation going on. There was some of that flow is going to be lagged, depending on what we're looking at. Employment indicators, of course, that's going to have a lagged effect. CPI is a little bit lagged. GDP, though, that cross piece with China. So yeah, I was looking for that to come in poorly. It did. We snapped down. We then snapped right back up, and I was like, oh, come on, surely we're actually still going to kick on. Like, what are we doing? But I was like, all right, I'll sit in it. Like, I'm at a fine point. And we did get these small progressive lower highs through there. We came back down. I was looking for basically this drive candle through here, which was just by the pivot and kind of the mid section of that trading cluster through there. Took that. Then this is actually where I went and had a nap. That's why I took profit.
Nice.
And then I got up just before about 4 in the afternoon and then re-shorted through here after I saw we dipped down a bit further. Had the pick up through here, but still below this top section here. So looking for us to come down and then ultimately see these lows through here, something like that, or at least see if we can, right? I think, and then that also on the back of euro dollar's been wandering off. Same with pound dollar. We did have some euro and pound small bits of news come through. So yeah, that's basically where I'm at with Aussie. So that came through nicely, and I've also got a Nasdaq short on the futures through here, which I took just earlier. So we dipped down, we've come back up a bit, so it's now slightly negative, but we'll see how that plays out through today. One final one, the dollar yen trade. I ended up entering through here.
Oh, you are
and
also
this
in
was
that
actually
one.
really nice. I was on the phone to my partner because she was checking in on me. She dropped like a care package with some soup and stuff last night, and then she finished work, and I was talking to her and talking about this whole dollar yen thing and just like work stuff or whatever. And I was like, I think I want to short here. Like, I don't know, do I take it on prop accounts or just on personal? I was literally just like walking through the thing, talking to her. I was like, you know what, I'm just going to do it. And then it was about 30 minutes after we had the Takaichi headline come through, her saying she's now, because that's been one of the things holding up the Bank of Japan actually raising rates, right? And this whole dollar yen drop, where she's like, can you guys just wait? Now it seems as though the government itself is coming towards that. Yeah, we need to defend the yen and that kind of thing. So that was very nice. I was very tempted. I've taken this on a personal, obviously for the swap reasons and that kind of thing.
I'm in that trade since Monday, by the way. Exactly.
Oh, you have been? Yeah. So you got in further over here then? Oh.
Yeah, pretty much
Monday.
the same. You know, we've dipped almost every day up to this week. So got in a little bit. I'm still sitting at a little bit of loss there.
I was going to say, where's Monday? Hang on.
Pretty much at the very top on Monday. I got in, and then I thought on Tuesday, all right, it's going against me, but my stop loss is 116.80 on that one. And so I was obviously very happy, although it's like pulling back a little bit again also now.
Yeah, I got to say, when we did have that immediate drop, I was tempted to TP here and see if we get a run back up. But I was like, nah, look, I got in I'm in a prime position. Don't be tempted by the 60 pips. Wait for the 600.
Then you wait for the pullback there, and then just heads down. That would be very typical. Exactly. Yeah. I didn't much look at that trade anymore. I thought like, okay, whatever. Seller.
Yeah. I consider adding if this continues off. Like I consider adding on a break of this week low. So adding to the original position, and I would probably put the stop. Basically for that next portion just above these highs, and then at the same time I'd probably then start to rein that in. But yeah, the Bank of Japan meeting for you guys is not next Monday, it's the Monday after, so it's the 15th. And yeah, it seems as though we've had some further comments just in the past little while from Ueda, saying that like if they delay a response, they might be forced to raise rates sharply just to tackle this whole fiasco. So I expect that they will increase rates, and they will also deliver a hawkish message alongside of that. And then potentially following that, more intervention over the next period, or even potentially that afternoon on the same day of the rate hike. And the further thing interesting yesterday, there were more comments from Swiss National Bank around intervening in the franc, Dirk.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
So hence, obviously, these have ended up being two opposite trades.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So, and to get them to both work, it would be sensible for them to both kind of intervene at the same time and just flip the entire board.
Yeah.
So it goes back to, and I've seen a bunch of you guys' other comments, so we'll jump into that shortly. But it goes back to this Ord Yen. We were talking about this a little bit last night as well. The Ord Yen, Ord Franc trade that we recommended in Jan, and you get that positive carry, and that's still running on very nice. So, despite the shift in interest rate, like I think we're done for the interest rates in Australia. I will say though, we had one of our big four banks.
I didn't understand the last one, but. And looking at your GDP growth of 0.3, it's like, oh wow, they are almost at the low level of Germany now.
yes, yeah. It's not good. And then we had unemployment jump up 0.2% in the last read, and then we had inflation come down 0.2% on the last read. So all this is going backwards, but at the same time, we've had Westpac, which is one of our big four banks, came out, and they're looking for another 2 rate hikes. I'm just like, dude, who is like, just fire these people. This is insane. There's no shot.
What is the carry on Aussie Swissy? I mean, this is of course nothing you can trade on a prop trading account. They are not designed in a way that you can harvest those carry trades for a reason, obviously.
Not for a long term, no.
Yeah, no. Yeah. But on some brokers you can, especially if you have like a bit more institution access, you will get a positive swap on this one for sure. Until, no, this is Aussie Swissy, so that one you should be on the same side. Different, of course, if it's Aussie Yen, for example, at the moment.
Yeah. So I think like Frank's at 0, or didn't they go slightly negative, like negative point something, 0.15 or something? I don't know. I can't remember now the previous thing. But they're at 0, or they were negative for a period, and they might now just be at 0. But as far as the Aussie, we're at 4.3%. So that's a great differential right there, frankly. So. And this also leads into, so ACE4 high, I saw this before, so New Zealand dollar. Now, the thing is, I think New Zealand dollar, we're going to be pretty neutral overall. Now, currently, obviously, we're going to get that drag lower, which is also that impact from the Aussie starting to drop off. But since there's no real great catalyst either for the New Zealand, like everything's just neutral. You know, their rates are down at 2.25%. They have no reason to hike right now. They're not as impacted from the Strait of Hormuz type situation in terms of like trade. There's a bit, obviously, right? Just like everyone, but it's a reopen isn't going to bump their economy as much as reopen for other economies, right? So on a relative basis, they'll just stay pretty flat because the other economies get much more of a boost from everything reopening. So I'd expect we trade pretty sideways. I think it's literally going to be this kind of area. Maybe even a touch higher than that, like 58 to about 61, 62 maybe, all the way to the end of the year. So now the point of that basically means that just trade this within that range, like just technically, right? And then obviously, with the exception of central bank announcements or whatever core data, be wary of that for whipsawing. But I think New Zealand dollar in general is going to be very technical going forward. The only other one is AUD NZD, which might then have a decent trade here. So we've had this big run up because the Aussie has had those rate increases. Aussie has just been doing better in general. You can see we've clearly broken below that 200 moving average. This is on the 4 hour. So if we check the daily, it's still a little bit lower down here by these prior heads. So if we go back to the 4 hour, you can see we've clearly fallen out of that momentum. That trend is basically broken. So we've crashed right through, we've now picked up and we're testing that underside. So I think this would be a decent trade if you want to express a view on the New Zealand dollar for your most bang for your buck, is to probably short this.
Yeah.
Right? Right off. And then be targeting somewhere around that daily, that 200 daily moving average, which will gradually creep up. So I'd be looking around 118 or something from where we are. That's probably the best way to look at it. So, Henry saying, proper pause next time, yes, but I reckon we get more interest rate hikes this year. I think it's gonna, so yeah, definitely pause for now. There is the possibility of one, definitely not two. Possibility of one, though, will be purely dependent on what happens with the Strait of Hormuz, right, with what's going on now. I don't think we'll get it's looking more and more likely we won't get a proper deal until September. Right?
Yeah.
You know, so I think we really need it. We're not going to get it this month. I think it'll be another big talking point, maybe some more concessions, which will give the market hope into Q3. But if through July, August, if we're heading into the back end of August and there's still nothing really going on, I think markets as well will start to, because this is where we hit those dates of all the other, fertilizer, helium, this, that, the other, like all the other commodities that get impacted, right? All the supplies that we have that we're pumping out go dry, right? And then it's a real problem. So I think that's when we could see the market freaking out. We've got this massive run in stocks, in indices, S&P 500, tech, NASDAQ, blah, blah, blah. That could kill that sentiment and we roll right off. Could even be a bit earlier. It's going to depend. I've got a few things. I think after I'll have there's a few key things I'm looking at. It'll be clearer after the next 2 weeks once we have the next Fed meeting as well. The first Fed meeting from Walsh.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. That's really going to be interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, did you hear about this headline that supposedly Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu had like a nice phone call where Trump was like yelling profanities at Netanyahu?
Yes. So this is also where that's part of where I'm seeing that there could be, at least near term as well, a bit of a drop in the NASDAQ. Then we pick up and then we coming into the back half of that stuff.
I was actually thinking, the first thing that came to my mind is like Donald Trump being the, very narcissistic, emotional person with a very fragile ego that he is, that something like this is going to result into, we are just going to withdraw our troops from there. Israel, you can take care of that problem. We are not going to support you anymore because I don't like you anymore, and maybe something like this will happen. Who knows,
Yes.
I don't know what the implications would be for the markets, then for sure I could, if something like this happens, I could see like a short-term drop in risk on assets because this is exactly the type of behavior the markets do not like. Obviously, long-term, mid-term, it's not going to have that much effect. On the contrary, it's a powder keg down there, and it's kind of interesting to see that. You think like of Israel and the USA being allies, but it's always the question: is this going to shatter around a leader of the USA that has a terribly fragile ego?
I don't think so. I think they're very, very close allies, obviously. But hence, because they're so close, they both think they can push the measuring stick, right?
Yeah.
And they both like to think they're in control, sort of thing. Both very critical, that kind of stuff. So I think on that side, I think Netanyahu understands that it's, this is the final half hour when you're at the nightclub.
Yeah.
And final drinks are being called. It's the final songs playing, and you got to wrap it up and then figure out a taxi home or whatever. So they know that they've got one last squeeze before they're going to have to agree to certain things. So I think there is going to be some activity. I would expect headlines to come through, missiles being shot all over the place. The question is how much the market actually reacts to this. If we've gone through this thing of stuff being potentially worked out, and now they go, okay, this is actually like walking backwards. Or if people understand just what I've communicated and go, okay, this is that final gasp, and it's the reason to actually see it ending, right?
Let's hope so.
So it depends which way the sort of sentiment, how clued in the major market is. I will say though that most of this rally has been built on leverage, right? Through that thing with the TGA and the increased liquidity for banks with the ESLR. And that has gone both ways. So there's been a lot of people who've tried to short the market with leverage. Hence, it's created that short covering, and hence it's propelled things further. So we could definitely see that very quick exodus. I wouldn't be surprised within the next 3 months sometime we see quite a deep drop in NASDAQ, S&P, that kind of stuff, like a 6, 7, 8%, even one day, and perhaps multiple days a week, like 9.5% peak drawdown type situation. So I'm keeping eyes on that, and it's going to be interesting if that couples somehow with some of these things with dollar yen and the yen trade unwinding, and then it starts to find more of that safe haven bid in some weird way. Like people are like, oh well, we can jump back there. I don't know, but obviously Japan is massively affected by this, so
I mean,
it's kind of hard.
sorry, I was kind of tempted this week to throw out my Nvidia stocks to take a little bit of profit on those, but I don't know. It's like they also, I mean, of course, they are heavyweight in the Nasdaq anyway. So what you see in the Nasdaq in the candles, you will pretty much see the same in Nvidia candles as well. But yeah, it feels I'm still crying because of those that I sold at $110, with the implication that I wanted to buy them back if they drop underneath 100 again. And I'm kind of afraid of doing the same now. My average entry is around $170 at the moment. We are now at pre-market 2021. We can go to my screen also here.
Okay.
So, but yeah, because I'm thinking that as well. Because if I look at the Nasdaq, I get this feeling. We are. Look at this. We are really in order to keep this somehow healthy. We eventually need to see some kind of pullback. I mean, we have now.
This is nuts.
We have almost 35% up within since, when was that? The low were 31st of March. We're in a stock index. I mean, if this is an individual stock, okay, this can happen, but it's an index. It's like the bundled market cap of all stocks, so to say, that are on the Nasdaq. It's a bit crazy. And so at one point, I agree with you. I think it's actually going to be a little bit heavier than 6 or 7%. But just dropping back
1 day, 2 day thing.
Yeah,
and then I'd say we could see it for 2-3 weeks, and then get even lower. Right?
If that would be happening this week, and we just drop back to what I always like to use, the 8 weeks moving average, a simple moving average, that already would be a drop of 8%. If that happens this week, and for sure that would be like an area where I strongly would consider buying back. But the problem is, and this is really the investor's dilemma. It is the investor's dilemma. It's like in a market move like this, you want to ride the wave as long as you can. You don't want to miss out on the final push, or later in hindsight that you just captured like 20% of the whole move or stuff like this. But this is extremely, extremely, extremely tempting to take profits, and at the same time it's scary, because I'm afraid if I take profits now, who says 4 weeks down the road I could have banked 30 or 40k more, for example. And so it's a beautiful problem to have, obviously. It's like crying about a luxury problem in your Mercedes-Benz, so to say. But it's like I feel like something is happening. I have the same vibe right now that I got from gold earlier this year, where I also said my God, this is overextending too much. But I remember us talking a couple of months about this also, but you don't know when is the drop then really going to happen, And as Jardeep says, don't short the Nasdaq. I'm talking, of course, of selling stocks. I'm not talking about shorting the Nasdaq. That if you want to do it as a swing trade, that is pretty much. You could also burn the money somewhere in the oven.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think, obviously, what you were saying, this week, definitely not going to happen. I think the likelihood increases after we get the Fed meeting.
Maybe.
I think people would be waiting for that to kind of get those first comments, that kind of general direction from Walsh. See how much pressure as far as the other committee members are still trying to push potential rate hikes, or if he's just nah, get out of here type thing. Interesting stat though with this run. So this is now, and these stats are always interesting to look at, but they're never you can't. It's not some prophecy or whatever, right? But the only other time, this has happened 4 other times with this kind of run. Now again, it was off the lows of 1930s depression, lows of the dot-com bubble, lows of the GFC, 2008, 2009, and then the lead up before Black Monday.
Yeah.
So in 1987. So those are the only times. So it's definitely, the point is, it definitely flashes amber lights to have concern. Now, we've ran over this a million times. The difference is the companies this time actually have revenue, and there is huge scope potentially in the future.
Yeah.
And the big things after the previous earnings cycle was that some of these profits are actually starting to come through, right? We are seeing progress on that. It's not stayed static or whatever, and that's what's fueled and helped things stay up. But at a certain point as well, you hit a wall where everyone's long, and then so even though there's not necessarily anything broken in the market, just there's no one else left to buy. People have already expensed their margin positions, their leverage, that kind of stuff. And there's some other things going on with the SOFR rates, the TGR, where with the whole tariff situation, where the US is going to have to pay back some of them, which is going to drain liquidity from there, drain it from SOFR, affect SOFR rates, drain oh god, I've blanked. Anyway, have effect on repo rates. All this liquidity that basically goes and gets fueled from banks into extra margin and leverage, which is what this is ran on, will start to drop a bit. And then so hence that could be just the small little grain of sand that makes the June fall apart, at least near term.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like you said, also, I mean, if you look, for example, at the net margin and net income of Nvidia alone, you know, in last year they net, so after everything, earned 120 billion US dollars. This is an unimaginable amount of money, with a net margin of 55.6%. At that these numbers, I don't think there's any other business out there that can equal them. Then we have SpaceX going public right now. They'll also immediately land in the Nasdaq. Then we have Anthropic, who filed yesterday or on Monday with the SEC, you know, all the necessary documents to file an IPO. They are valued already at almost $1 trillion US. So, you know, it's not like there isn't fresh money pouring into the market. On the contrary, you know. Plus, what you just said, a lot depends, like you said, you know, on the next Fed meeting. Like, what tone is Kevin Walsh going to have? Is he going to, you know, stick to what he probably promised Trump, you know, to be more on the side of lowering interest rates again, of keeping money pouring into the market, cheap money, which the market has been addicted to since, basically 30 years now. And if he fulfills this promise, if he leans back to being a bit more conservative, which he probably should, you know, looking at the inflation right now. A lot is going to depend, of course, also on the non-farm payrolls on Friday, probably. A word on that later. I have a strong opinion about this this week, honestly speaking. And so I don't see, especially not this comparison to the .com bubble. I'm getting so sick and tired of this. Every time I turn on Twitter or Facebook, or no, Facebook I'm not using anyway anymore. Instagram or something. No one does. It's just a bot network now, Facebook. And actually Meta doesn't have any products anymore. And I see like these comparison. I mean, I ranted about this also Monday, so I don't want to, you know, overextend too much on that. But I wish we could see like a nice drop, maybe of 10%. Or something, or even 20% in the Nasdaq, but just because it would make the market so attractive again.
Yeah, I agree. So, and as ever, I think we will have some, NFP comments, that kind of thing. So, just for you guys, like, if you're waiting for charts, waiting for questions, slap the questions in there. We kind of do the first hour running through the macro, running through the breakdown, get you guys caught up to speed with what's going on, stuff to look out for today, this week, next 2-3 weeks, the month, that kind of stuff. And like, for instance, we'll go over expectations for NFP and that kind of thing next. And then that second hour, we then go into like the execution, like how are we playing this, where are we positioning, where's the trades, that kind of thing. So if you guys have those questions, definitely throw that in there.
Yeah.
Also, Shane, that is also something.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, after this fiasco is gone, what's Trump's next? I'm struggling to see what it is. Like, what's his next big? Tantrum stuff, right? We had the tariffs that he kicks on about. We've had Jerome Powell and the Fed, and then we've now had the Middle East thing. How else can he do something else to push markets around and secretly trade on the back end?
On the danger of repeating myself, you know, those aliens are still in the room. Like the final straw. Because he has been going on about this like every now and then in the last couple of weeks. So I was like, okay, I'm planning something there in the background.
That's also a certain set of distractions to a certain set of papers, etc. You know. Greenland. This is. I was going to say it's Greenland or Strait of Malacca or something. He's
Strait of Malacca would be one as well.
Yeah, but I think for now that one's out of the spectrum because he's trying to make up with China a bit, right?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Greenland and Cuba, like Henry was saying, definitely come back
Isn't it funny how he's suddenly best friends with China again?
Yeah.
It's like, when you're not on a good side with him, you just need to meet him, maybe give him something, tell him how great he is, what an awesome person he is, and then, everything is good again.
I think he always believes he's friends with all of them. Same with like Putin, and they're just having a little disgruntlement, like it's his wife or something, and like, oh, we've had like a fight, but we'll come back together. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Something like that. Like, I'll just buy her a new Birkin, and she'll be happy.
Yeah. My God. The 10th Birkin.
That's it. If you wouldn't mind, if it's okay, if I just grab some more tea, just
sure. Knock yourself out, man. While you're away, I want to continue with you talking a bit about the NFP when you're back. In the meantime, while you're replenishing your tea, I'm going to talk about some trades that I did today and the reasoning for those. And yeah, so
beautiful. I'll be able to hear you in the background. So
all right,
I'll just be a sec.
Good. So guys, all right, so 2 specific trades I'm in today right now. The first one, actually, I'm in since Monday already. I talked about potentially entering this one, but being a little bit afraid. On Monday is the dollar-yen trade at the levels I traded dollar-yen short for the last time, which is around where we're trading right now. I think I got it at 159.80 if I'm not completely mistaken. Yesterday I thought already, seems like we want to continue higher and maybe do what I was a little bit afraid of, going above 162, 161, and then continuing higher, thus the carry trade, continuing to exist. But right now it looks like we're stalling there a bit again. So this one, typical swing trade, will probably take a couple of days to resolve, although sometimes, like we've seen over and over again in dollar yen, there are sometimes really hefty candles. And for a moment, I thought the news this morning would be one of those calls go down to maybe 158, which is, by the way, where roundabout my take profit is sitting at the moment. Another trade I did this morning was a short trade on gold. That one, actually, I did right away after I got up. We were sitting, so from the standard deviation channel, this kind of rainbow structure you see in the background here. This one, of course, looked different when I entered the trade. And I entered it just from a technical perspective because, first of all, we still had the shorter time frame, so the 5-minute candlestick chart. Pardon me. Aligning pretty well with my Renko chart here. So this is a Renko box chart, which only updates if there are price movements and completely ignores the time, which I like because it cuts out a little bit of a noise. And what I like to do sometimes is that when I see the main structure, the regime from the Renko chart, in this case, for example, is pointing down. So like this. Maybe let's make this arrow red instead. Here we go. Pointing down, and I see the same thing on the 5-minute chart. So, the trajectory looks kind of the same. Then I look for potential key levels to enter. And obviously here we had at 3 a.m. my time, this one spot where we hit the 200 moving average. So that's the blue line. And when I got up this morning at around 6 a.m., I saw that during the last minutes of the Asian session, price kind of stalled out there again. When it continued, when it started moving lower, I entered a short position on this one because I want to trade with the pressure of the market, with the trend of the market. Had my stop loss not super tight, honestly speaking here. Put in a R of 1.5, 1.7 in this case. At 1.5, I always like to pull my stop loss then to break even, so I cannot lose money on this trade anymore. And after trying a couple of times, it shortly before we started, or I started my session here with you guys on the live stream, my take profit was hit there. So these are the 2 trades, one closed already, one not. Apart from this, since Monday, I'm trading my automated strategy on the Nasdaq. And the first days were really good, I must say. I think I'm up like 1.5% already. This is on an evaluation account in an automated way. And, whenever something nice happens there or something not so nice, because could also be, of course, that the automated strategy is not working out like the forward and back tests indicate it does, then I'll share this with you guys. Of course, my reasoning of doing this is that it would be nice, to have something traded automatically that we can go back here to every week and show you guys how it develops. And so more on that once, there are a couple of more trades in. So probably next Monday I have something more to report about this. Today I have my multi-currency portfolio, which will trade euro dollar, dollar yen, Aussie dollar and gold. So I try to build, it's the same strategy as the automated Nasdaq strategy, but on those currencies. And that one will probably go live today. I'm running like the last tests there as we're speaking here in the background. And then we kind of have like two different portfolios, a couple of assets that are traded there and that we can present, hopefully passing the evaluation phase into funding then every now and then. And I did this because I know you guys are always very interested in automated strategies. So if that works out well, of course, I'm happy to share more details on that as well in the future. What else? Euro dollar. I don't have much of an opinion, honestly speaking, right now when it comes to more swing trading positions. So in euro dollar, pound sterling dollar, dollar yen, we are here at levels right now that I don't deem so interesting, honestly speaking. Talking now about swing tradings, of course. This one has nothing to do with the dollar yen short trade I'm in currently. And other than that, of course, we have Bitcoin. Not looking good at all. What happened there? MicroStrategy with Michael Saylor reported that they sold a tiny amount of Bitcoin, and that, of course, completely started to collapse the market. And not really very good, honestly speaking.
It wasn't much, though, was it?
Huh?
It wasn't much, though, was it? It was like
no, it was just a
like
tiny fraction. But the problem is, of course, Michael Saylor has always been like very outspoken about, I'll never sell Bitcoin. There's absolutely no reason to sell Bitcoin. And just even if he would just have sold like 0.05 Bitcoin, just the fact that he's willing to part with whatever amount of money it was, it's of course sends a message to the market. But it's typical for the cycle we are in within Bitcoin. As I said, I don't think the market is like greatly going to recover to north of 100,000 until we somewhere bottom out, maybe October, November this year. This is the time typically when it's time to buy again. And I can promise you, this is also where things will look the bleakest. Nobody will give a rat's tail about Bitcoin at that time anymore.
Yeah, I did see it does square up some of the, the preferred debt, preferred shares, stock, whatever, the whole fiasco is running. And just like I don't know how to say this, but Angston, whatever.
Angston.
Yeah, Ponzela, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like it's dude, it's a crazy trade if it works.
I mean, it has been working beautifully.
It's
already,
literally just it's like it has been working, to be fair.
Yeah.
But it's literally just like taking like just a full binary option, and you're just like pot commit. It's like turning up to a poker table, and just the first hand before you've seen any of the river, like before you just go all in. Yeah, crazy.
And you don't even need to use your own money. You can use the money of other people. That's
other
what
people,
they're doing.
which is
they're like, oh no, we're going to give you a zero bond, so you're not getting any interest rate for your money. But if you might get, if things do not work out, the MicroStrategy stock back instead of
and you can
your money.
issue infinite shares and split them up and all. Oh yeah, it is on their side. It is crazy good. On the investor side, I don't know the people that are jumping in on this. Like that is wild. Honestly, I can understand some of the funds when you couldn't quite before Bitcoin was large enough market cap and all that kind of stuff. So people were trying to get that exposure and it was hot. but that further continuance from that now, like, is hard to see, unless somehow Bitcoin does rip beyond that 120, 130, and we do get to 250. Then, it comes back in vogue just out of like a popular thing.
It will eventually. I mean, like
Yeah.
you and I said many times, it's like the natural currency for AI as well. No, it's like
Yeah. This is where I think this is going to be a big test for it. Just like you're saying, I think we do go down lower, and then just like that, it'll be completely out of vogue. Everyone's going, okay, this is the only risk asset that hasn't rallied right now. Everything has continued to rally. It comes off, or potentially we see the Nasdaq and S&P and stuff peak temporarily. It comes down. That sinks Bitcoin down to long enough of a level. And because the thing with Bitcoin as well, no one wants, like, a 2x is not good enough. Everyone's like, I want 3, 5 more.
Yeah.
And even big players, like even whales, are just like, nah, I'm not going to buy 60K. Right? I want 40. It's very
I'm
greedy.
going onto poly markets instead, and
Yeah, very greedy entries. And there's been a bunch of those big players who have moved over to AI, a lot of rotation. That makes sense because these are, great companies, great industries and that kind of stuff. And so it does make sense. But I think exactly that. I think we'll get some kind of large drop, see that final bottom, and then it'll be an absolutely violent rip higher, and it'll just scream higher. That's what I'm currently thinking.
This, like the cycle always is. I really feel like I'm sitting here 4 years ago. Back then, Jonathan and I were talking a lot about Bitcoin, and it feels the same. It's like rinse and repeat. But this is how markets are. People tend to forget very quickly, what happened in the past, and I have difficulty seeing the real patterns. They tend to see patterns that are not really there, like, like I earlier said with the .com bubble layover of charts, and then you're like, oh, look, it looks the same, Yeah, it might look the same, but it doesn't mean, the same is going to happen again. And
I think kind of that 50K-ish area, somewhere in there. Plus minus, maybe we get that dip into the 40s, depending on the other extraneous factors that are going on. Otherwise, it's just into that low to mid 50s, and then it kind of just doesn't look back and goes towards 150, 160, 180 plus. And kind of it's the same Nasdaq indice rally that we've had, but obviously on steroids leverage because it's that higher beta factor. Yeah, so
absolutely.
Something to keep an eye on. So
I've been, like I said earlier, I have a strong opinion on the non-farm payrolls this week.
Yes. Okay. I'm curious because
and I wonder, what your opinion is. And my opinion is just anchored on one number actually, or actually on two numbers. The first one being that the JOLTS job openings were far better than what we were expecting. We are like 800,000. Job openings higher than we were expecting. And if I look at, the expectation for the non-farm payrolls, which after 150K the prior month are at 85K now, I wonder if we are going to beat this number also by a margin. Because from my experience, the JOLTS jobs opening number is usually, printing into the same direction as what we can expect from the non-farm payrolls. I rarely have seen it when we had a positive surprise or also a negative surprise in the job opening that the non-farm payrolls deviate from this as well. So I'm not, of course, there's no guarantee for this, but I wouldn't be surprised on Friday at 2:30 CET, PM CET, when the non-farm payrolls come out, that we see a good surprise, that we see maybe a number at 115, at 130, maybe 150 or something. 150 might be a little bit too high, like this.
I don't know. I think 150 could be fair, even. I agree with you. I think absolutely we're going to see a good number. I think it was the same as the last NFP number, and we were talking on the Discord when we do the Friday Discord, literally just before NFP.
Yeah.
And then I was saying, yep, this will be a good number. It definitely surprised a bit more to the upside versus the expected. But yeah, I was saying we should get a good number. It definitely doubled the expectation. we didn't get a very big reaction though. It was the most
it's-
lackluster, anemic.
I know it's like normally such an important event always, no. But lately everything is of course focused, on Trump and Iran. So it's a bit like the time where everybody was just looking at inflation data, CPI data, like 2 years, 3 years ago, 2022, when we came off this cliff of 9%, slowly down. Everybody was focused on inflation because everybody was focused on when are we going to see rate cuts again. But it could be interesting, especially with Kevin Walsh in the mix, if we see a very good number than the non-farm payrolls. It makes his job actually a little bit more difficult. Right?
Yeah.
And so it's like you said earlier, everything is like, actually we've said that all year, everything is like coming together to late May, June, when Walsh takes over, and we are going to see how he's only one voice obviously in the committee, but how is he going to shape the strategy of monetary policy in the USA.
Yeah, how he's going to steer the ship, the direction of the sales that we've got. I definitely agree. So I think the other problem, obviously, with the prior payroll was, yes, we're still in that kind of fog of war because of the Middle East war. I think now we've kind of sailed a bit out of that. We're still out in the ocean, but like the cloud cover has dissipated. Right? Yeah. So I think this one will be far more impactful. And this is also something I'm considering with both the dollar and the NASDAQ and S&P or indices in general, right? So could this be that we get this big charge, this kind of final blow off top for now, heading into Bank of Japan meeting and then into the Fed in general? And then that's going to be we've gotten that sort of peak point. We probably know what we expect from the Fed given this data, but therefore it's now priced in. You can kind of forward forecast the Fed, and therefore this is probably peak. And to buy the rumor, sell the fact, but it's going to be the opposite. It's front running that. It's still the same thing, but front running it. So that's what I'm looking at, and that's also my concern with the dollar yen trade as well. If there's a final push up here, obviously I've entered now, which is also why when we had that drop today, I was like, nah, I'm not going to cash out here and try re-enter. I've got relative cover going into that NFP, which I do expect to be positive, much better. And so for here, I think basically my call for this month is dollar positive overall, right? With dollar yen probably being the slight laggard just because of that 160 barrier, and especially some of these comments that we're already getting out. So I think it'll definitely be slightly tilted to the upside up until that Bank of Japan meeting, but in a tighter range. Like we're not going to break out either way. I think the most susceptible to that downside is definitely the Aussie. I think the euro, I heard you talking about the euro before, you don't really have too much of a view, neither. I was looking for this kind of short direction. I was talking about that with Pedro yesterday. We've kind of done that. I don't see too much reason for us to drop below 116 right now. Not heavily.
Yeah.
We're kind of wandering down. I'd see high 115s.
That's my graph from like, I don't know when I did this a while ago.
Yeah, so that's exactly. That's the kind of triangle I expect us to stick in for now. It's interesting though that we did get more tangential comments from the ECB yesterday around rate hike. But they did also position that with it would be a safety cut, so it's kind of it's a dovish hike, right? Essentially, if they do it. So I think that's why we've seen further downward pressure on the euro. But yeah, I definitely hot NFP.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely. I think that's going to be the interesting one this week. I mean, it always is, obviously. And I also, if we really get this positive number, I would be surprised if, the reaction to that number is not euphoric then. in a sense. The first reaction, at least, the latter reaction then, of course, could be in the opposite direction again, because when people realize that this actually makes Kevin Ward's job even harder. Now, because this is what Powell always has been saying, and for over the past 1.5 years, for further rate cuts, we actually would need to see the job market performing worse than it does at the moment. And it's not doing that. By the way, I believe the JOLTS job opening numbers more than I believe the NFP statistics at the moment, because of all the data reporting dilemma we had already over the past 12 months, basically, after Trump got rid of contractors.
Yeah, and the other thing, I think there's been a flip even in the whole AI sphere of this entire, okay, AI is going to take everyone's jobs, to people going, I think we're actually going to get almost more jobs in certain areas, or we're going to need as many jobs. Even though banks and stuff have flipped around that, saying you cut some of the lower level service stuff that can be automated, just past, I don't know, industrial changes, that kind of thing. But then it kind of creates more activity, more volume, more assistance for the AIs, for humans to run it. And the big portion that you can't discount, which I think people think it's going to be a big swooping thing, is the legal and legislative considerations, right? Yep. It doesn't have the same factor. People saying it's going to delete law, it's going to delete this. It's no. The other thing, particularly with law right now, there's so many really foolish lawyers pumping out documents into Claude or whatever, and that breaches confidentiality, right? That makes it's open because, so I think there's a long distance for a number of these things, especially in some of those core and critical sectors like finance, like law, like whatever else, even engineering, these kind of things safety practices, medicine, surgery, people talking about how AI can read an X-ray better than someone else. Yes, but that just means you can do more X-rays and more of this. And right now we have more demand, especially in the health services. We actually could use more people, more pass-through, because there's backlog. So I think it just actually gets that up to speed, and then hence they actually make more money over time. So you want to hire more people so you can get more speed. So I think it's going to be a lot different than the...
I think the focus is more on the... last year everybody was talking about general artificial intelligence, this one supermodel that can do everything better than humans. Now we are at a point where we are more focused on agentic AI, meaning an AI that is specialized in one task. An example for this is when after I record my videos, for example, and I want to visualize things. A year ago, I had to reach out to a freelancer, a contractor, say hey, I need stuff visualized for my video. Now I use Claude Design for everything. And I'm able to edit my video, a 50-minute video, within 5 hours, including visualizations. And
I was going to ask you what you're using for that, by the way.
It's Claude Design.
I was damn, this looks really good.
It looks good. No, I think so too. And but this is one specific task, where AI has now reached a level that it is equal to a professional designer. It doesn't, still, it's not creative. It will do exactly what you want from it. You can ask it okay, you have some suggestions. In my case, for example, it's well, Dirk, I think, for this type of content, you should do visualizations that look a little bit like they come from a Bloomberg terminal, which works very well, within my contained space, of course, But of course, if it cannot replace this little spark probably a professional designer would have, saying hey, why don't we do something very different, and do it like this and like that, anything unseen, because there's always the risk that, we are coming to a point where everything looks the same. We have reached that already when you look at websites that are currently launched. You can tell very often, because they all look the same, they all have this, in the financial space, this kind of Revolut Bank kind of look, and it's all done, by AI, and it's all done in the same in the same thing. So what I want to say with this is if you are okay with things getting done in a slower way, I think the creative spark is still on the human side, like the real invention. The role, like myself right now, is more of a project manager. I manage I look at, for example, Claude Design in this case, and I need to make sure that it doesn't go off the rails. That everything it outputs is still valid. It's attuned with what the video is saying, and so on and so forth. And this is especially true, I think, for software engineers. Their role, even if somebody like the lead designer, the lead engineer at Anthropic is saying, I'm not coding myself anymore because I don't see where I'm better than what Claude Code is doing at the moment. What I do at the moment is I ensure that I keep oversight of all the projects, because that's the danger I see within myself also, because you have the capabilities of doing so much so fast now when it comes to coding, when it comes to data science, I kind of get lost sometimes because I try to do 10 things at the same time, and nothing gets really done by the end of the day.
Yeah, that's the thing is speed. Like, an individual is still going to be better, like sort of one for one with curation, that kind of thing. But the thing is, you can use AI to iterate so many times. The speed is so much better that it can run all that up to kind of the same time that you would put something together, and then you can obviously be like you were saying, you're the manager, you're an executive manager. So you still have that curation, that executive decisions on top of just general managerial.
Plus, you still need to know what is going on. It's like you cannot create something and you don't know anything about the math. If we're talking here about financial stuff, for example, you still need to know that. You need to have a baseline in knowledge.
Yeah, definitely. We had this from USA. Oh yeah, we can definitely look at gold for sure.
Yeah.
I was just going to bring this up as well from USA NYC Trading. Did you know that funded prop firm accounts are 100% fake? Even if you qualify, you're still trading with simulated demo, not real capital. Not quite true. So that's going to depend completely on the prop firm, right? If you're being put to market or not, it depends how you're trading. It's the same thing with a broker, right? If you have a broker that's regulated, all that kind of stuff, they're trading in real markets, they will A book and B book certain clients. That is a normal practice so that you don't go bankrupt, quite frankly, right? Everyone knows the statistic that majority of people end up losing money in the market. So if you're putting everything to market, it's going to create certain risks, right, to firm capital, that kind of thing. So not quite true. Now, with prop firms, I'm sure you guys know there's been, since the whole prop firm space, the online prop firm space has blown up, there's now thousands, right? Yeah. Obviously, you can look at the top major ones, but there are thousands across the board. And yes, you can guarantee outside of the top majors, they are probably running that kind of system because they don't have the capital, they don't have the team, the expertise and everything for people to actually run this stuff on the back end and do it properly, because it's very sophisticated, right? You're basically doing market making, running a book from your own internal client book. So it's not easy. It's not like you can just like go and do it and switch the thing on and everything just goes through. Like your business would be underwater, right? Same thing that brokers do. So not 100% true, but definitely the majority of prop firms out there are running that kind of model, right? But normally it's pretty easy to tell which ones aren't, and
as long as you get your payouts, first of all, and second of all, it's, from an investor's perspective also, if let's say I have like 10 strategies that are running on my portfolio, I probably don't want like 10 strategies that are all trend following NASDAQ long only strategies. You want to diversify because, like you just rightfully said, LJ, you don't want bracket risks. It's like, because eventually, you will run through a drawdown with every strategy out there. And if you have like only strategies that are basically the same, pointing to the same direction, the drawdown is going to be much heavier and maybe even, like life-threatening in terms of going bankrupt with a company than when you have a diversified portfolio. So what is going on in the background is always, you pass the evaluation, you're on a funded account. That means, you get your payouts if you continue to perform well, but that not necessarily means that your trading account is copied by the fund in the background, because that depends on risk metrics, obviously, and that also highly depends on, does your trading style match the overall portfolio right now running in the background? If it does, you're in there. You won't notice. For you, it's not going to make any difference anyway. If it doesn't, you're still going to be able to trade your strategy. You're going to be able to get payouts from it, but it not necessarily means that your trade is copied into the company's portfolio fund.
Yeah, so an example of like a traditional prop firm or like hedge fund or like trading outfit in general, like typically you have the people that work there who are designated traders, right? They'll often trade in a pool, right? So you might get like $5 million capital allocation to the pool, just as an example. You got 5 traders, all with 1 mil each, and you'll try and link up the traders that are all trading something a little bit different. So it's kind of diversified. They do share some ideas, but they're encouraged to just trade their own thing and not overshare, right? Because the entire thing is meant to balance each other out, right? And then so that's the same thing here, where that's why you go through the eval stages and you get funded, that kind of stuff, and then eventually if they see that as reliable and consistent, then you will be put into that pool. Then they have to figure out where you fit in the pool with other traders, essentially. So yeah.
And
I will say, sorry.
Thank you for that comment. That I think it proves pretty much, that payouts are real. We have happy customers. I think the payout delays due to the payment processing have been worked as well. At least I haven't seen complaints about this anymore lately. So I assume everything is running normal there. So yeah, knock yourself out, get funded, get payouts.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day, as long as you get paid, like that's what matters. I was going to bring up that I got to check what kind of news we had, because we just had a bit of
it was quite
spike up on things. I got stopped out on my Aussie dollar trade here. So
gold going. What is happening there? Somebody running financial juice here?
Trump's saying some stuff. I haven't seen anything.
Trump, Iran's Ayatollah is involved in negotiations with the USA. Iran has agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon. Okay.
I don't see anything negative yet. Obviously, I don't know. I think they've increased the delay on financial juice as well, trying to get people to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because it used to be much snappier.
Never thought of meeting.
I might consider actually just getting the full version.
Trump could have the blockade of Iran lifted by Labor Day. So it's.
I don't know why. Like these are all positive comments, but I don't know why the market would rally this much off. This is the same kind of chatter that we've had in general, right? There's nothing special about this. This is nothing.
It's like giving you crumbs of bread, and crumbs of bread, and by Friday or on Saturday he's going to do the reverse again, reverse Uno.
Yeah,
and threaten to bomb them into oblivion.
Sorry, just let me check.
Trump, we have very little inflation. Okay. It's kind of funny that he says that.
That is funny.
Looking at Kevin Walsh. Hey, mate. Inflation. You know why?
Bit of like a side eye.
Yeah. I have to see.
I'm trying to decide, do I re-enter off this now? Because this seems pretty.
I want to see if I'm
by the by.
My Nasdaq strategy. No, wrong one? Right one? No, right one. Oh, nice. My automated system is long Nasdaq right now.
Long Nasdaq?
Since
Where from?
36.61.
CFD, I assume. Or
Yeah,
is this-
CFD. That
did you
is
get the
like on the
future
5ers
trade?
CFD. No, I cannot
okay.
sadly get the Black Arrow account to work with that system, so I would need to trade that one manually. I first, like I said to the audience earlier, I have a same strategy that I want to launch on a multi-currency portfolio consisting of euro dollar, dollar yen, Aussie dollar, and gold, which hopefully I can launch today. I'm still sorting out some bugs on the MetaTrader 5 bridge there. And after this, I want to look into if I somehow can get this Black Arrow account also working in a good way, because I don't want it, to go to waste.
Yeah, of course. But or else, yeah. I mean,
Or I should.
I'll just trade it small on the side, like manual.
Maybe during the live sessions here, I trade it.
Yeah.
Like, try some shenanigans with it.
Yeah. What are your opinions on gold? Like, so obviously, why is it moving? Yes, we had the news, Trump comments, basically positivity coming from the Iran situation. But I mean, he said this a billion times, so it's interesting that the market's choosing to move off this now.
Yeah, it's like Groundhog
overall,
Day
so.
all over again. No?
Yeah. But yeah. Then, Dirk, gold wise, do you have? What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I told the audience already earlier, I did a short trade on gold this morning, right after I woke up, due to the simple fact that we had this cluster of having difficulties of getting above the 200-day moving average again. We still have a trajectory on the more long-term Renko chart pointing downwards. This is matched by the 5-minute chart. So actually, if we would see prices somewhere up here right now in the next minutes, so 4470, 4473, something like this, I would consider another short portion, short trade in gold, honestly speaking.
I gotta say, I agree.
That's good.
Pretty much as simple as that. I would even say, basically, after this pike up here, I would consider shorting through here.
That's the only thing I would have added right now. Is like, might be that I'm a little bit late with this one, because that would be a plus, what is that, 1 to 3 sigma on my chart already, which in a downtrend as strong as it is at the moment is a little bit exaggerated. So it might be actually to take the trade right now already. I agree.
I think so. So
I'm going to do that now.
I mean, I took that last night and was considering holding it longer, but didn't. I took out there. Yesterday was kind of slow for FX and everything. So when we did have gold come off, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll take that. But yeah, still same deal. I'm looking for this lower band.
I entered
here.
it.
Especially since, we've got this consistent direction lower. It's almost forming a bit of a channel here now. Just about.
So just very quickly, entered this trade right now. Stop loss sitting at 481. Take profit sitting at 429.
That's easy. Yeah, you hit that easy.
I think that's a solid setup, really.
I'd look at as low as 411, right?
Yeah,
At least, but that's fine. Like,
I know.
Happy to take that, get in, get out. Yeah, cool.
I could do the LJ/Richard, and have different take profit zones, of course, right now.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to quickly get into this trade. I might modify it still, but probably I won't. If we get to plus 1R, then I'll move a stop to break even again, and everything that happens after this is fate.
Yeah. No, I like it. I've only got one account active at the moment because the others have already hit. Talking about this last night hit.
Like this exact trade I could have done on the Black Arrow platform right now, no?
Yeah, you could have. Yeah, you could.
I will do that. Like starting next Monday, have that one open in the background, and then whenever I execute a live trade here while we are streaming, I will do that also on that platform. So that account that gets utilized as well. And I slowly can start, getting accustomed to the platform as well.
Yeah. Definitely do it. I think. So first of all, yeah, I've only got one. I've got the 50k pro growth active now. The others are waiting for risk. My Black Arrow account, so the futures account, is still waiting. But I've taken a trade on there.
You passed.
It says waiting for
already.
risk. Yeah, and it's been about a week now. But it's showed up in my Black Arrow terminal. But it still says waiting for risk in the hub. So I wasn't sure if it's
I'm
active,
not used to traders like you, man.
I was like, I'll just take a trade, and it entered, and it worked. So I'm basically waiting to see when I exit this if it shows up on the terminal, or if it's just like some kind of disconnection between how the platform works with.
Yeah, might be disconnection of the Fiverr hub and the platform itself. Some API or like an endpoint not working as it should.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I like shorts on gold, literally from here. I think this is very nice.
Go for it.
Yeah. I mean that looks pretty good, I gotta say. Especially after we had wick high there. That was a break above that high. Couldn't close, so the candle close was down here. We got this high, lower low, roughly through here. So definitely the momentum is lower overall.
It's going to depend a little bit
these charts. We're starting to get so many lines and drawings on here again. But I will say, basically, what we were looking at before, we had this kind of megaphone channel, if you guys can see here. So it's these two gray lines. I can see my chart's starting to lag. I might have to reset. Sorry, guys. But this is always something where I love, where it's like a downtrend thing and you crack through, right?
By the way, regarding your lagging on the chart, this morning I uninstalled completely my graphic card driver, and it's like a tool called DDU, I think. And after this, I restarted my Windows in safe mode, and I reinstalled the driver, and now it's working beautiful. I don't have any lags anymore.
Okay, yeah, I did. I think I seem to have managed the CPU to 100% thing as well. I played around with a bunch of settings in Edge and some other stuff, and like the cam settings, where I was trying to do like 4K, even though my webcam doesn't actually do 4K, like 1080, and now I've dropped the thing to like 760, and it basically comes up the same as 1080, right? So I think it was something where I was trying to like throttle everything. So I'm getting there, but I might try the graphics card reinstall or something as well.
Well, knock on wood. I hope after we we are done with streaming today, and I try to other things, I don't get the black and green screen of death anymore suddenly.
Yes. Yeah. With that said, I might jump over to yours just to jump in and jump out.
Sure.
I'll be very quick. Because I know it's annoying for everyone. So
yeah, guys, let us know what trades you are in right now. First of all, also give us a thumbs up, give us a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Tell me what you are trading right now. As you saw, LJ and I just entered a short trade on gold. It's going to be interesting, by the way, what William has to say about this, because I think he promised us when he returns in about 40 minutes to talk to us about his gold trade that he entered shortly before he left the stream. So that's going to be an interesting one. Other than that, still, of course, in the position for dollar-yen, the short trade. And that's about it, actually, for today. Nasdaq, I'm long currently on my automated strategy, but that one is just running in the background without interventions. And we have Mixi got stopped out from the DAX because of the Trump news. Yeah, Trump has been tweeting a bit about, let me see here, we can actually go through this. I'll quickly share switch my screen. Bear with me for a little while. Hold on. Here we go. Financial news. So let's have a quick look at what Trump has been talking about already. So the last one, never thought of meeting any Iranian leaders. They say the Ayatollah is giving approval in talks. Will probably meet with Iran's Ayatollah at some point. Like we said earlier, this is the big one, obviously. Could have the blockade of Iran lifted by Labor Day. The big one, because that would put an end to the blockage and to this whole conflict right now. But like we said earlier, we've seen that over and over again over the past weeks, that he gives that by the beginning or mid of the week, we are in good spirits, that this conflict is going to be resolved sooner or later, or sooner than later. And just, to hear something on the weekend again when Trump gets frustrated about, bombing Iran into the Stone Age and all the other nasty things that he has tweeted. This one, for me, honestly speaking, very interesting. We have very little inflation because we know that Trump has Kevin Walsh installed for a reason as the new chairman of the Fed. And the reason being that Trump, obviously, as a businessman, wants to see interest rates lower than they currently are in the USA. So that, like LJ and I just said, might be a little wink, a little bit, a smiley in the direction of Kevin Walsh. What else is here? Gas prices will come down when the Iran conflict ends in the not too distant future. Well, naturally, Iran's situation is rapidly evolving. Will be very good, the best ever, the greatest. I have a good relationship with Netanyahu. Of course, he has to say that as well after what leaked last night. I was disturbed at Israel's Netanyahu constantly fighting with Lebanon. So Trump trying to exactly obviously sell us, he's the president of peace once again. He's doing everything right. The problem is with everybody else. Welcome back, LJ.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I take a quick 5?
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Yeah.
All right.
That's all good.
Switching to your screen. We'll be back in a moment, guys.
Sweet. Alrighty, guys. I did retake this Aussie short. We'll see how this goes. Basically just knocked out a portion of the profit from this trade earlier today. On that one, got hit on the stop with the news coming through. So we'll see how this plays out. But Euro dollar also parked up, holding a bit lower. I don't like that the Aussie's actually trying to tonk higher. Obviously, this also comes back to the Nasdaq being a bit stronger. This I did extend the stop up to here, so I'm still in that trade. That's the one on the futures. So we'll see how that goes through there. Gold-wise, that was the trade I was scoped out. I'm not in this trade, but that was what we were scoping out just before. See how that plays. I'm not in it, hence it's not on the candles. Dollar yen, like we said before, sat in that. That's a swing trade I've taken on a personal account, so I can account for the swaps. Let's drag this over here just so it's not so imposing for now. But yeah, that's about it. That's what I'm in. So, what are you guys looking at? Tell me what trades you're in. What do you want me to look for, etc. And we'll run through it. Just catching up on any of the other comments I missed when I was restarting. Hans Gunther Butler saying the funniest comment was Trump, I was disturbed at Israel's Netanyahu constantly fighting with the Lebanon. Yep. Yeah, well, I think that's going to increase, like I was saying with Dirk. It's the final half hour before the club closes, last call for drinks, final songs are being played before the lights get turned on, so, yeah. Shane saying, please note, Aussie shorts are not budgie smugglers, in case anyone was wondering. Dude, good old budgie smugglers. Honestly, bring back the thing of Aussie PMs heading to the beach and budgie smugglers. That was quite funny. Absolute classic. Who woke Trump early? Yep. Who set his alarm? I want to meet that person. I know, he is up very early. We haven't had some of these early comments from him for a while, you know. So I would say very much stuff is in play. He must be going to the, I don't know, the war room, whatever they call it, soon. So we'll see if there's more going on. Dollar yen, please. Okay, so yes, dollar yen. This is my dollar yen trade right here. This is a swing trade.
Dollar yen.
Yeah, dollar yen. So this is a swing trade. You can see this is quite large. Looking for, this is the absolute sort of bottom target. Now I've got like a
what
TP1,
R is
TP2, like 26 and a bit. Yeah. So within that, I've got TP1 is going to be, hang on, I've got to zoom out more. Let's go off the 5 minute. Let's go to 30. That will be easier. So TP1 is basically down here, around 156, which is so just above the kind of the wicks that we shot through, that 156, so closer to those candle closes through there. The next portion is down here, just above 154. It's about 154.40, which is by the base of this channel. That if I go a bit further out, let's go to the 1 hour. That's not even good enough. 4 hour, there we go. This relative channel that we've had through the tops, some of the lows, and then this is the intervention portion through there. Now if we go back down, so it's not so messy, this will then be TP3, somewhere between 152 and 150.50. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that will depend on how this plays out over time. That's a longer term trade. Now, in the interim, I think we'll definitely have downside pressure on dollar yen. This comes within my expectation for relative dollar strength for this month, however. Right? So that means, hence like we had the drop here, it's been bought up. Now, I don't think we'll be pressing any kind of new highs, having some kind of acceleration of dollar yen, but it just means any of these dips are likely to be bought up. So you're better off selling on any of these tops that come through and look for downdrafts, but just don't expect to hold it and for it to keep on running. Like if you're trading intraday, probably when you see those downdrafts, take profit and you'll probably get another entry up higher again, close to where you exited. Or entered.
It's like one thing I gotta say, about dollar yen, just the fact that we immediately went up again after the dip, it shows also how much money there is at stake, probably in carry positions still, in dollar yen. That this is being bought up, so it will take some time to scrub off this money, and when the plunge then comes, it will be probably very
violent.
sudden and very violent. So you might be on track really good, I think, with your extended take profits there, honestly speaking. I'm just not sure if it's already going to be this time,
Yeah, and that's why, like, I mean, there's obviously an opposite, or a reasonable logic to when you see these lows that we do create to snap them up. If you're trading intraday, so long as you're keeping that risk pretty tight, that kind of thing, yes, you can get in, get out. But I overall would prefer just adding that safety to sell tops, see those snaps lower, take profit, and then wait for another high and then sell that again, rather than trying to buy up some kind of bottoms and look for that snap back. Because because the trouble is you can get a bottom through here, but then we kick on to down here, only for it to then snap up, right? So you can get chopped out trying to buy through here if you're trading intraday, right? So I'd prefer those sell from tops, see it wick down, get that that profit, then re-enter somewhere higher. I think that's the safer option. If you're feeling a bit spicy, a bit dangerous, then you can try buying up the bottoms, but I wouldn't recommend it, put it that way. Got stopped on EU short, but re-entered after volatility settled. Yeah, agreed. So yeah, we had that snap higher. Similar deal myself. Like obviously I got stopped out on the Aussie dollar trade that I had down here. We're a bit in profit. We then wandered back up here. We're coming down. Then we had this basically the news headlines shot us back up. Hit stop loss, and I've re-entered here. So I do agree with that. Basically the same deal across the majors, Aussie dollar, Euro dollar, that kind of stuff. Same deal, same direction, same thesis. I'd be curious where you're targeting, though, Horvey. Down just under 116, or at that round number of 116, or just the lows that we've set today, maybe a touch above there. I'd be curious where you're looking for on the downside. Logi Trades, any giveaway today? No giveaway today. But next week we will have the trivia that we do every 2 weeks. And we do also have the sign up for the Traders World Cup. So the 5ers World Championship, which is in sympathy with the soccer, the FIFA World Cup right now. So you guys can sign up for that. And then there's going to be a bunch of bits and pieces coming out through there. I believe, so there's going to be various brackets. And then the top prize, there'll be a series of prizes for, first, second, third, fourth, and then the brackets under that. But top prize is $2,000 cash and a $50,000 account, I believe. And then also the sort of following week after that, or week and a half, I have to double check the dates, but you guys can also sign up to have a chance to battle against myself and Will live on stream, right here, live. You'll be on camera with us, live trading, and we're going to have a couple of these, so it won't just be one person, there'll be a couple of you, and then if you beat us, there'll be a chance to take away a $50,000 account as well, right? So I believe Rich will announce the kind of sign-up stuff for that at some point shortly, but for now, definitely you can jump into the 5ers World Cup. So we're doing it across each of the brands. So if you prefer Trade the Pool, you prefer the futures, or you want to set up with TradeSetGo, the broker, or of course the 5ers, which you should do because we're the best. Then you can jump in there and you'll be competing with everyone. And yeah, there's some big prizes on hand. So that's definitely one of the ones to look out for. And outside of that, we always have the weekly trading competition as well in the hub also. But no distinct giveaways just at the minute, because there's going to be a lot coming. So, welcome back, Dirk.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my
router. Okay. Router, yeah.
Went out.
I figured.
And wanted me to install a firmware update now.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's next?
Oh, thanks.
Windows update in the middle of the day.
Yeah. Please install Windows 11. It's like, please install this. Please install that.
Have you seen this show called, I think it's called Space Force, with John Malkovich and the guy who plays the American version of The Office? I always forget his name.
No, I haven't.
And they're like, it's basically about America running like a space force, like Marines in
Is this kind of like Starship Troopers?
Yeah, but it's not like this. It's like more realistic, but on a comedy side, like The Office, but in space. And
yeah.
And there's also this one scene, where they need to tell some spacecraft, to do a maneuver, and then suddenly a Windows update is running in the background. Which will last for like 30 minutes. It's like, and then you have John Malkovich just staying there. I'm not going to repeat it exactly because we're going to get banned from YouTube what he said, but he's like,
Yeah. Dude. Oh, classic. Same deal when number of times when I've tried to update like a GPU or something, and it's meant to be like a small update. Like I look at the size of the download, the update, but then for some reason it takes like 25 minutes, and you download an update that's like 5 times bigger, whatever, and it's like done in like 2-3 minutes or something. I'm just like, what is this logic? What is this? You know.
I saw this earlier. I think that is a good trade, man. Really, and I can totally see because if I look at the, I was a little bit late on this one, honestly speaking. If I look here on the 5-minute chart, so first of all, again, trajectory. What is that? That's the wrong tool. I want my arrow. This one here. Trajectory on the 5-minute and on the Rinko all pointing down again. And then you had this short spike almost up to the 200 moving average on the 5-minute chart here. And I actually was looking at that earlier, but I didn't quite reach it, so I didn't take the trade. I also thought, like, oh, well, you know, I'm already in the gold trade, so I don't want to pile up too much into the same direction, basically. But yeah, I totally could see that one hitting 116.05. Absolutely. Good trade, good entry, nice one.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, he was saying got stopped out on the EU short, but re-entered after volatility settled. So same, and I was saying same deal as what I did on the Aussie. So yeah, stopped out on that, re-entered here. Similar deal.
Nice.
So, but yeah, I think targeting those lows, pretty fair. I think we could get a further dip into that.
The only thing that's holding up is Nasdaq once again.
Yeah, which is why the Aussie's also holding up a bit better just now as well.
Aussie also nice one to short here, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think
yeah, I'm going to do that one as well.
I'm short the Nasdaq also.
Okay.
I don't think this will hold per se. So I maybe got there a little bit early, but
okay, let me
I'm still fine with that. Yeah.
Short Aussie now as well with this one here, little intraday scalp. Not like perfectly, you know, I would like this one on the right here to point down more trajectory wise, but we spiked also here to the 200 moving average on the 5-minute chart. Going with a trend there. Take entry at 71. Was it just now 70, 71, 71, 71, and targeting 51, stop loss at 79. It's so rare that we get like nice setups like this in our session, right?
Yeah, I know that the same deal like today in general. That's why like even though I've been sick, I'm like, oh, I can't take a day off. Like we've had some good you know, good trades, good entries, that kind of stuff.
And I thought, you know, when I got up this morning at around 6 a.m., I thought already, man, I missed like some nice possible entries during the Asian session again. But, well, turns out Europe is not lackluster today.
Precisely. Like when I got up from my my nap, I was going to message Rich and say like, dude, I don't know if I like should be doing. I probably just need to sleep some more. But then I was looking at the market as well, and I was like, no, let's power through. Load up on medicine, have some caffeine, get some tea.
Better load up on medicine than meth.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that would actually be more helpful. You'd be much more
maybe,
energetic, right?
I don't know.
You'd be charged, right?
I'm lacking the experience, so bad.
But yeah, no, I had some good old like those antiseptic soothers, dude. They are a godsend when you have like a razor throat.
Oh yeah.
With that antiseptic, they're so good.
What is that? Like
it's like those they're probably called something different for you, obviously, but they're those little like square. They're almost like a hard lolly.
Oh, we have a tool,
like,
yeah.
And you just
kind of numbs things a little bit down, you know. But whenever I take them, I kind of feel like, you know, when I talk, that my voice sounds somehow different, you know. It's like because my whole throat feels always numb then.
Yeah, well, you try and like like suck on them and then try and put it through your neck rather than having it sit in your mouth, right? So that it actually gets, because the same thing, if you suck on it too much and then swallow too fast, like it just goes right down and doesn't really hit that back part. But yeah, I'll often dissolve one in the tea as well.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, which is really good.
But in general, of course, agree, get some sleep. You need some more rest. The markets are there every day. But I feel I went crazy after the prolonged weekend where I took a little bit of a holiday. I'm planning to go on holiday for 3 weeks in July. I don't know how to cope with that yet.
Oh, in July, really?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
We're probably going to do like a nice little road trip to explore the eastern parts of Europe a bit. So Poland, for example, the Baltic Sea area, Latvia,
and say hi
Estonia.
to Mike.
Yeah, I was thinking actually, to drop by Mike's place and
definitely.
him a visit.
He'd definitely be, hyped for that. He'd be like,
I think so.
How we doing? Yeah. I think that'll be good. Yeah, that sounds really cool.
But I'll still be here and streaming, I'll take my laptop with me. I cannot withdraw totally from the markets, obviously.
I know. It's even like when I had those like 4 days away of the weekend and still jumped in for the Discord and that kind of stuff. And I was still pulled away too much. But yeah.
Oh, man.
That's how it goes.
Anna asking, are you still short in gold? My dear, we are, of course, still. I mean,
Dirk is. I didn't enter it.
You didn't enter it? I thought you entered it.
No, I didn't. I've already got the other trades in, so I don't want to add to what I've got.
Yeah, that's why I didn't do the euro dollar trade, because I didn't want to add too much risk into the same direction. So that one's still opened at the moment. IG asking, which trades are you guys in? Like I said, gold right now. We have dollar yen, not on this one, but on this one, the short one. And I am pretty sure my automated strategy is still long on NASDAQ. Let me quickly check that. Yes, still long on NASDAQ. Entered.
Why are you targeting on NASDAQ, by the way?
No, it's nothing tied.
You're automated. Right?
Yeah, it's automated, and it's in a way that it's always in the market. So it gives me long and short signals, obviously, and then it flips the position. And I took me a long time to accept that this is actually the best strategy for this setup, because it's like, let's work with trailing stops and or profit targets. But the whole logic behind this is like when a trend emerges, then it tends to run like for a long time. So it tries to capture most of a trend into one direction. In theory, if it's working like this, in live markets, that's still to be proven. But the first days looked quite nice. Up over 1% already. Checked like in the evaluation phase, you need those. It's a high stakes account. 3 days with above 0.5%, so one is already checked of those. So let's see, I just hope, the drawdown phase doesn't come first, because the leverage is not so high for indices on the high stakes account. So I calculated with a lot size. I'm using a lot size that historically at one point would have meant a drawdown of 9.9%. So just razor sharp before the 10%. So but that still means like it's passing in forward simulation the evaluation phase like 92%. So I'm okay with that. I'm also trading.
What period was that?
What period? What do you mean period?
Yeah, you were saying that like it shows up a certain period where it's down that deep. What was the testing period that you did for it, basically?
Oh, that's data from. So I have data from 2015 to 2026, and I used the model was training on 60% of the data, then there's 20% of test data where you kind of refine the model, and 20% that's out of sample. But it really has to prove, without much degradation that it works. And in the out of sample, it actually worked better than in sample data, which is something you don't see very often. That's why I'm a little bit hyped. Then I always I assume like very bad executions on every trade, a high slippage, and then I take a haircut of 30% on that data as well, which is usually quite in line with what you can expect in reality, honestly speaking. But that being said, we're going to see on average, it should take like 2 to 4 months to pass the evaluation phases with this kind of model, which is okay. And we'll see.
Yeah, especially when it's automated, so you just in the background, right?
Let it run, exactly.
Yeah. So I assume that that spike down would have been like COVID or something, right?
Yeah, this or flash crashes or stuff like this, It's,
which in reality, probably if it's something like COVID or whatever, you'd just switch it off, for a period. So
Garden Designs, yes, Richard showed it earlier. I absolutely love it. This is exactly how I am in reality in the background, pulling the strings from my evil island, petting my cat without fur, and love it. Really nice done, mate.
Wait, I gotta fix my head. Like, what is going on with that? Maybe Garden Designs. Look, I'll try and take the photo and try like do another version where I at least look somewhat like me, even if it's still cooked. But at least you can tell, like, oh, that's LJ,
I also like what is going on with the tattoos of Will there. It's like
it changed his tattoos. He's now got rose thorn tattoos or something as well.
But that being said, it's awesome. Absolutely love it. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with us. Super much appreciated, really.
Yeah. No, as soon as Dirk jumped on Gun Designs, I was like, before Rich left, I was like, oh, you got to bring up the meme photo and show Dirk. So I made sure to show him. It's really good.
I think I need to ask Rich to send it to me as well. It's going to be my new background for my YouTube channel.
I think Garden Designs, you posted in the Discord, didn't you? I still didn't end up checking or going through the Discord yesterday because I went to bed, obviously, because I've been sick. But I assume that's where it was. I can probably even see in the background now. What tab did you post it under? Is my only question. Let us know. Let me know. But go for it. Didn't realize you were so vain. Dude, I don't think that's vain. That doesn't even look remotely like me. I think that's just wanting to look I don't know, somewhat normal rather than a full
I said earlier, LJ looked a bit like, the naughty neighbor, little kid that wants to steal cookies from his auntie's.
I looked insane. I looked like a total different person, It's like if you put Trump instead of me. I don't know if that's vain. I just don't want to look like Trump, The
Australian Trump, mate. Super, it's all good, mate.
No, dude, if it was an Australian Trump, he'd be popping the nah, the whole time. Because he flip-flops, it's the taco thing, right? Someone asking questions, nah, yeah, nah, Iran. That'd be it.
I have to choose between mango or banana. That's a hard one, man. I like mango.
Oh, this is a very important question.
What is that all about?
Mango or banana? There's let's just say there's a war going on. There's a new war.
What the heck?
Right? There's a Discord war. So there's not in the Middle East, but
I should Discord. Be more on Discord,
You got to pick right. You got to be very careful here, okay?
So I have no idea what this is about.
I'm not going to influence you, but I know you can do it.
But it's like I like mango, but I think it's also tastes a bit grassy sometimes. So there's a high chance you get a bad mango. I prefer the Thai mango, by the way. So I am going to opt for banana because it has a lot of beneficial electrolytes and things like magnesium, calcium, and so on.
You're on the wrong team.
And I think that I just picked the wrong answer, I can tell,
Yeah. We're getting outnumbered, Dirk, all right? We're the underdogs.
Now you can tell me like what is this all about?
So MGN, right? Sean, Richard's brother, right? Started and Akram, Void. They've started this beef, and there's banana team and the mango team. And too many people joining banana and not enough mango. So I'm on the mango team with Akram. And there's a lot of bananas, and we're getting outnumbered right now, right? But yeah, you chose the wrong team. Okay.
Okay, whatever.
I don't want to flame you publicly like too hard.
It's okay.
Right? But you know.
As long
See,
as
MGN's like, nah, you chose the right team. Team banana.
Team banana.
Wow, wrong way, Doug. Wrong way. Yeah, see, Team Banana is like...
It's like whatever I would have answered, it would have been the wrong answer. So
No, mango is the right answer. Right?
Okay.
There is only one answer. Everyone else that has chose banana is wrong. Right?
I definitely have to
You
be
want to win
more
the
on Discord,
championship, Dirk, or not? Okay?
yeah. What championship? The championship of fruits.
Of everything. You know, what's closer to... You like McLaren, right? What's closer to a papaya? A mango or banana?
Come on, you didn't give me the choice of papaya. That would have been obvious then, of course.
Yeah, but a mango is closer to a papaya, right?
Not
You know,
really.
you got the same kind of orange coloring, the same kind of fruit, right? They're in more the same category. Like, banana's this artificial thing, right? That's gone through too many, variations from human intervention, right? You know,
Come on.
Have you seen an original banana? Right?
Yeah, I have seen.
You don't
it.
want to be
I've also
one of
seen
them.
an original watermelon and original carrot and all the other stuff.
But at least mangoes are more grounded.
That's
They're
the thing,
old-
you know.
old
I've
stages.
heard rumors about mango and what it
There you
does
go.
to certain fluids.
Case in point, then.
Here we go.
Mango will give you it gives you superpowers for your trading.
Oh, it does.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, it does. Definitely confirmed. I found that on Wikipedia. So
Okay. Yeah.
I might have written the page for that, but just believe it anyway. It's fine.
And as a guy, eating a banana always looks kind of a little bit weird.
Yeah, exactly. That's where you get
Let's not
I want to say it,
deeper
but
into this. Yeah, really, we are on the fringe of getting banned or an, PGI rating, an R rating on YouTube if there's something like this.
anyway,
Oh,
yeah.
guys. Yeah. Okay. Trading charts. Oh, nice. Ooh.
Yeah, we haven't moved too much since that spurt of headline news, and then we're just kind of wandering off. I think now it's pretty much the wait until New York pre-market and then open to get that next flood of volatility.
A couple
very
of
much
more
what we see.
things from Trump that he said. We don't need boots on the ground to achieve Iran aims. And then he said Rubio and Vance are both great. And then he said a China sea looks up to America. Yeah. Welcome to the wondrous world of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think the China thing is interesting. I think they both understand they need each other, and then I think they also want to kind of close the expanse of this race between AI. And
Yeah.
try not alienate each other too much. Like, it's in US interest to be just that little bit closer, so you can like peer over to their desk and copy their test results. You know, that kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, get out of here. Oh, Rich, no.
Here we go, man.
Actually, Dirk, you're also banana. All right, this is now the mango stream. Let's go, guys. Okay, so mango. No, welcome back. How we doing? No, you're almost drawing a mango right there, Dirk. Okay,
Team
that was
banana.
so close.
Chicken banana.
Yes.
Did you just say chicken banana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a
you
little
not
kid
know
at home.
that's
I
insane?
know what that is.
Please educate this young Padawan as to what
Did you
is
say
chicken banana.
Chicken banana. You want to put chicken with banana?
You don't know what that is? You should do some research, my man. You've basically missed out on pop culture for the past 2 years.
I'm so sorry, Tim Payne. You are now no longer part of the culture club.
If your boyfriend doesn't use 5ers, let that man go. I love it.
What a good one. Mango.
That's the quote of the day.
Did any of you catch that little news event?
Yeah, we were talking about it.
I did. I caught it. I got stopped out, Rich. It was great. I had a good catch.
I freaked out when I saw it.
Why?
And then I ended up because I was in a trade.
In a short trade or nested.
It wasn't
I was in a long.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I was gonna say good.
But-
yeah.
But it did this. I'll show you. I'll bring up my screen quickly. I got in on the close of this candle, just after I jumped off stream, and it was going well. It was doing really well. And then if I go down to the 1 minute, you'll see why. It started dipping down. I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be a stop. And then it just went, ugh! And then it came back down and it was like, what's going on? What the hell is going on here? Went to go and have a look at the news. I was okay. There's something coming on, but it didn't have any follow through for me, so I decided to close it. But I only took it on the futures account, so I took $55 for today on the futures account. So I'm up $477.50 on the account now. So slow progression, progression. Yes. Didn't take it on any of my other accounts as yet because I'm not in love with the price action currently.
Yeah.
But yes, I was happy to take this one. We were at all-time. Well, we were at the highs of yesterday, which seemed good. I was like, it looked volumetric out of here. It looked good. Came back into this little attempt to push back a little bullish candle, and then I just entered there. But
long Nasdaq is the way, my friend.
Dirk's algorithm is long.
Yes.
You're long. I'm short.
Yeah. But you are wrong. I'm right.
I can see why you want to be short, given today's price action.
Yeah.
The thing is about karma. LJ is right usually, but in this case, he's wrong.
I've had a lot of wins
because
today,
he's on Team Mango.
so-
He has really earned this losing streak now.
Yeah, I might be in for it. Like, I've had a lot of wins today. I might be in for an L. So
Look, I'm. It's so difficult to go against the trend. In this case, Nasdaq has been bullish for the longest time. Yet to see anything proving otherwise, that it's going to like really drop off. Every single time it's taken a new all-time high, it's created a new one, day upon day upon day. So until we actually start presenting some sort of downward price action and really stick to it, I'll probably be looking for more buys first. If sells present in the day, I'll take them because I trade both sides of the market because intraday you get the flow on both ends.
Yeah.
But right now, it's not the greatest price action, in my opinion, on the lower time frame. Yes, it is climbing higher, but when we get the pullbacks, there's multitude of bearish candles. Like even if you go over to the hourly as well, you're getting these like very wicky top ends quite a bit, and also quite wicky at the bottom. Where yesterday you had a more clear upward attempt, though slowed.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. So just, I get why. I get why LJ is looking for sells, but I wouldn't sell just yet.
Guys, you're going to lose some money on this one.
Oh, I'm definitely in buys. Definitely buying along with
and you're
you,
going to win a lot of money. William,
I
welcome
think-
back.
Hello, how are we doing, guys?
I've been
Welcome.
teasing the audience already to tell you that you're going to tell us about your gold trade from earlier.
Actually, also, what team are you, Will? Mango or banana? I think we already know the answer, but
Banana.
That's Team Banana, mate.
Here we
goddamn.
go.
Yeah.
I knew it.
LJ off.
I hadn't actually.
Banana one.
Yeah, you be there at the bottom, mate. You're the sole survivor. Maybe we should get Akram into the chat.
The picking
into the
order,
stream.
guys. The
Yeah,
pecking order. I don't know. Picking? I don't know.
It could be peaking.
Peaking order. Yeah. Sounds a
We're
good one.
peeking down to see who's below us.
That's fine. We're just I don't know. We're like the Spartans or something. We're like the 300 against everyone else. We're
Yeah,
very,
you
very
do
small
know you
number.
lose, right? You do know historically
Okay, I
you
mean,
lost.
But we win for a while.
I have
Yeah.
to say, I'm at least
won a
sharing
battle,
the
you
same
lost the
haircut
war.
with Xerxes, so
Not far off. Yeah.
Didn't
Yeah,
Xerxes make Thingo his like footstool or something? Or is that a different? Am I thinking of the wrong? Who was that?
what?
Is that Xerxes or a different Persian?
What do you mean
Emperor.
footstool?
He made what's his name? He made basically they won the battle. He took the leader guy and then made him his footstool. So took him as a slave and literally made him
Totally
a
sounds like
footstool.
something
Right.
Xerxes would do, I think. Xerxes
I'm
I would do.
pretty sure it was, but I can't remember my history perfectly. But I'll double check, and so yeah, I might just end up as your footstool.
We're not going to do that.
God damn.
You are going to be invited and welcomed onto my,
Yacht.
Dr. Evil type of style fortress island. And
But just forced to have banana every day for
exactly.
breakfast,
For
lunch, and
breakfast,
dinner.
you're going to have banana, chicken banana.
Chicken banana.
God damn.
Nice. That sounds very something.
We will all be invited to Dirk's fortress, where we will do some day trading, swing trading, algo trading, and there will be a braai, and there will be a barbecue, there will be shrimp, because we'll be close to the Mediterranean.
Shrimp on the Barbie, mate.
Whoever doesn't make enough money in a day is going to be thrown into the pit of eternal pain.
Well, is it eternal? Does it intend on like offing us really quickly, or
Well, you figure by the name.
Basically, in other words,
is
it's
it
a
like a-
room full of screenshots
is it a
of your life.
Sarlacc pit? Is it a Sarlacc pit from Star
going to
Wars
get,
where
digested
you get
over the course
digested
of 3,000 years, maybe. Yeah.
How deep is the pit, right? Like,
I'm still figuring that out.
at
Is there
least
like a
6'4"?
plank?
Me
At
and
least
Lucifer are still
6'4".
figuring that out, how deep it's going.
is there enough room for me to like do like a flip? Off, when I go in, right? Do a
Just
backflip.
because you're 8 foot tall, it doesn't mean I
We'll
can
make sure it's at
accommodate for
least 12 feet deep so that LJ can't like jump and just grab on the ledge and help himself up.
it. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? He jumps in and when his head is still pouring out, like, "Hello, mate. What I'm supposed to do now,
it's a bit
mate?"
hot in here. Oh, it's a bit hot in here. Ooh. Oh, my toes. Oh, my toes.
Oh,
are
this
on
wouldn't be
fire.
hot, mate. This would be. I'd be like, I'm built for this. Queensland.
I was going to say, yeah, no, you
Queensland.
need to put him in like an ice pit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, in that case, we're going to
Yeah,
have to
that
drop
would
you in
be-
some icicles in there. Be like, oh, this guys, ooh, it's cold.
Here we go. Henry is presenting the
Yes.
resolution,
that's it.
the solution to.
King
written.
Sharper famously used a captured Roman emperor as a human footstool. Whenever Sharper mounted his horse or sat on his throne, he would force the kneeling Valerian to act as a step. Yep.
There you go. That's it. Yeah, King
There you
Shapur.
go.
That's the one. Thank you, Henry. Yeah.
There it is. There's your answer.
Thank
I knew
you,
I remembered
Henry.
it from somewhere, but wasn't sure what country it was.
Shall we talk about Will's
No,
non-enthusiastic?
really.
really.
Let's continue to talk about anything other than.
Wait, what is
No,
this?
really, Will. We really want to see that. The audience out
Yes,
there
please.
specifically requested that.
Yes, please. Come on, Will.
Okay. Wait, what are you talking about? What did I miss? What is this?
A lot.
This is a trade.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I took this on like almost my entire portfolio. I was over $3,000 up. I was over $3,000 up, and I looked at it, and I was actually out, chatting with my brother, and I was like, right, doing this, that, and the other. I was like, right, because we've signed up, so we've just joined a new gym, so we're going kickboxing tomorrow, and I was like, right, okay, tomorrow we got to be there for kickboxing. We got to, hit gym in the morning. And then I looked at I was like, right, okay, anyway, so moving on to the charts. I was like, right, give me 2 seconds. Let me just have a quick look at the chart. So I looked at it and I was like, okay, over $3,000 up. And then I said, right, Ewan, I'm gonna go get ready to just sort of analyze the market. So I'll speak to you later. By the time I got from the dining table to the charts, this happened.
Thanks to Trump.
The worst part was as well, like I looked at this and I thought, I marked out these 2 areas prior anyway, because we were hanging out, hanging around here, and I thought, I'm not too sure if I'm keen on this pullback, but look, it's just a pullback, so I don't care about it too much. I thought, okay, what we have done is we've identified a range. We've got a lower high and we've got a lower low, so we've got a range. It's simplicity. Now, what I'm looking for is a break and close above this range, and if I get that, then I'll get out with a discretion. However, a certain American fake tanned tangerine Twitter terrorist
That's not a fake tan.
Yeah, literally.
Real tan, real hair.
Yeah,
Everything about him is real.
Yeah, even his really realistic looking hairpiece.
Real hair.
Dude,
Not
this
his real
guy,
hair, though.
this guy is straight to Turkey, man. He's
Trust me, I'm an
that is
expert
not
when it comes to hair.
roadkill. That is real. So yeah, I was so frustrated. Look, I didn't actually lose that much money. I lost 0.5%. I moved my stops, and I lost like 0.5% overall across. I think I lost $360 on this account, on my live 100K account that I trade live on stream, and then my other portfolios, I got in at a better price, so I got out at a better price. I was like, oh, you idiot! I was like, God's sake, Trump. And I don't even care about the loss. The loss is a loss. I care that it was such a good setup and we were doing so well. And I was like, yeah, this is nice. Yeah. And I was like, do I go in and look at moving my I considered, do I move my stop loss to break even? Do I move my stop loss down to here because then if we do get a break and close above this, then it could be an invalid trade, so I may just hit a stop loss at break even. I thought, nah, you know what? Look, the trend is friend. I could have hit a 1-to-1. In fact, I actually did hit a 1-to-1, and I thought, nah, I quite like this. I'm gonna hold out, 2K TP, and then no. Trump decided to ruin everything, and I thought, God, I'm getting fed up with this man.
Yeah.
Because, like I say, the analysis, I would take this again tomorrow. I'm unfortunately, because I was looking at NASDAQ as well, literally almost. So we've got 11 a.m. and I think NASDAQ at 11:05 or 10 past 11 ended up setting up really nicely. We got the break and close above here. We got the pullback back into a beautiful zone here, and then again a nice 2R. I could have had a tighter stop. But I wanted to put my stop loss down here. I could have taken this trade here, but truth be told, I'd already taken a hit today. Trump already scared me a little bit, so I'm thinking, Trump's now on the warpath. I can't be bothered for some unexpected, garbage, volatile news. So I'm like you guys know, I'm testing the NASDAQ, so I'm a draw it up anyway. But I don't know. I've been put off trading today after hitting an unexpected stop loss. I'll be honest. I'm just going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to go away, lick my wounds, and then I'm going to come back tomorrow. And again, if this sets up tomorrow, I'll take it, and I'll just like go chloroform Trump or something and tell him. So yeah, I'm frustrated. Yeah, I said to my dad, I called my dad up. I was like, "Oh, Trump." And Dad was like, "Well, just have a word with him, innit? If he's pissed you off that much, just call him up." And I was like, "Yeah, ha ha ha, fuck off."
Yeah, I was going to say you don't need to run the chloroform. You need to get his number so you can be like, "Hey, give me the deets before you do it, all right?" And
Trump, look, if you're just gonna be an ass like this, can you at least let me know prior?
Yeah, fill me in, all right?
Yeah, come on.
Invite me to the WhatsApp group, okay, guys? Like, come on, right?
Yeah, I know Baron's the admin. Have a word with your son. You know, I know he's a little bit older than I am, but you know, yeah, just have a word with him. Tell him to, you know, give me some access. You know, I'm happy to pay a fee. Yeah.
Happy to pay a fee.
Yeah.
You're gonna buy a golf club membership to Trump's golf club.
Dude, I'd do that. Dude, I would so do that. You know, I like my golf anyway.
Just like 250k a year, so it's like pocket change for you.
I would make that back if I got Baron Trump's insider trading info. You know, I would make that.
You 100% would. Like,
Yeah. So yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm a little bit frustrated because it was just such a beautiful setup and it was going so well until Trump just opened his gob. So yeah,
that's trading, man. That's trading,
dude, man. It is. But look, like I said, you know, the amount of times I actually take an A+ setup isn't often, and the amount of times Trump speaks during my A+ setup isn't often, and the amount of times I actually win on an A+ setup is often. So when you look at the, like, if I go back now and look at my journal and I look at the actual data, I know it's pissed me off now, but like I won't give a shit tomorrow. Like, I'll look at it tomorrow, and I'll be like, it is what it is.
If it makes you feel better, I got stopped out on basically the same trade, same kind of setup, but on the Aussie, which was the same deal.
That does make me feel a little
bit reflective of gold. And had kind of similar entry area where you did, right, on the structure. And then, we had that spike. Yeah, got stopped out. I did re-enter, though, so I'm back in.
Oh, no, I'm not going to re-enter gold. I like your re-entry on Aussie dollar, but I think, I don't know, part of me, I don't know, maybe if price can come up and tap into the sort of 469 area, I think
I would say after that spike, this is basically what we're looking for, Dirk and I. Maybe you don't have to have a stop that big, right? But Dirk is currently short, I will say that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad everyone's still on my bias. You know, I'm glad that the bias is still correct. You know, so
I didn't take this, but yeah, that's what we were mapping out, something like that.
I think right now,
I think Dirk's looking for somewhere up here, wherever it was.
29, 429.
I'll probably wait now. We'll see. And unless something like really, really nice comes up, then I may take it. But yeah, I gotta be careful now. You know, I gotta be careful. I gotta make sure that I'm gonna keep my psychology in check because Trump has pissed me off. I will be honest. So I gotta make sure it's not.
There's a tendency to piss everybody off.
That means you just gotta, dude. You gotta match his vibe. You gotta go as psycho as him and just enter a million trades on every asset and just go full margin and just.
Talking about Psycho, that's exactly my cue to stop streaming for today. And I'll be back next Monday. Gotta catch some lunch right now. If something exciting happens with the trades, I might join the chat later here on YouTube. So stay tuned on updates on that. And yeah, that being said, have a good one, guys, and see you again next Monday. Bye-bye.
Awesome stuff.
Beautiful.
Cheers.
Cheers, Zach.
Good luck in your Nas longs.
And gold shorts.
And gold shorts. Well, I'm definitely rooting for your gold shorts. Even though I got stopped out, I'd still love to see my TP get hit. Because if we get stopped out and TP gets hit, my bias is correct. So you know my analytics is still correct in it. So we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, you know, it wound me up just a little bit. And I want to make sure that I'm not going to have a psychological reaction to this. I need to make sure that it's like, ooze fraba. Let's try relax myself down, keep myself in check, remind myself what I'm doing, remind myself on my A+ setups. Because this was an A+ setup in all fairness. We did go a little bit deep into drawdown. I did actually manage to get in on my other portfolio around this level here, which was really nice. I did manage to get up here, so that was, that made my risk reward even nicer again. Hence why, I was only like $500 up on my 100k account, but the other portfolio just really took it. I had one lot short, and I ended up just like rinsing over 3k. I was like, yeah, this is nice. I may just take out. But I was like, no, because that's not how I trade. It needs to hit a TP. I can't just take out because I'm 3k up. And now I wish I did. Because that would have been beautiful. I would have had a nice little payout. One of my accounts would have come out a drawdown. The other account would have been a payout. So, oh well.
That's fair.
Dude,
fair.
That sucks. But
dude, Garden Designs.
Oh, beauty, man. Having a great morning. 1700 on 3 NQ trades. Beauty, man. Awesome stuff. However,
I wonder where Garden Designs is trading. I really wonder. Like, I want to know what is he trading.
What levels? That kind of stuff. Yeah. Also, there was this for you, Will, as well. Waiting for the chart thing.
Oh, yes. You
guys can run through that. I will come back shortly if you guys just give me a little break for throat, that kind of jazz, whatever. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, go get some honey, man. Some proper organic honey.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I got Manuka honey in my tea. I've just been rinsing that for a while. But I got to take some more medicine, that kind of stuff. And then I'll probably come back because I'm just going to be sitting here. So I'll hang out with you guys. But just
like, what are you? Are you too sick to play Dota?
Hey,
are you too sick to play Dota?
I can't be bothered playing Dota right now. Like,
no.
So
energy levels are I can't be asked.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, fair.
I'll just trade. I'm definitely not. You're never too sick to play Dota. It's like a kid, who's like, oh, I'm too sick to go to school, but then you play Call of Duty all day, right?
Yeah,
so you're never too sick for that. But no, even last night I played one game whilst I was having my soup, and then I literally just passed out, went to bed. So, nah. But yeah, I'll hang around with you guys because I've still got trades in, so I'll come back after.
Nice.
But yeah, give me like 5-10 minutes or something.
Yeah, dude, no problem. I'm gonna start looking for a potential trade here and there to play around with. So, what are you looking at? Let me see if you being really pissed off at Trump right now is causing you to be like, yes, let's get a better trade.
Dude, nah. No, I nearly did. I nearly looked at this and was like, right, what can I do here? How can I get back in? But I'm just not going to bother, mate. I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to go cry into a pillow for a minute or two, and then I'll come back.
I do know that LJ is also in a short on UJ already.
UJ. I looked at EJ, but EJ's setting up for long.
He's in a short at the moment. Yeah. I think he got in like somewhere around 159.96 or something like that on UJ.
Mm-hmm.
So he's currently swinging it. I think he swung it there from the top just before we started dropping lower.
Up here.
Yeah, he started selling from there.
Okay, nice, yeah.
And I believe his stops is above 160, somewhere around like 160.5.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll rate that. I mean, yeah, that's quite nice to be fair. I couldn't sell up here, but I could certainly be selling here on this sort of pullback would be nice. But yeah, fair play. Look, I'm not pissed off. I took a win today. I did take a win. It was only a 1-to-1 though, so technically I'm break even on my portfolio for today. I did take a nice scalp win, but the only issue is when I say portfolio, I mean not across the board. This was a challenge. So this is my personal micro account portfolio, which I hit a 1-to-1. I actually got 12%.
12% on a £100 account.
£100 account.
Dude, it's a win as a win. Win is a win.
Like I said, I can maybe buy lunch.
We'll not talk about the other one. The other one is
Yeah. The other one was I'll give you the percentage value, and you can guess if you would like how much by. I'm not going to tell you. It was a 0.4% loss across the portfolio. So do what you will with that information. So I'm not heartbroken about it. It is what it is.
I'm not entirely sure how many portfolios you have and how large said portfolios are, but a 0.4 does not seem like the end of the world, mate.
It's not. Well, let's just put it this way. I was around here, and I was over. What was it? What are we looking at? Okay, so 1-to-1. Yeah, so I was over 3K up around here, and that was only hitting a 1-to-1. I wanted a 1-to-2, so oh well.
It is what it is. Anyway,
it is what it is. At least I still had the micro account. You know, that still bagged 12% on a micro account. That
it's
was
the
pretty
small
sick.
things in life. It's the small things in life.
It's the
If you've
small
taken a
accounts
big
in
loss,
life.
just remember that you've got that £112 winner for the day.
I may have lost thousands in the markets today, but it's okay because I earned 12 quid.
And that's really what's important, guys, is remember that small little bit. That you...
Yeah.
Anyway.
What is important, though, what is genuinely important is the fact that it's the analysis, it's the process. You know, it's hit a 1-to-1 here, lost 1 here. So across the analysis and across the process and the percentage gain, you know, it is still it's still a nice trading day for me. So I'm still pretty happy. NASDAQ, I wanted to see some buys. We eventually got the break and closed above this level here, the 37.10, like I said I wanted. But then we got the pullback. We got the pullback nicely, but you know, again, I was in the gold short, and it didn't correlate nicely. And I thought, well, actually, I don't know. And then
NAS is very slowed at the moment. It is still upward pushing, but it's very slow.
Yeah, exactly. So
not convicted.
Did you? So I'm pretty sure when I came on, you mentioned that you were in a trade. I was looking at this.
Closed it.
You did? Okay. I'm trying to work out where you got in on a trade, because I can't see anywhere here you would have liked to have got in. Maybe...
So...
No,
So basically where your entry is, if you go to the left of that, there's that small cluster.
Yeah.
There's a strong push out of that cluster. Then there's a singular pullback, and then a continuation. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I like that. I rate that.
And then we had Senor Trump that went ahead and tweeted his little butt off. It almost knocked me out.
Dude.
It pushed up again. It pushed up again. So my entry was something like this.
I'm gonna guess your entry is around here, and then you have a 40.
It was like this. So it looked 40. Like this. It looks something like this.
Okay, that was close.
So my stop was just at this low point here.
Yeah, nice.
It started pushing lower, and then we had this like sudden news event, and then we had these candles here.
Yeah, fair.
Can't.
I'm just reading chat now.
Them. Yeah, and then I eventually closed. I think it was somewhere on one of these two candles over here.
Did you close due to discretion, or?
I did not like that news candle. I just didn't.
Interesting. Oh, okay. If I was to guess where you would have gotten out, I would have gone with around here. I would have gone with either here, this level here somewhere, or this level here somewhere. Because I think you would have... Or, no, maybe this candle. I think you would have gone on this candle. Because, you know, you would have seen this. You would have seen, you know, the wick. You wouldn't have liked this candle, which makes sense. You would have seen a pullback, and you would have seen one last wick, which failed again. And I think that would have been, like, the straw that broke the camel's back for you. I think that would have been the sort of...
like I said, I can't remember on which one of those candles I ended up closing. It could have been on the bearish candle, but it was on the futures platform.
Okay, nice.
So I just closed. It was a $55 win.
Oh, well done, man. In fact,
So-
when we have our little 5-minute chat, I'm gonna share my screen with you and share my emails because I still can't seem to fire up Black Arrow.
Okay, well, I'll assist you then afterwards, and then you
Yeah,
can join
yeah.
our little chat. We
Yeah,
have a chat.
exactly. Yeah, at least then I can
Myself and LJ, we've got a
yeah,
chat
yeah,
on Black Arrow.
Yeah, so I get to get invited into the inner circle.
Yes, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
No, that's not a pep. That's not a candle. This is a candle. Yeah, that's what Trump says. This is a candle. That is not a candle. There's not a candle. This is a candle. I must say. My boy Baron.
Anyway.
Baron likes this. He likes this very
Yeah,
much.
Baron likes that, but Kuldip would really like for you to at least
He was.
share.
So, yes, I have brought this up
very
because
patient.
I promise you have been very patient. I will share this with you now. So here we go. That doesn't look. Is that it? There we go.
Go to that one. Yes.
So symbols. Go to symbols. Go to settings, symbols, and you can see. So my body is. Can I give you the exact color code?
Click on that one. Say the plus on the right hand side. Yeah.
Ah, there you go. So there's the exact
There's
color
the
code. It is C8B89A. And oh god, come back. And I've got that for my body, my borders, and my wick
Bullish candles.
for bullish. And then bearish, I have got 7A7368. And again, I've got that for my bearish candle, body, borders, and wick. And then canvas is... It's not quite black. Is it black? It's not quite black, I don't think. No, it's not quite black. So it's 1, 2,
Slightly
12,
up.
yeah. Yeah, it's just 12, 12, 12. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
And then if you want crosshairs as well, I don't know if you want that. What else would you want? It's pretty much everything you need, I'm pretty sure. Okay, grids, I have at 0%. I don't like to see the grid lines at the back. Text is just, white or grey. It's just standard, default. What else can we
Defaulted.
find? Default.
Let's see this.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's... That should be everything. Yeah,
Huh.
so there you go. If there's anything else you need to, if any other colors, yeah, that should be. I'm pretty sure that's all I've inputted. It's really nice. It's my personal brand colors. It's like black and gold, and it's super nice. My partner actually recommended it to me. She was like, "Oh, why don't you look at like a black and gold brand?" And I thought, I don't know. So I actually put it onto my trading chart, and I was like, "Dude, this is awesome." I was like, I love
this. I
And
love
so, yeah.
this.
Full rebrand into black and gold then. Real GCC saying Will and me on the same boat. Bro, we go down together. Don't worry, my friend. Yeah, there's some proper Titanic stuff going on here. Hello guys, hope we'll get a Trump candle today. Yeah,
You already did.
we
He was on the
yeah.
wrong side of it.
We certainly did. Unbiased trader, I like Will's, however. Dude, do I really say that? But I've got to change. I got to sort that shit out.
You say it so much.
Oh, I got to sort that right out. Sorry, Will. However, on the contrary, nonetheless.
You say however all the time.
Do I?
You do.
Right, okay, I'll try
However.
Shut up. I'm going to try and stop.
That's fair. I don't know. Like, we as Aussies say random stuff. We're like, but, and this, that, yeah, nah.
I think
like,
I
random
think
stuff
I
like that,
used
like
to
fillers,
say
right?
all the time, and I think I
Yeah.
try and what I've also started doing is I just repeat the same word. You'll sort of realize when I'm speaking, and I sort of did this when I was public speaking. My first ever event, I spoke like this, and I was like, oh my god, I can't fucking listen to myself talking like this. I recorded myself back.
I actually have a thing on that I can tell you right now.
Oh, dude, I couldn't.
After you've explained what
Couldn't listen to myself, and then I realized repeat the same word a couple of times. Don't overly do it. So like talk like that. Just repeat the same word while you think. It don't do it too many times. Like once or twice, maybe 3 times max, or just pause completely. However, instead of because I used to like change with I used to be like, so yeah, we could talk about this.
However,
let's talk about this. You know, so now I'm like, instead of it's however we can. You know, it's a nice sort of like.
Yeah. Normally people do it as like it's like a filler when you're thinking. You're actually like processing and trying to like you're progressing your thoughts, that kind of thing. But then you see like that right? But also just like I did it again. In Australians always do that, just even regardless of that. On top of it, just like that, right? It's just natural. Like you just do it. Again, see, bang. Case in point. But
it's a filler. Yeah. It's a filler word. It's something that you don't have to use any mental acuity for while you're processing what you're about to say next.
Yes, but also in like when we speak, it's often almost like a it's the same as saying like the or a or and or some other like conjoining word. It's just so natural that it's not even that. Right, just like I highlighted that, yes, often people do it for that reason, but we use it just in normal speech. It's just like it's like a pause between. It's almost like
it's just standard language with you guys.
Yeah, it's like a colon or semicolon or whatever between the next fragment of the sentence or whatever you're talking. And so when you talk to someone, like it just deletes itself. But you get like Americans coming over here, and it almost confuses them. In particular, Americans specifically. Right? British get it. They're just like, you're talking, how you're talking. It's kind of the same as us, but a little bit different. Americans are just like confused. They're like,
yeah.
And it's really weird because you're like, we're still talking English, dude. But somehow
it's the same as you saying the word like. You
brain.
said the word like 4 or 5 times probably in that full sentence.
Yeah, same deal.
Yeah,
so
we've all got our little sort of thing.
But the thing is, it's your brain going to auto, basically.
Yeah. There is a part of it that's when you get the repeats. Like when I do it like repetitively, then that's when it's doing that. When it's just a singular, then that's just like normal colloquial speech. But then I go or
when you like
double and then 3 words and then again, then that's when it's the thinking going on. Same thing when you're talking to someone and they look away for a second because it breaks that contact and
channel of communication sort of thing.
Yeah, it allows your brain to focus on what you're trying to conceptualize, and then
it's why a lot of people actually like look away and think instead of looking directly at the topic or the individual with the subject at hand. They'll actually look away to think because it takes them off the pressure of trying to concentrate on conversing with the particular subject.
And same deal when you have like a fireside chat. That's why the chairs are angled. They're not quite angled each other, but sideways, and also sideways to the actual cameras and the audience and that kind of stuff, so that people can do that in like a fluent manner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, natural manner. Yeah.
Justine as well, Shane Joyce. I like this comment. This is good. This is really observative, to be fair. I'm always amused that Will talks about his gains as of dollar value, but his losses as a percentage value. That's actually
it hurts way less.
That is actually tailored. Yeah, no, that's actually purpose as well. You guys don't care about percentage value gain most of the time. It's marketing. Most people just love to hear dollar value. Plus, it makes me feel quite good as well. However, when talking about losses, I never talk about dollar value. Never. And that's something that I've ingrained myself. I don't mind talking about dollar value when it comes to gains, because I don't actually really care that much about gains. It's like gains, yeah, cool. It sounds good. You know, we all like love the sound of, you know, being $3,000 up because it's like, yeah, nice. It makes us all feel a little bit good. The minute we go into losing like $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, 1% is so much nicer. You know,
See, I'd be the opposite.
Would you? No, see that.
Yeah.
I will never talk about my losses as, you know, like I remember my highest portfolio I think was $1.3 million, and when I would lose 1% in one day, and I'd look at that as a dollar value, I'd be like, no. My head would spin. I was like, no. I just walk off. I was like, no, not doing this.
I use percentages for both sides. Wins or losses, it's always percentages.
Yeah, when it goes to my journal, I don't put dollar value. When it goes to my journal, I'll talk about percentage value. And when I'm journaling my psychology, I'll talk about percentage value. When I'm coming on stream or when I'm talking to people about the trade, I will usually talk about dollar value because it sounds sexy. People love dollar value. You know, not many people will actually look at it and go, ooh, percentage value gain. You know, you've got to try and talk about percentage value loss when it comes to taking the loss because, you know, it is.
I mean, if you're going to talk about $3,000 as a gain and you have a 250k account,
Yeah,
3K
that's
means
yeah.
nothing.
True that, yeah.
But
no,
if
true that.
you made
I think-
3k on a 50k or a 20k or a 10k, then now you need context, and that's
No,
what
true that.
the
Yeah, no,
percentage
true that.
gives you is context without
Yes.
needing context, because 1% is always going to be 1% regardless of the account.
And then
size.
it's more relative and informative to whatever someone else is trading, like say chat or whatever. Like if you're on a 10k or 100k or 1 mil or 10 mil, right? The percentage is what matters.
Yeah.
Personally, what I look at just on that, so I agree with you, Rich. Like I still look at percentage wise, but normally gains, like say if we've got like 5% or 8% up, I'm just like, yeah, percent. Now, the downside, I look at the number because especially once you scale, right, the percentage is great scaling. And that's a good way to not care about it because it is just the percentage. But if you see that drawdown, and even if it's just 1 or 2%, but if this is like, you know, several tens of thousands or 100k or something, right, you're like, oh, that hurts, because then you do get that relative factor to living standards, what that actually gets you, that kind of thing. And it hurts a bit more.
No,
So
exactly.
I put the extra hurt side on that downside, and I put the not caring on the upside, because the upside you want to just you don't want to get complacent, you want to just let that run, but you want the extra pain on that downside because you want to curb that as like a risk management type situation. Even though the percentage might be
of us completely different.
Well, that's the luxury about trading.
different but similar. Yeah. But variations. Yeah. And that goes back to that how you perceive things, and none of them are wrong, right?
No,
It's just,
exactly. It's what works
what
for you.
functions. Yeah, with your.
No, literally that.
It's the same as this, like Usam saying, referring to them in R's works better for me. 1 R gain today, 2 R loss, or something like that. That's also
Like
great.
Rich and Victor always do it in R value all the time, right? That's
to them
example.
it's the ratio. It's the ratio of how much. But the thing is also, I think generally that is if you risk the same thing every single time, to a degree, because if I'm gonna go and take a trade now, and now I decide to risk 0.75 R. Now I'm still going to take that amount and say, okay, well, it's 0.75 that I've lost plus the 0.5, I'm 1.25 R down. That works great.
Yeah.
If you're doing everything the same, you keep the same ratio and you just use the ratios over and it's great. It brings a big number down to a small number, which is great.
You get more informative information from a more static kind of drawdown or risk appropriation, right?
Yeah.
Because just like you're saying, like I might do sometimes like 0.25, it'll be 0.4, 0.7, 1, 1.2, 1.5, 2%, 2.5%. There's a whole basket depending on the quality of the trade, my expectation, my confidence levels. So I can't really compare like an R value because each of the trades have different profiles within themselves, and hence it will have then an adjusted risk evaluation per that.
There's no baseline R that you're choosing. So you're not saying, look,
right.
my 0.4 is my baseline R that I'm going to do. And if I take 0.8, that's now automatically a 2R. But if I take another trade that is now on a 0.8, am I now risking 2R to make 2R? But technically that was a 1R trade when looking at actual risk to reward. It becomes a 1R, it's not a 2R. So it's that.
And then depending on the asset, the macro thing, this is an A+, an A, B, a B-, but I'm happy with it might be a B- trade that has the potential of the macro outcome next coming, which turns it into that A+, which is, changes the entire caliber, right? Just like you can have an A grade trade, have news or some headline comes out which turns it to dirt. But yeah, there's a full matrix around it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I like all of the approaches. The only approach that I don't like is dollar up, dollar down. It's the only approach that I don't like, and it's purely for the sake of that's what you're caring about. You're caring about your P&L.
Oh, right.
Where if you look at percentage, you're looking at performance. When you're looking at R value, you're looking at performance. When you're looking at expectancy, you're looking at performance. But if it's dollar, you're purely focusing on P&L.
I agree. I will have a slight caveat with that.
Okay.
As I've always said here, for the past year with you guys on stream, at the end of the day, we're here to make money.
Yes.
So if something kind of stupid works, and on the surface it seems stupid, but it's stupid in the context of the current thing. But then once things play through, which is very much a somewhat hindsight thing, and you make a lot of money, and then everyone goes, "Wow, that was brilliant!" Like, yeah. End of the day, yep, you cleaned up house. Great. That is something that as a C can become an A in that manner. At the end of the day, you're here to make money. So the same way that you can run like a 92% strat of losing, like with options, but on that 8% or even less, 6% make just a little bit of money, 2% make 20,000%. Right, and you do that for 10 years. Right, there's heaps of strats that do that for 10 years, like hedge funds, right? That, and then so anyone evaluating this on any given day would say this is ridiculous, but it does play out. So that's where that perception, how you measure things, it's both a quantifiable portion, but also has a weird degree of discretion when you really look at things per se, which is what markets are. Like, you're trying to perceive that stuff before it happens. And then if you do, you're a genius. If you don't, you're a loser. Right? Yeah. So the same way, you could be completely right on what should happen in the markets, then it doesn't play out that way. And everything logical, every reasonable consideration would say that. And then NASDAQ or something else or some currency or whatever goes the other way, you're wrong. Yeah, you might be smart, but you're wrong. You didn't make money. And we've seen that through, like the gold, when we went off the gold standard, other various periods, like Ray Dalio is a perfect example. And then he, collapsed his fund a number of times and eventually got to where he is these days. But he went through those periods. And he had to learn that I was right technically, but didn't happen, so I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of marking up a trade and saying, look, I was right, but you didn't act upon it.
Well, it's literally what I spoke about last week. So for those of you who did join, you'll know what I'm on about. For those of you who haven't, if you go back to last Friday, you'll see that I did a live stream on the execution gap. And it is literally the knowledge versus execution gap. And basically, you can be as technically sound and technically savvy as you want. If you're not executing according to a plan, then you can be as smart as you want. You can plan it up, you can draw it out, you can talk about it, you can say this, that, and the other. But if you're not going to actually execute according to it, you're not going to succeed. And it's why a lot of traders fail. Like, I know a lot of traders who are significantly great traders. Now, if they went and dropped their analysis to someone who had the balls to take it, they would make a fantastic team.
Well, then they're a great analyst, not a great trader.
Exactly that. And the
trader is the culmination of all of those things together.
Yeah. So they're great analysts, and they can mark the trade out. They can, take the trade as far as placing the actual, analytical drawings on chart and predicting where the market's going to go, where it shouldn't be going to, where it's going to go from, etc. Looking at levels, fundamentals, but you can have all that in place and you can have a solid plan. But if you're too afraid to take that according to that plan, then you're not going to become the trader that you need to enable you to become profitable. Same with me, for example. If I'm now too afraid to take an A+ setup, then what's happening is there's a knowledge versus execution gap. I've got the knowledge, I've got the plan, I know that there's an A+ setup, but why am I not taking it? Because I'm afraid. There's a psychological issue there, gapping the bridge between knowledge and knowing what to do and actually doing it. Now, however, there's also risk management in play here, where I know that I shouldn't take it, and I'll come back tomorrow because I've lost 1%. So actually, I lost 0.4%, but it's
like knowing the theory. It's like
exactly.
The knowledge is the theory of it. Like if you're getting into a car for the first time and you're doing your driver's test, on theory, on paper, the theory you understand. If there's an emergency stop, these are the things that I need to do. Up until you actually have to do an emergency stop in an emergency situation. And then you start realizing that maybe there's delays, you're a bit frazzled. There's all of these like emotional, psychological factors that comes in that takes this theoretical thing and makes you go, now what? And that's the trade. You can have all of the theory, you can have all of the experience of marking it up, but it's that action step that is the thing that kills you. It's the thing that makes you
100%. That's
wonder, should I, shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's why I always recommend...
There's not an analytical issue. Like you need to work on that action step, that doing what you say and saying what you do, aligning those two things.
When I see someone struggle with this, like significantly struggle with this, I always recommend that they go do a martial art. And what I mean by that, and I don't mean you've got to take it up and you've got to become the next Mike Tyson.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, right?
Mike Tyson did say everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. You can go in, like me and you competed in a karate competition on Saturday. We all went in with this huge planning. I was like, I'm going to do this. Got onto the mat. All that went out the window because you cannot guess how this opponent is going to fight. You cannot guess how this opponent is going to react to your moves. So therefore, it's no different to the markets. The markets are your opponent. As you guys know, as of tomorrow, I'm going to be signing up to a new gym. I'm not going to be a boxer anymore. I'm going to be a kickboxer. I know how to box. I know how to do karate. I don't know how to kickbox. So for me, I can go in saying I'm going to do a flying kick here. I'm going to do a back kick here. I'm going to do a head kick here, a leg kick there. Until next minute I get kicked in the face full force, that plan will go completely out the window. Until I get a kick as hard as a guy can do into my solar plexus and it takes the air from me, I'm like, holy shit, what's my plan? Until you can have that sort of put into your head, you're not going to be able to theorize it. We can all say, and this is why I recommend to people when it comes to those who really struggle with that, the theorizing of it, the theoretical. If they're really struggling to understand that, I say, just go do some sparring. Go into a boxing gym and say, hi, can I do some really light sparring, please? Just a 1 round super light sparring. You'll get punched in the face. Go in with a plan. You'll be punched in the face. Your plan will go out the window. Now go back to the market and try and tell yourself you're going to do exactly what you're planning on doing when the market.
Want to get punched in the face?
Yeah. Go get someone to punch in the face while you're
getting punched in the face in the market is expensive, mate. And that's the thing.
It is expensive. Yeah. No, dude, it is expensive. But sometimes you need to get punched in the face to realize that, oh, okay. No, sometimes it just doesn't act how I want it to act.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I
was going to say the point of, for example, of what I was saying, like where we're here to make money. It sounds very arbitrary, very esoteric, that kind of stuff. But the thing is basically that sometimes you can quantify things to death, right? And you need to break apart from that, right? So just like the gold rally that we had, silver is a prime example where it was cooked, right? But if you just went long, you made money, and at the end of the day, that's what you're here to do. So sometimes you got to throw out all the sensible stuff and just read the tape and just go with it.
Yeah.
And the same thing in the inverse is that sometimes when people think something is ridiculous or silly or stupid, and no one's on that side, you are that early mover, right? Jump in early, and then you catch that wave. So same thing with our business. I think I've used the example of like the Snuggie, that kind of thing. Who needs like a big towel, whatever thing, so you can lie on the couch and just have your
Blanket with arms
warm. Yeah, so that you can change channels, right, back in the day. But everyone thought it was completely stupid, but they made a ridiculous amount of money. So same deal with that. And I think that's where you have to know with that kind of, I hate using these words, but kind of vibe portion of just where things are going. There's always it's this weird combination of that quantitative analytical portion of looking at it, and then also just the ridiculous / like social human element of where things are going. And there's this fine line between them, and if you can pick that up, like longing silver to 120, you'd be an idiot if you look on any kind of metric, but that's where we went to, right? And you would have made a ridiculous amount of money. Are we going back there? Probably not, because now it's come back to reality, back to gravity. But,
Well, look at Bitcoin. You know, Bitcoin at what, a quid a coin or whatever it was, 10 pence a coin. People are saying, "Oh, this is going to go to 100k." Look like absolute hooligans. Like, take your tinfoil hat off. A couple of years later, 10, 15 years later, whatever it was, you know, we're up at 100k.
Exactly.
You know? So sometimes it is complete lunacy. You know, however, you know, the mix of complete lunacy, confidence, and data-driven processes, when you add them all into a mix, you know, like I'm not going to go just, you know, eat a pile of sugar. However, you know, if you go and add it with some flour and some eggs, and next thing you're scranning down on a cake. But you're not going to go in eating all the, you know, the ingredients on their own, because you'd look like a lunatic. But if you manage to put so many lunacy ideas, like lunatic
Are you
ideas
comparing the people that bought Bitcoin at $1 to people that ate like
raw
flour ingredients for a cake?
It's the idea of confluence and ideas.
Across his face, he's like eating butter and like just cracking an egg into his mouth and drinking milk and just pouring flour on his face. And you're like, what are you doing? He's like, making a cake.
No, you're just there scooping like flour into your mouth, and you're like, what the hell are you doing? Whereas if you put all the ingredients into a cakey thing, and you make it and you bake it, I don't know how to make cake. I just know there's ingredients. So
Cake pan. Cake pan.
And then boom, you got a cake, and then
you got a cake.
Happy days. You got a strategy.
And then you need frosting, mate. You need some sugariness on top of that. Some yum.
Maybe that's your account size. Maybe your frosting is your account size.
I feel like we get it, but maybe people in chat don't completely get the cake analogy. But anyway,
that's fine. Anyway, Horvey. So this is where my Aussie dollar trade is at currently. Yes, euro has definitely picked up a bit more. So I don't know. I forget. Obviously we had your target down here. I don't know where you entered. I forget, but we have picked up a bit. Though I will say this, we have whipped back lower. So I think you're still in good stead. To be honest, I was more worried about the Aussie holding up a bit better before than the euro, but we're now wandering off. So either way, I think you're still pretty good. No fret.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I wanted to bring up this, and it says hi Richard, but it's obviously for everybody. Please tell us about focusing on process and mechanics, because I'm always suffering hitting a stop loss. So I have my method, and I know that Will and LJ has their methods. So we can go through that if you guys want to. Who would like to start? Can I go first, or would one of you?
Yeah, you go first. Well, I mean, the question was directed at you. So
yeah, exactly.
You can start.
I think all Will and yourself, your responses of this would also be like to add like context and flavor.
Of course.
So, Rafiq, when it comes to focusing on the process and the mechanics, you have to take a little bit of a step back. And it's not just a simple thing of, if it's in front of me, I can just focus on it. Consider the processes that you have to take prior to. So, first of all, you need a goal. As an example, if you want to change something about your approach, how you live your life, anything in general, there needs to be a goal. There needs to be a want to reach something. So you first find a goal, and then you compare your current self to that goal and see, okay, my goal is to go down to 10% body fat. I'm currently sitting at 25% as an example. So there's a 15% gap. What do I need to do to shave off 15% of body weight in terms of fat to get to my goal? And then you start plotting ideas and processes in place that you can, okay, I know that theoretically I should be eating a little bit less, so I should have a calorie deficit. So the first thing I'm going to do is calculate how much I'm eating in a day. So you get yourself a weight app or anything like that can count calories as an example. These are like all just very simple examples of stuff that you can do. And then eventually you're going to be like, okay, so I'm doing the weight cutting. Now I need to start doing exercising as well. So I need to start looking at exercises. Stupid example. Now take this whole thing and just take it to trading. If I have a strategy that I am trying to build, you first start with a theory. You first start with, I would like to make some money. That's obvious. How do I make money? So I have a theory that if I'm going to buy NASDAQ, whenever we have these small little candles like this one over here, and then a reaction off of that, that's what I'm going to do. So what am I going to look for? I'm going to go and look for backtested data to see every single time I have this reaction, what is the likely outcome? And I start gathering data. That is backtesting. So I take backtesting and I make sure, okay, I have a framework of information that indicates that if I were to follow this current strategy, that there is a potential for me to be profitable. And that then states something in the line of, okay, 60% of the time a 1-to-1 is going to work. Great. So I have a framework. I have backtested data for my idea. What needs to happen now? Now I need to implement. I've tested it. I can see on a theoretical basis that it is profitable. So now I'm going to start trying to take trades to see if I can actually achieve this theoretical expected backtested information. Now, if my test was to take a buy on the closing of the candle, have my swing at the bottom, and then have a 1-to-1 as an example, I know it's 60% of the time, in theory, it should hit profit. We're not talking about margins of error or anything like that. So that's my plan. But now what happens? Now I'm deviating from the process. What do? I take this exact trade and I go and say, oh, you know what? When we get to the top, I'm going to put a buy there with the same example, 17, 17 as an example. Now, notice that you start hitting, in this case, this should be reversed. You start hitting stop losses. Why? Because you're deviating from that original plan that you set out for yourself. Because you're looking at something and maybe you missed the original move and you thought, okay, I've missed the original move. I should get in now because it's probably going to carry on going up. So you're deviating from the thing that you tested, back tested, and set up for yourself. But you're still expecting to have the exact same 60% win rate on 1-to-1. So the back tested data that you have was for a specific strategy with specific entry criteria, and you're expecting that exact same result, but you're not following the plan. You're taking different entries. You're taking different risk to rewards, that kind of like stuff. But you're still looking at the process that you did as if that is guaranteed for whatever trading style that you're going to be taking forward. So once you have that information, you start looking at it in the idea of, okay, if I keep on deviating from my original plan, I should expect these kinds of results where it's going to carry on going negatively. I'm going to keep hitting stop losses because I'm expecting something that has not been tested. So when we're talking about being process orientated, or in it maybe more like, let's say, rule based as an example to this degree, it is because we're saying that if you keep on doing what you're doing right now, you're going to get the same results. So what you need to do is you need to go back to that trade strategy that you created with that specific win rate, that specific entry criteria, and all of that stuff, and try and emulate that in the live market, and only ever take those trades when they arrive, and you take them religiously. And only then will you realize whether or not your back-tested strategy has any bearing in live markets. Because the biggest problem between you making a strategy and you following that strategy is your emotions. It's you. It's the person in the middle. Remember, when you create a strategy, you have all of the information available to you. But when you're trying to take the trade, you don't. You have the information up to there, as an example. You don't know what's going to follow. So you decide to follow your plan, and then you accept the outcome that you get. But if you're going to go against your plan, don't expect to get the outcome that you initially tested. And that's that trigger that needs to click in your brain. It's that, okay, if I keep on doing this, I'm going to get the same results and it's not going to work for me. So you're trying to punish yourself, saying, I keep hitting stop loss. It feels bad. I can't deal with hitting a stop loss. It sucks. It does suck. However, when you follow your plan, you realize, okay, 60% of the time I'm winning. That means, inversely, 40% of the time you're losing. So if I take a trade and it goes straight to stop loss while following my plan, I can then look back at my data and say, it's according to the plan. I expect I'm going to have losses. I'm not going to win every trade. And then you move on from there. Sorry, that was a very long-winded way of explaining that, but that's how I look at it. It was my initial approach when I created my strategies in the past, and when I started learning how to trade, was aligning myself with expectation, but knowing that I need to follow something in order to actually know whether or not I'm at expectation or not. Anyway, that's my answer. Who's next?
Do I rate that? Can we bring the question back up again? I've actually forgotten what the question was.
Yeah, I'll bring it up for you. There you go.
Awesome. Hi Richard. Please tell us to focus on the process and mechanics because I'm always suffering hitting a stop loss. Yeah, no, it depends. First things first, have you got enough data backing a strategy up? Because a lot of the time, people struggle with hitting a stop loss. People struggle with the psychology of taking a trade. And do you remember how we spoke about the execution gap, knowledge versus execution gap? A lot of people think that they know what they're doing, but don't do it. Not like some people, and I've worked with some people which, like I've mentioned, they genuinely are fantastic traders. Others have done enough work to make themselves think that they've got a strategy. What they haven't done is enough work to actually have a strategy. And what happens then is they try and take a trade, they hit a stop loss, they're confused on why they hit the stop loss because they think that they've got enough data backing up a strategy, but they're actually lacking in confidence because they know deep down that they haven't. So first things first, you've got to ask yourself, have you got the appropriate amount of data? Have you got enough data proven that you've got a strategy, proven that you're profitable, and do you truly understand that you have got a system in place that you can follow? Most people, there's a saying, I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you would have heard of it, prior preparation prevents piss poor performance. Or if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. A lot of people will come to the market with the idea or the sort of dopamine rush of they've done a little bit of work. And they're like, yes, I got a plan. And it goes back to, they go into the ring thinking, double jab, right hand, leg kick, boom, they're going to win the fight. you know, they go into the markets with, okay, cool, I'm going to wait for a breakout, pullback, entry, boom, I'm going to hit a 3R and I'm going to get a $3,000 payout, you know, I'm going to hit a 3% win for the day. You know, however, they go in, they see a little bit of messy price action, or then they see a little bit of, you know, a bit of wickage, and it doesn't quite validate them, but then they're like, oh, maybe this does validate. They get a little bit confused, they get a little excited, and they go and enter a trade that potentially that they want to see, instead of a trade that they actually do see. So the best thing you can do is make it tangible. And you again, guys, you who watch, those of you who watch my live streams bi-weekly when it comes to working through like psychology and working with actually performance based around psychology and, you know, having that confidence in the markets.
Friday workshops.
Yeah, thank you. The workshops. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. I talk about these
Friday
a lot.
workshop.
Making it tangible. Get a notepad. It doesn't have to be a notepad. I've also got these fantastic things. You know, it doesn't have to be a notepad, just a pen and paper, and write it down. I used to, so I maybe I have a picture, maybe somewhere. If I do have a picture, I'll post it in the Discord. I used to have sticky notes all across the top of my screen, all down the bottom, and all across the side, all the time. And do you know what I'd do as well? I'd list my strategy from what I want to see. And I'm talking about step A in the market. You go to the market, you fire up TradingView, and then what do you want to see? What are you looking for? I would write from A through till Z on what I want to see. And then I'd write that on a sticky note, put it on my screen. The first thing I do is I look at my screen while TradingView is firing up. I'm reminding myself what I'm going to do. Then what I do is try and find an A+ setup. What does an A+ setup looks like? An A+ setup would, for example, 3-wick to the down for a long, 3-wick to the downside rejection at an area of interest on the 1 hour, break and continuation above on the 15-minute, pull back on the 5-minute into an area of consolidation or fib zone, triple wick rejection, enter there. If I draw it up, I'd sketch it.
Thank you.
I would sketch it onto a sticky pad and I'd stick it. And if I saw something that looked similar, I'd look at my picture. And if it didn't look identical to my picture, I wouldn't take it, even if it hit TP. And it would piss me off all the time because they would hit TP. But that is not my plan. So therefore, I would make it tangible, because if you've got it up in your head, or you've got it in a Word document, or you've got it somewhere where you can't bring it up. Okay? If it's in a Word document, you probably could bring it up, providing you've got enough screens or enough space on your screen. So, you know, that's a little bit different. I'm old school. I like to feel it. So make sure that you make it tangible, you make it real, you can read it, you can see it, and you can own it. The minute people, and I hate hearing it, but I hear it all the time and it cringes me, and I try and work through these people, trying to get them to write it down. I journal in my head. Yeah, 7 minutes time, yeah. I journal in my head. I journal, or I don't actually have a strategy written down. I have a strategy in my head. I backtest it in my head. I forward. Shut up. Your brain's not that big. You know, your brain has to deal with everything else in life, let alone what you've got in the market. You know, all the information that you've got to try and cram in there. When you get a little bit stressed, you're going to forget a lot of that. Make it tangible. And then once you've done that, you'll find yourself sticking to rules a lot easier, because once you make it real, once you make it tangible, you're able to look at yourself and go, there it is right in front of me. I need to follow it. Once you start seeing that, then now you've got your step-by-step process. Now you've got a picture of what an A+ setup looks like. Now, next what you need to be doing is what not to do, or to better off that again, is actually look at your percentage sort of expectancy, should we call it, your win rate. If you've got a 60% win rate, you put down 60% of the time you may win. Don't say will. You may win 60% of the time. You may lose 40% of the time. And then in capital letters underneath, put on average. Say this, because then what you're doing, you're not making it definitive. You're not defining it as certain or guaranteed. You're saying on average. What you're doing by then is you're saying this is some form of average expectancy, so you're not going to attach an emotion by saying, oh, I'm 100% going to win 60% of the time. You know, what you're saying is that's a rough estimate on ballpark figure where I'm going to be. because now what you're doing
70% of the time it works every
all
time.
the time.
Yeah.
You know, so what you're able to do then is actually attach an average ballpark expectancy, because then when you hit a stop loss, and then you hit another, then you hit another, then you hit another, a bit like I did today, guys. Look, I hit a stop loss today. I hit a TP, but it was on a different type of account, which made me feel good, yes. But then when I actually went onto my main portfolio, I hit a stop loss. Technically, when I'm looking at the analytics, I'm technically 1 for 1. You know, I'm 1 all. I'm actually break even. When it comes to my portfolio, it sucks a little bit, because now I got to go back and journal and say to myself, right, well, step back, look at the overall picture. Imagine you've got your sticky notes in front of you and say there's a bigger picture at play here. There's a bigger picture at play, because if you look at your data, more times than not, Trump doesn't actually speak or release garbage tweets when you're in an A+ setup. More times than not, you do hit TP on an A+ setups. You know, more times that you see where I'm going with this. You're able to look at a bigger picture and give yourself confidence. However, the base fundamental structure and strength of this strategy, this confidence, this psychology, all comes through your data. Without data, you are just hoping. You've got nothing backing it. You're building a skyscraper on dry sand.
Yeah. Just first of all, Hovey with this. So, is that you, Will? It's echoing.
Yeah, we're hearing feedback on Will's mic.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe I'm on the wrong mic. Bear with me.
That's right. But yeah, Hovey. So, EU short finally coming your way. Don't know if I should let it go further with the news coming. I will tell you, I have now exited my Aussie dollar short. So I will say that's probably my. Am I not? Oh, sorry.
No.
My bad. Here we go. It's alright, it's here. There we are. So I did exit through here. So I would say exit, because I do expect, just like I was talking with Dirk, we do expect the employment data in general to be quite positive for the US. So chances are we do snap back, which I also still have the NASDAQ short on the futures right now, which I'm wondering if I should just close at this point.
You have less than a minute, right? Yeah, you have less than 2 minutes, and then the news is going to be released. So you're allowed to hold it with the futures platform, so you're allowed to trade through news. But would you wanna? I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm 300 negative. My stop loss at the tops is minus 500, so it's 1%.
Okay.
Total.
Oh, so wait, your account is live now?
I don't know if it is. On the platform, it still says waiting for risk, but it's there on the black arrow, and it has been for the 2 or 3 days now since Monday. So I was like, nothing's happening. Can I try and trade this? So I just tried to put a trade in, and I think it's working. I don't know. I don't really know, dude. I don't know if there's some disconnection between the platform and the hub or not, but I guess we're fighting this out. So hence the trade I initially entered was meant to be just to see if this works, and now I'm still holding it, but anyway, as far as the original question, just to wrap this up, so sorry, that's the wrong one. Here we are. So process and mechanics. So basically reiterating a lot of what Will said. I do very much like the whole idea of getting the sticky notes, putting that on the corners of your monitor or somewhere around your desk or wherever you trade from. I think a physical note is definitely better than like a Word doc or some kind of digital note that's on your desktop or something like that. Like, you just see it right away. And now what you want to do is obviously scan out what do you actually want to achieve each day in general, just as like your hope or your baseline, like a general target. And then also look for, we can pause for a second. Okay, the jobs data was pretty much
122. Yeah.
Yeah, which is
122
what I
over
figured.
118. So
Yeah, so I'm still. This is the Nasdaq trade. That's not the actual stop. It's
Oh, dude, Will, your
yeah,
mic should be fine
85.
now, mate.
No.
You just need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I was having to play about, and I was thinking, what's going on here? I've turned it down anyway, so hopefully it's okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so
there's no
as far as the mechanical stuff, just before I forget my train of thought, yeah, definitely map out that like day-to-day stuff, what you're trying to target, and then also within that, like what's your expectations, depending on if you're scalping or intraday trading or like swing trading, how many trades are you likely to get great trade setups, which are those like A plus. How many are probably going to be kind of B, and then maybe there's some C's, like are you going to take that or just ignore it? Should be ignoring it. The next portion is how do you actually know it's an A, right? And this goes back to what Will was saying, like have you actually got a proper strat, a proper approach to the market that does have some kind of edge or some kind of proficiency, even if it's not pure alpha, it's just beta, it somehow produces profit more than it does loss, right? Whatever that is. Now from there, once you qualify that, also have another ticket of where you want to be in like 6 months and 12 months. Because if you focus too much on that day, the week, that kind of stuff, you can forget about the 6 months and then deviate very quickly. But if you got them next to each other, you go, no, this is the real goal. 6 months, 12 months out. Today is just today. There will be tomorrow, the next day, the day after. Right? And that can help you keep aligned to that process. And anytime, say, you approach that profit target that you're trying to aim for today, you're like, oh, dude, I'm on a run. I'm on a hot streak. I want to do some more. And then people often try to do more, and then they go backwards, and they actually delete their target for the day, and often end up in a drawdown. So yeah, that's the kind of thing I would say. Basically, try and think about that process before you start your trading day. Outline what you actually want to achieve, how are you going to achieve it, and why you believe you should achieve it. Right? Not just what you want, but why and how it's actually going to happen. Not just some arbitrary blah 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 fizzle in the wind, but why is there a reason that this outcome should actually occur? And if you can't put that on paper, potentially you need to work more on your approach to understand why you have a reasonable belief that this should actually occur, right? And keep nailing that down until you can actually put that on paper and say, like, this is why this should happen, yada yada, and then go and test it, right? And once you do that enough times, eventually you'll come up with a system, and you have that. As long as you stick to that and look at that 6 month, 12 month outline, rinse, repeat, you're good.
Yeah, I like everybody's answer. I hope that gives you, Rafiq, the information that you were. Yeah, I'll just add one more thing. It is, it's curbing your expectation as well to a degree. Just remember, if you have a strategy that wins 60% of the time, there's a 40% chance that you're going to lose a trade. So
that's a very good point. So, like that target I was saying daily, like have that as like a hope. That's what you hope to achieve, not what you expect.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? So if you hit that, great. Yeah. If you didn't,
it's okay.
That's fine.
Try again tomorrow.
You're right.
Yeah.
So, it's like when people say to me, like, they're like, oh, Will, what's your average R return per month? I'm like, anything from 1 to 3. They're like, what do you mean? I was like, well, I probably only take 3 A+ setups a month, for example, or 4 or 2. I never take many A+ setups per month on my main portfolio. And then it's like, okay, cool. Well, if that's the case, and you have a 1 to 2 risk-reward ratio, and you take 4, then why aren't you like 6 to 8% up? Well, because I lose them. You know, I don't have a 100% win rate. However, you know, I do have a good win rate, but when I actually look at, maybe I take 2 trades and maybe one's a win, one's a loss. It's a 50-50 win rate for the month. It's a 1 to 2R. I won one, I've lost one, brings me down to a 1R up for the month net profit because I've hit a 1 to 2R, lost 1R. Gross is 2, net is 1. So, it's about, understanding, what works for your strategy.
Yeah. So what I just wanted to add was, if you have your expectations set, realize that every event that you have taking a trade is a individual event. So if you have once again, on average, a 60% win rate, 40% loss rate, every time you take the trade, it can be either one of those two. It's a new event, basically. But you are bracketing all of these events together to build a trading platform, to build a strategy together and say, on average, across all of these trades that I've taken, this is my expected outcome. If you just try and reach expectancy and be happy to be within a margin of error of your expectancy, you would do great. If you ensure that every time you take a trade, you understand and accept the outcome of that trade, because that trade could have gone either way. It could have gone to take profit or stop loss. According to your strategy, there's a 60% chance it's going to go to take profit and a 40% chance it's going to go to a stop loss, because you have that data at hand. So just realize and accept that is going to be an outcome that you're going to have, and you need to be okay with it. If you're not okay with it, then you need to go and look at why you're not okay with it. Do I need a different strategy that maybe gives me a slightly higher win rate that makes me win a little bit less? That kind of like thing. So you need to go and understand yourself a little bit in this scenario as well, like what it is that you're comfortable with and what it is that you want to achieve as well. Because I might be a really good day trader, I might be a horrible swing trader, but I'm trying to force myself to be a swing trader and it's not working for me. So it's understanding those little things as well, just to add to that.
Indeed. Hang on. So this ADP means bearish gold, good economy, and bullish stocks, probably less inflation, more rate cuts. No. So a strong labor market would definitely not mean rate cuts. It would definitely not mean less inflation. Technically mean more inflation potentially, and potentially more rate hikes, right? Because inflation is basically directed by, as long as people can pay for price increases, inflation stays high. It's when people are going, oh, okay, labor markets are not so good, wages are not going up so much, I got to pull back on my spending. Therefore, inflation comes down, which is why central banks increase rates to put more pressure on the consumer, so that everything costs more. Say if you got a mortgage, you got a loan for like a car, you got loans for anything else. Business expenses, businesses then loan money, they can't pay their employees as much because it's more of a drag on their revenue. Therefore, overall consumption goes lower. So ADP, bearish on gold, yes, that part is technically right. Bullish for stocks, yes. But the latter portion is a bit different. So,
yeah, it technically incentivizes or de-incentivizes spending by increasing inflation. By trying to attempt to lower inflation, you're trying to de-incentivize people from buying too much, making too much loans, spending too much money. It goes into that like saving mentality. Save your money a little bit more.
Yeah, so for when you see good jobs numbers for the consumer, they will spend more, and it's very good, and hence it pumps up the market, that kind of thing. Stocks will go higher, but then it pushes the Fed towards more of a tightening thing, which eventually has like a counterbalance, if you think of it like that, which then eventually they'll hike rates or potentially move towards that more hawkish view, and therefore that subdues the market rally overall.
They're trying to front run it effectively.
Yeah, and that's in simplest terms. There's always nuance depending on other extraneous factors around the calibration, because it's not just those two factors. You've got, PMIs, manufacturing,
so varied.
there's a whole bunch else. Like, this is a whole macro picture, but that in its simplest form would be the very basic,
the understanding of
top line explanation. Put it that way. Yeah.
How do you adjust inflation? Here is 0.01% of how it's done.
Yeah, exactly. Rich, at this point, what are you thinking on NAS? I will say.
I mean, here's the thing.
Are you ready to short yet? Come on, just get in the get in the shorts, right? We need the shorts.
All right, guys. So here's the thing. We are still very much respecting this 50 EMA that we have here. If I were to switch on the 100 as well, you'll see that we're respecting the 100 quite well as well. All right. So still very much bullish, yet to swing on the lower time frame. It's going to be the same on the higher time frames as well, because we have not had bearish price action at any point in time. However, what I can tell you is this. This reaction that we had here and the whole day effectively has not been the strongest. I mean, if you look at the whole London session, we've effectively had 109 points movement across 5 hours, almost 5.5 hours by now. 5.5 hours. That's not great. The other thing is we were at all-time highs already yesterday, coming out of the New York session, and we didn't really have much of a attempt to push lower. I mean, we barely even broke into the midway point of the New York session and the London session and whatnot. We basically came into this cluster over here. So, if I want to see bearish price action, I am going to have to see first and foremost two things. First, where we are right now is we need to start printing some sort of lower high with conviction. Not just this movement here, and then obviously that was news, but assume the news is the typical thing. This didn't break these low swings over here. It did break that portion there though. But we need follow through. We need a follow through to break and then break even lower yet again. So I think in this case,
that candle specifically is what I'm looking for to break.
This one, yes. So
I just had to highlight that whilst you talk. Like that's
that is what I'm looking for as well. I need this structure here to at least be broken, but the way that it's broken is the thing that I'm going to be focusing on the most.
A wick and then drive higher again. That's the other thing I'm looking for. So if we come down there,
slow down.
Yeah, I'll have a nice bit of profit, but if we snap back up on the wick, then I'll just cut it.
Like right now, we have clear slowdown in this area on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
It's clearly slowing down. The upward pushes, there's a lot more wicks, there's a lot more indecision on these 5 minutes. If I go to the 15, it'll make a little bit more sense as well. You see quite a bit of slowdown and then 1 or 2 attempts and now a news event pushing it lower. I'm always cautious of news events because it's impulsive, and the impulsive needs to prove to be the actual directional movement. So I won't short right now, first and foremost. However, you being in a short, I can see why you wanted to be in a short the whole day. It's been very, very slowed on its upward movements. And then on top of the fact that you had like technically a double here. So the creation and then a semi-touch on that one just afterwards. And then this very, very nice volumetric sell-off. It's when it happened that kind of boggled me. It's like it's like just after rollover.
It was from the
impulsive
headlines, more of the Iran stuff, whatever. Yeah, that's why we came off. We saw oil. What is oil?
It's oil that goes higher. Hyle. and Lowell.
Hey, no
Loyal.
Heil
Loyal-
stuff.
Loyal
that's a
and
bit too
Heil.
close to other things.
Yes.
But yeah, hence today we've had this technical break of highs, but it's so anemic.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering where you're not. Are you sure you're not willing to take this this run? I mean, we've got, what do we have, like 3 against 4? Sorry, 3 against 1.
I mean,
Dude,
it looks good now. You should hold your sell. I'm not convinced of entering right yet because I do think that there is still a bit of an attempt up here when we have the New York Stock Exchange opening up. Yeah. But I think this is a precursor. I think this is a precursor idea of what may be in line, because it's so hard to go against Nas bullish or Nas longs. It's so hard to go against it. But I can see that it's slowing down.
Yeah. Do you ever go and check the other basket of the Nasdaq, like the majors, like Nvidia, Google, Facebook, just cross compare that with the actual? Oh, hang on. There's a mosquito.
Kill it.
I got it. That was a very slow mosquito. That was super easy. Wait, no.
Maybe he's already. Maybe he's
Second
already.
one.
Well, maybe he's already fat.
Maybe maybe you're the slow one that you're seeing, like him flying as two.
Like,
No, that means I'm super fast. No, I'm super fast that he's moving slow because I'm so fast, right?
Anyway,
Tell
guys,
yourself
on that note, I'm gonna have to love you all and leave you because I gotta go put some new shoes on my car. So and I gotta get there later.
New rims or just tires?
No, just new tires.
Oh, those not shoes then. You're just getting refurb, right? You're getting the soles. You're getting the soles redone.
New soles
right?
for the
That's
shoe.
not
New
shoes.
soles. Yeah, okay, yeah. Get a new soles.
New soles.
Yeah.
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 Those some bloody expensive new soles. Anyway, guys, I can love you and leave you. Have a great one. Happy Hump Day. See you all tomorrow. Guys, stay safe in the market. Who knows what's going to happen with Trump on the warpath today. So yeah, make sure that you're staying strict to your plan. And those who have asked some fantastic questions, thank you very much for asking those questions. Hope that we have covered and answered. Keep asking away, and I shall see you all in the morning. Peace.
Cheers.
Peace, man. Ciao.
Back to your question, LJ. Do I ever cross-reference the moves on the Nasdaq to the actual basket of what it's comprised of? So, I look at basically the top. What is this? Like 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, I basically look at the top 9 companies basically and their stocks. So Apple, AMD, Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Netflix, Nvidia, and Tesla. And I keep an eye on these ones generally, but only at market open. I don't bother prior to. So, I mean, all of this is just speculation anyway. This is all.
Do you just look at the like the percentage gain? You don't go to Nvidia right now, right? So yesterday we had that bounce. Now if you go to
any of the other ones, Amazon as an example, drop, picked up, and then a slow descent. So same with Nvidia. Hey, don't come back here, you bastard. Shoots up, comes back down, and then continues the direction the whole day. But if you just look at this comparison here, and then you go look at the Nasdaq of yesterday, it's the inverse. You had the drop lower, whereas with Nvidia you had it pitched up, and then it started picking up here, and then Nvidia started dropping down, and then eventually curbed out. So it's knowing that.
No, because remember even yesterday, hence we had that massive drop lower, and then the rip higher, and that's where I got the Nas trade at the top.
On Nasdaq. It
remember?
Punched up higher first and then started dropping. So like very early on, we had the it says London here, but it's not London. It's 15:30 my time, opening time here. So at open, it reached its high at 15:55 my time. So 15:55 yesterday, Nasdaq is here. 15:55 is here. So
yeah, but
that was
that's
the peak.
hence where we got the bounce. Right? Do you see what I mean? Like hence
Came
when I
came
was
back down
I
and
was
then
I was
started
in that
picking up again.
drawdown. I'm like, no, I'm gonna stick with it because of right. Do you see what I'm?
I'm picking up what you're throwing out there. It's the same as I started getting in here. I think we both looked at the same idea of pushing up.
Yeah, we both went long.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
We both longed off of this like initial bounce and then started picking up. I think maybe you got in a little bit earlier than I did, where I waited for this confirmation candle and then I got in. But okay, so to answer your question is I do cross-reference, but I don't use the stocks as if stock goes up, Nasdaq goes up. Or if stock picks up a percentile point, then Nasdaq is going to pick up a percentile point. I kind of look at the stocks, the 9 ones that I have there, in relation to themselves. And say, okay, it seems overall Nvidia is doing really well as an example, but Meta is not doing great. And then I kind of like figure out what is the weight in relation to the Nasdaq. And that's why Nasdaq was doing so super good, is because Nvidia is doing so bloody well. Because Nvidia is like 13% of the Nasdaq's like weighted pricing.
Hence I was wondering if you ever look at that in general, like for right now.
So for right now, it's hard because obviously the market itself for the stocks is closed. So
yeah, but it's still futures trading, even for now. You can look at it on a futures contract. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah,
that is true. So it's at this point it's just speculative, and then we'll see. That's why we have these gaps as often as we do, because the actual price is so much higher than what the speculation was at that point in time. So I try not to take this into account just yet. I try and focus on like that initial move of the currency and then the stock in this case, to see relative to the previous time what it did, to kind of gauge, potentially we should be seeing a little bit more bullish price action. Like even today, this was a big movement, and every session, like this was Thursday, Friday is larger than Thursday, Monday is even larger than Friday, and yesterday was even larger. But look, every time we push up higher, there's a deeper pull, or maybe even a deeper gap or a deeper dip, and then a pickup. So that's what I'm trying to look at when I look at it's that increase and decrease in momentum, the increase and decrease in the volatility specifically.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what I'm looking at.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's all I was wondering. So hence when you go look at the if you go zoom out a little bit on Nvidia, like I gotta say that looks like something I'd be shorting.
It does,
right?
Because
you know
of
what
this versus this.
Yep.
And if
you take the Nasdaq as like a lagging portion, because you've got relative trades within the like hedged out, just like a hedge fund would work, where you go long Nvidia, short Meta, long Apple, short Google, whatever it might be. I think now we might be turning over. So
hello guys.
Yo, what's up,
Samir?
Hello guys. How
dude,
are you?
You're on your.
How are you?
We're doing well. You're on your travels.
Yes, I'm traveling here. It's a traders meetup. It's really nice to see other traders. There are like 20 to 25 traders here. So yes, came here yesterday. So yeah, let's see. I'm gonna discuss with them how things are going. It's really good to see people are on the same path as you. So yeah, I'm here. So yeah, how are you guys, by the way?
I almost said, Samir, it looks like you're in the bushveld, because here in South Africa, that exact like printed seat that you're sitting on with the trees in the background would be a typical bushveld lodge here in South Africa.
Yeah,
So
I was
the
going to say same
brown,
deal.
khaki color, that kind of like stuff. Yeah.
That would be, you've got a river in front of you, and it's like go down there at your own risk. You can jump in the river, but there's crocodiles and
hippos
if you
and
die,
crocs
then
and whatnot.
That's your own at your own risk. Right?
That's risky.
We can't save you.
I don't even know how to swim. I don't even know how to swim.
You will learn damn quickly, my friend. You will learn very quickly.
I'll just stay away. I'll just stay away.
I'll look from the safety of my perch over here. I can see the river. Yeah. Do you want to go down there? No.
Yeah.
No.
Hey guys.
No.
Yeah. Good. Yep. It's fine.
All right. I heard you guys was talking about NAS. So are you planning any trades? Because in the morning I took one trade.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious what you guys was looking at.
Aldo has been selling.
I'm currently short, yeah. So, what's the futures level? So, futures level is 30,615. So on CFD, that's about
721.
7. Sorry.
Okay.
Futures is currently 720.
Yeah, 720. So
720,
it's about 50-point difference. So it would be about 650.
672. Yeah. It's currently 672-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense, yeah. Even if I look at charts, to me also it looks like short. We are really losing momentum to the upside, and we are just having a breakout. So yeah, if I think it was NYSE or something like that, I would be shorting this also. In the morning, actually, I took a short. It was really nice momentum. Okay, we are on my chart now. So the idea was very simple. We broke out of this area, came under the VWAP, and going to the 30-minute, we was having unfilled areas like this area, and this was also not having a wick, this candle. So I was expecting we make a wick, or this candle was also not having a wick. So that was a reason for me getting involved in shorts, and this was a kind of a trend line breakout for me. Something like this. Shorted it. Something like this. Yeah, this was the trade in the morning. So I think I'm not going to be trading now. I'm already done for the day. I was awake, so I just saw this setup. So I was like, let's give it a chance. And it really worked out in a really good way. I can't even say. No, I came here. So after that only I just took this trade. By the way, I was in the car. I took short on US30 also. I saw a setup, price was away from the VWAP. And I was driving, it just really melted down. Okay, here it was. Let me share that also. Okay, here. So we was away from the VWAP, price came here, going to the 30-minute. We was right here. This was some kind of resistance or supply area. Price tapped here. I just got to the 1-minute time frame. And I just trade breakouts or see some kind of rejection patterns here also. There was this kind of small trend line breakout. So I was like, my setup is there. If I was on my screen, I would have taken this anyway. So I was like, yes, I am in the car, but let's just give it a shot. My stop loss somewhere
Samir,
yeah.
Are you driving the car whilst you're looking at this? Is that what you're telling us?
I stopped for a trade.
His priorities are right, mate. Like he at least stopped before he took the trade.
No, it's right. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just giving you grief.
Yeah.
Actually, the right priority.
I stopped on this side and I was like, let's take this trade. Then I just...
And you go to your phone and just put the trade in. That's what you got to do. Yeah. Like, everyone else, good luck. Like, I got to put this trade in.
Sell NASDAQ right now.
Yeah.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, I just stopped there. Yes. Hello, Victor. How are you?
Hi everyone. are you doing? Please do continue. I find your story quite amusing, quite entertaining. Reminds me of many things. But go ahead. About your mid-drive trade.
Yeah, so Samir thought he was in a Tesla with like the autopilot, and then it wasn't. And so he had both hands on the wheel, and then he was like, oh, there's a trade. And he took both hands off, and he had to put in the trade. And he's been swerving all over, and he's run like probably 10, 15, 20 people off the road. But he got the trade, right? So that's what matters, right?
Yeah, that's the important
matters,
part.
yes.
Of all of
That's
this.
a true trader
Yes.
right there, right? He's committed. You know?
The TP was triggered.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it was
got this
really
thing.
it was really
I have
clean
to
setup. I was like, I have to stop.
Like, can you imagine
Exactly.
that? Like, the only time I would stop a car if I was like traveling somewhere was if I desperately needed to go to a bathroom, a restroom of sorts, or there's an incident or something. I never thought that I would consider taking a stop the car to take a trade kind of like thing. And then I realized maybe that is
But
differentiates-
maybe the question. Go ahead.
I was gonna
I'll
say-
say something afterwards.
I've
saying
definitely done this so many times. Like, I've just got on my little like holder over here, and I will be one-handing and going like this and like entering trade. 100% yes. So
No, actually, the
about to say,
point is
maybe
that
that's
I
the
just
difference. Maybe that's the difference between my profitability and Samir's profitability level. It's just like he's willing to take those risks.
no, I just wanted to say, Yeah, go
Samir,
ahead.
the question that now comes to mind to me is, if there was I understand that there could be a time if you're trading time based, and that time catches you on the road, and so you say, oh, it's 9 o'clock, it's 10, whatever time it is that you need to watch your chart, and you go to the charts. But was that the case, or were you actually already watching price action as you were driving, and you stopped only to place the trade, but you were watching all along? Which one was it?
yes, I want to cover this
Don't
part.
incriminate yourself.
I just stopped. No, actually, I just stopped to clear my windshield. Then I was like, oh, it's 7 p.m. Let's take a look at US30, what it is doing. And it was away from the VWAP. It was 30-minute supply. I just waited for a couple of minutes, and trend line broke out. I was like, let's take this trade and place my
my
TP
legs.
stop loss.
Place
Then
an
I just
entry.
continued.
That makes a lot more sense. That means you were
Yes.
actually mid pit stop, and during your pit stop, you saw an opportunity and you
Yes, exactly.
you took it. Yeah, that makes a lot
I
of
was
sense.
not.
And
I was not too desperate. Yeah.
now everyone in India can drive, safely without worrying of any traders on the road, Samir included.
Yeah, everybody's like, well, if Samir is doing it while driving, I should do it too. Causes absolute chaos, national disaster. Samir gets impeached, and we'll never see him again. So sad.
Next time
we
you
will.
have
We'll be
traffic
from the jail
jams
cell.
in India, Nasdaq is moving.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Isn't it?
But yeah, I just
Isn't
saw the
it?
opportunity, stopped there. Plan was play there, TP stop loss. I was like, let's just continue to my destiny. And now, whatever happens, stop loss, TP, and I just continue to drive. So yeah,
At that point in time,
Then after
it wasn't
30 minutes, I
Tokyo
just took
drift,
a-
It was India drift.
yeah. So yeah. By the way, let's take a look what US30 is doing today. I'm just curious because I haven't taken a look at US30. Okay, we are away from the VWAP. Maybe we can go more away and take some buys around this area, or even we can liquidate this area, or let's go to 4-hour time frame. Actually, there is not any cleaner area here.
Unbiased. Don't do that. Just
Right. That's right. Yeah.
stop trading
been
for
there.
today. You can make up your 5% drawdown tomorrow. You can do it, mate. Come on.
Yeah.
I think I was in 8% drawdown, and I recovered that. Like, I was following my plan. I did increase my risk to reward to 1 to 2. I'm not gonna lie. I did slightly, changes in my risk to reward. But I think if you follow your plan, it is likely that you're gonna recover the drawdown. If you know what your setups looks like, if you have confidence in those setups, so the drawdown, it will be recovered sooner or later. But if you're not following your plan, if you are taking random trades out of FOMO or anything like that, oh, I'm in a drawdown, I have to get out of drawdown, then maybe you can take some wrong decisions, and that will put you in more drawdown. So I think if you follow your plan, the drawdown, you're gonna come out of the drawdown.
I
So I was
feel
in
like
8%
Samir
drawdown now.
got his speech ready for his meetup. He's got the speech down and ready. He's just practicing it now on the live stream.
Yeah, let's see.
Unbiased. Look, we had 3 out of 4 long NAS. Now we're lower. Should have followed the king. Mango gang. That's it.
Yeah, well. Anyway,
But
the
I'm
Banana
sorry,
Gang.
unbiased.
We was Banana Gang. I remember.
The Banana Gang is now saying that it is now time for us to get off of the stream so that we can have Samir
Yes,
and
it is.
Victor run the
Yeah,
rest of
same
this.
here.
By the way, this is banana scented spray for some or other odd reason. I don't know why it's a banana spray. Doesn't smell great. Don't go ahead and buy yourself a banana spray. It is a mistake.
Why are you looking like that, Tim? What's that facial expression mean to you?
Okay,
Confusion.
Rich. Anyway, so thanks, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be a bit better. I am starting to. I think I've hit the peak of the badness right now. I think my medicine has kicked in. I'm feeling a bit better. Tomorrow will still probably be rubbish, but we'll hash it out again tomorrow. See how I am, and good luck. Also, short Nasdaq because Rich won't. So stop being a
I
sucker.
agree.
Come on, Rich. Come on, Rich. Yeah,
I'm waiting
see,
for the
yeah.
pullback, mate. I'll get
See,
in on my
Samir-
pullback.
Samir is a gangster, like me. We are the real gangsters, all right? Come on, Rich.
OG
All right.
gang.
Yeah.
I was about to say, okay, Grandpa Tim Payne, go drink your meds, go to bed, mate.
Ah, get out of here.
All right.
Dude, how many followers do I have? How
How many
many
what?
How many followers? Tim Payne?
Tim Payne. Yeah, well, Tim Payne has many.
Oh, 4.5
LJ,
mil.
not so many.
I am Tim Payne.
Right, Tim Payne, you need to make
Prove
a
me
plan
wrong.
there, mate.
All right.
From followers.
Anyway, guys.
let's-
See you guys tomorrow. I'll see you then. Ciao for now. Adios. Peace.
Yeah, I'm also going to be hitting the road now, Jack. Samir and I see
Alright.
Victor is just quickly adjusting his camera there. Yeah, he should
No
be back
problem.
in a second. Everybody else, have a great day. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you haven't already, please have a look in the description box below where you can go and enter via a link to the World Trading Championship. It's going to start officially on the 8th, which is next week, Monday. Make sure that you are registered and ready to go before then. And then look at all of the lovely other stuff that is a part of the Trading World Championship and get yourself into all of those things with the potential possibility for you to win actual cash money, real money, $8,000. That is actual real money.
8,000.
Accounts, hub credits galore. So yeah, get yourself in there and then yeah, enjoy that. All right, Samir, have a good one and good luck with your travels, and then also
Take care,
good luck
Rich.
with the chat today.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's fine. All right, guys. So let's see. Okay, somebody was asking where is the meetup? Meetup is in HP from India, if you know. So yeah, let's see. All right, we have Victor here. I missed you, Victor. I'm not gonna lie. I love streaming with you.
too, my friend.
So yes,
Let's see.
shorting
What are
mass.
you looking at?
Okay.
First of all, you may have described this already, but where are you? You don't have to give your GPS location, but I mean,
Yeah.
I see you're outside. You're somewhat different than your usual spot. Are you? And I heard you were driving, so probably you're traveling. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Are you?
Yes, definitely. So at first, I was not really thinking about trading. Yes, I have to take a trade, this, that. So I was not even aware about the NYSE Open. Like, yes, it's 7 p.m. according to my time zone. Like, yes, there is NYSE Open. I was not aware about that. So basically, I just stopped to clear my windshield a little bit. So after that, I was like, oh, it's 7 p.m. Then I just, my car was already parked like somewhere, on the side. So I was like, oh, it's 7 p.m.
Safety.
Okay, let's take a look at charts. So I was on US 30. It is my main pair, as if you guys know me. So let me clear everything. I was like, oh, it's 7 p.m. This candle has already formed. When I saw the charts, I saw this wick right here. So I was like, oh, we are away from the VWAP. We have, broke out of this trend line also. Maybe we can do a retest. Okay, so I was thinking about this, but at first I want to tell you guys, I was not really aware about the trading session time. Of course, in the back of the mind, I know when NYSE is gonna open, but I was not really looking for any trading opportunities. So I was like, oh, we are away from the VWAP. If you go to the 1 hour time frame, we are right at the supply area or resistance area here. So I was asking myself, can I take a trade here? If I was, streaming with our lovely viewers, so can I would I have done the same analysis there? So I was, doing some self-talk here. Took me like 1 or 2 minutes. So I was like, yes, I would have taken a trade here. So I just waited for a couple of minutes, like 4-5 minutes. This candle has already printed. When I looked at the chart, it was somewhere around here. I just waited for 4-5 minutes, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when price broke out of this, I just spent like 7 to 10 minutes, my car was parked there. So I was like, yes, now we have this small trend line breakout, and we also, some kind of double top type of thing. And we are at the supply area or resistance area. I just shorted this, expecting it to hit that VWAP or get that retest of that trend line. And then, of course, I was thinking that yes, it can go bullish, but I wanted to get out of the trade, before this area getting hit or triggered. So that was the trade breakdown here. And I didn't really, was looking for trade, as I mentioned. Yes, I stopped the car, but saw the opportunity, took the trade. I have a plan, I have my points, point A, point B, point C, all the things met, and I was just there to take the decision. I already have my, pieces in place. All it comes to decision making, when to make a decision. So that was the time when I have to make a decision. So I took the decision there. So yes, Sonish, yes, and yeah, this was the story behind car trade. So yeah,
Nice. I like that. So you banked. How much is that? It looked like 1 to 2, right?
yeah, it was 1 to 2. I'm not gonna lie, I tested futures earlier, probably like last month. I was not having success in it. I was not used to the rules. I was not used to the trailing drawdown thing. So this trade was taken on the futures platform. I just needed 500 to complete my last trading day. So this is gonna be the first payout from futures platform because of this trade. But earlier, I think I failed like many accounts last month, testing things out. And yes, I took this trade, 2% there, 1 to 2. And on my CFD platform, I shorted this. And this was the trade I was, talking about, to unbiased trader getting out of drawdown. This trade alone gave me like 3%. I risk around 1.5% because that was I was, assuming I'm 8% down. I have only 2%. Maybe I should risk like 1.5 in this. I should leave 500 for the next trading opportunity. So, this was the thought process behind the trade. Took this trade and made 3%. And then today also shorted NAS. So that helped me recover some kind of drawdown, not like all of it. But yeah. So, but also, I just want to cover one thing, that I am testing this VWAP away strategy, this type of thing, along with the trendline breakouts. I was not taking precise entries. I think that is the reason I came into drawdown. I was following my plan though. I I knew where to enter, but the precision was not there. So I think as this is the system I'm testing now, I am not, a believer in back testing, because those results will not align with the live market or live conditions. So I am, testing this thing live. So of course I'm tweaking things here and there. I did make some mistakes also, like as I mentioned, I entered a little bit early. For an example, I would have entered right here and my stop loss may would have triggered. But I learned with time. I was observing how the strategy is more effective, how my stop loss placement should be. So that's how, I want you guys also to do this, to observe a pattern and then try to execute it in a perfect way. Of course, you cannot execute everything in a perfect way, but at least try to have that precision. Try to improve every day, maybe learn from your trading mistakes. So that's, this point I wanted to focus on. And I'm not gonna say like I am perfect here. I know where the market is gonna reverse this, that, but all I'm talking about is maybe you can be 1% better, learn from your trades, learn from your losses. So that's what I wanted to say to our lovely viewers here. And I also wanted to say, like, we are 129 people watching here, but we have 117 likes. So guys, make sure you are liking the stream also. So because these kind of things, what real traders do, we are not here, promoting any flashy things, any unrealistic thing. So I think we deserve a like, guys. So make sure you are liking the stream. And I haven't really taken a look at like Euro USD and GBP USD also. As you are here, I know you will do a amazing breakdown there, but I just wanted to take a look. Okay, I think we can take this slow out. But of course, for the deeper knowledge about these pairs, I will also love to see your points on this. This is very tricky. So yeah, but as we was talking about indices, okay, we are having a very beautiful supply here. So maybe we can reject from here. If NYSE brought some volume, we can even go below. It's okay. Tap here. We will look for some kind of rejection on the 1 minute time frame, some kind of pattern. Saw a breakout, I will take a trade. Stop loss can be here or above the VWAP. TP can be somewhere around this area. This can be the trade idea number 1, or I have to undo it. And trade idea number 2 on US30 can be executing some longs around. Okay, we have this candle is not having a wick. So I will execute some longs around this area. I will let price to maybe liquidate this little bit and 1 minute pattern. So I will eye on longs around this area. Trade idea number 2. Trade idea number 3 can be, what if we liquidated this and we tapped this area? That is also fine. We may can see a little bit of consolidation. We take a loss, tap here, again same thing. So may can give us second chance here for the sells also. So these are 3 trade ideas which make sense to me, where my confidence is okay. Of course, I should not say I'm pretty confident that yes, price is gonna reverse from here. But I have seen these kind of patterns. So if price rejects from here, I will love to get involved in the market. US30 trade idea, 3 trade ideas I gave you. Nasdaq, this consolidation is there. Either longs from here makes sense, or actually we can also aggressively short here if we break here, because to me this is a pattern only. So yeah, I think if we break this, it can be a breakout rate. Stop loss can be above the VWAP. You can expect the price to go away from the VWAP. So this is gonna be a breakout trade. So this is the trade idea number 1 for, yeah.
Yeah, we have a question. I didn't want to interrupt you, but we do have a question from someone. You mentioned a couple of minutes ago, you enter on the 1 minute. Why do you choose the 1 minute? Y'all Larty wants to ask.
Okay. So amazing question. Thank you for that. So I will explain you why I like to execute on 1 minute, because I believe that market always give you signs where it wants to go. What do I mean by that? I look at market in a way of impulse and correction type of thing. This is the first point. And look here, market is consolidating, forming a falling wedge, broke out of this area. What it is telling you that yes, market can go to the upside, and you can target these areas. This is the way I make the story. And to put it in, if you look at larger time frame also, let's take a look at, I'm gonna draw a vertical line here. Okay, here. Okay, let's make it a little bit thinner. Okay, let's go to the 2-hour time frame. And if you observe the candles, they will also tell you some kind of behavior. This was the higher high, higher low. This candle never broke the low. If this candle would have broke the low and impulsiveness would have came, I would have gone to the 1-minute time frame to confirm what kind of momentum we are getting here. So what 1 minute would have shown me some kind of consolidation, and then re-break that can confirm that yes, this candle is having momentum. But if you see here, bullish candle, weak candle, break out of this, and 1 minute, or in this case it was 5 minute, by the way, 5 minute is telling you that yes, there is a consolidation. This was a kind of a uptrend move, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. We can continue to the upside, because on the higher time frame also, price never broke any kind of wick. So even if you look at the 4-hour time frame, you will find a very good candle here. You can see here rejection, lower wick, and then continuation to the upside. So this was you could have observed what price is doing on the lower time frame. And the way I see is, impulse and corrections. So why I talk about the 1-minute time frame or I execute on it? For an example, this is a trend line, right? If it breaks, what kind of confirmation I will see? I will go to the 1-minute time frame. Two things can happen. Either it can be a liquidity move on the 1 minute itself, can be this and this, and then I will never get the entry. Maybe we can see this, okay? But the 15-minute trend line is broken. So this is the analogy number 1. Price can do this also. But what if price broke out, did some kind of consolidation, again broke out? 1 minute is telling me yes, momentum is getting there, and again some kind of sellers are getting involved in the market. So that's how I do this. I draw some areas on the higher time frame, of course not too high. If you use the 4-hour time frame or daily time frame and just come straight to the 1-minute time frame, I think it is not gonna work out. I focus more on 15-minute and I come to the 1-minute time frame. So you can co-align with the things, 4-hour, maybe 15-minute. So that's how I look at 1-minute time frame, because it tells me kind of a story, what price wants to do. If it is a real break, it will give me some kind of pattern and then I will execute on it. It's okay if I take a late entry, but at least I am having a confirmed entry this way. So that's how or that's why I use the 1-minute time frame to confirm my entries. Either the area that I have drawn, it is getting a hold or not. So that's how I will put it that way. So that's how I use the 1-minute time frame, or that's how I view 1-minute time frame, because it tells me more story about the current behavior of the price. So that's how I will put it. So yeah.
It makes a lot of sense, right? It gives you more information. It's faster. It's the first time frame on most platform that will give you information about chart patterns, about price action. Even though it comes with a lot of noise, I do to not with every trade, but I do trade very, very often and enter my trades on the 1 minute as well. We have another question for you. What is the VWAP setting that you're using? Could you open it in the could you open it on the screen so our viewers can watch your VWAP setting? Okay.
At first, I was like, I will keep it private, but as
you're open to do that. You
yes,
can
as we are,
it's up to you.
No, I think it's fine. It's people will figure it out anyway if they are reviewing a thing. But I wanted to say, as we are family now, you are at our channel, the 5ers channel. So yes, I will show it to you guys. It's not rocket science, guys, but whatever. So let me delete it first. Go to the VWAP, type VWAP here. This is the first thing, volume weighted average price. Go there. Oh, I thought I'm frozen. Okay, so go to the settings. I erase. I don't need upper band, lower band, band fill. I don't need it. Label on price, I don't need it. Value status line, I don't know what it is, to be honest, but I'll just keep it on. Inputs, I keep it default. That's it. I keep it default. So that's how I use the VWAP. Earlier, I was using 200 EMA also, but the way I was using it, it was similar only. If price is way too away from the 200 EMA, I was looking for shorts. I can also put it here, let's take a look at 200 EMA also. As we are talking about this, I want to erase this. Let's make it white. Okay. And going to the 15-minute, I was doing the same thing on 200 EMA also. It worked for me. But as I was trading futures, I learned in futures, you have to, you have to adjust from, you have to adjust according to the rules that futures platform is giving you. So I found out VWAP is, more better there. So it is default, by the way. Who was asking it? I just want to take the name. It was Pranjal. Okay. Pranjal. No, so it is default. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice, right? So people can follow you having the same indicator, the same settings. They will see the same thing on their chart, and they can try at home. Well, they're already at home, but I mean, they can try to at by themselves and measure. That's the whole purpose of this channel. Everything we do, it is about teaching you a skill or a little shortcut or something, a workflow, and for you to go test it, go measure whether or not you're having the same results, whether it helps you or not, and not blindly following what we're doing, because that really doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't help you to grow as a trader, and that's exactly what we want. We want you to become a better trader by learning and watching us, but testing and critically testing if it's doing the same thing for you, if it's beneficial for you or not. No problem, Pranjal. That is what we do here. Okay, so there's something else. There was a question. Someone, who was it? It was Usman, asked this question. It's been a year and I still struggle with keeping an eye on too many pairs. I'm torn apart between I may not find a trade on one pair if I limit myself to it while analyzing too much and losing. I know what you're talking about, Usman. Samir will give his ideas on this. What I think is you should just approach this pragmatically, right? The pragmatic thing to do here is measure how long do you need to analyze one pair. Check how many hours you have available on a regular day, on a typical day to trade, right? And if it's the whole day, it's okay to spend, let's say, an hour before you start trading only for analyzing, for getting the list ready, or half an hour. An hour seems a lot of time, but something in that range. But if you only have, let's say, an hour and a half to trade every day, or even two, then probably you want something to analyze within 15 minutes, 20 minutes, or something like that, right? So it depends on the available time you have and how long do you take to analyze a typical pair. And given that information, you will know, okay, if it takes me 5 minutes and I only have 20 minutes to analyze, then I can only fit about 4 pairs. And you go about and find the 4s that you have been having the best results with. That's a fair, reasonable way of getting the right balance, right? You don't want to have just one if you can handle 10, and you don't want to have even 5 if you can only handle 1. It depends on the available time, how long you take for your analysis, and not only about your analysis, but about your depending on your workflow, a signal could mean, work, meaning you have to follow something. Sometimes, let's say in my case, that's my I'm talking about personal experience. When I have a trade that is, getting close to trigger, it will get into my area, and then I will have to watch it closely to see if it forms the structures that I look for, and I have to wait, for half an hour, where I'm looking at that pair almost constantly to see if it's triggering or not. And it's all the way to the end, it will trigger or not. But in the meantime, I have to watch it. I have to monitor it for whatever long it takes. And I can only handle a handful of charts like that. So it not only is about the analysis, but about the execution of the entry as well. If the entry is just watching, one close of a candle on a time frame, let's say a 5 minute or the 15, and you enter if it is above or below a certain level, then you can handle multiple pairs easily. But if it is much more intricate, like the one that I explained, where there's I need, if I think about it quickly, I need, conditions to be met before I enter. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 conditions to be met. And then I need to watch them closely basically all the time. So if it's a bit more elaborate, then you will probably not be able to handle that many pairs at the same time. So it's about just, measure it and go about it pragmatically, and don't lose yourself struggling, to do all or just one. All right. What do you say, Samir? How do you know how many pairs can you handle?
It's been a year. I'm still struggling with keeping an eye on too many pairs. I'm torn apart between. I may not find a trade on one pair. If I limit myself to it while analyzing too much and losing. I would like to cover this question. I was that kind of trader who never believed that trading 1 or 2 pair is more effective than trading a lot of pairs. So I was like, it's just the asset. Price moves similarly in every asset. You see patterns in every asset, but I think I wasted my time too much that way, trying to add so many pairs, or maybe let's say more than 3 or 2. I was like, at one point of time, I was trading every pair. I was having every pair on my watch list. So, and then I decreased to probably 10, and then I saw some kind of success. Then I decreased to 5, then again some little bit more success. Then I decreased it to 2. Then I saw a shift in my equity curve when it comes to profitability or in general trading. So it is very important for you guys to focus on 1 or 2 asset class, because you will get inner confidence that way, and you will know what your high probability setup is. You will get familiar with that kind of asset. For an example, I'm talking about USDT here. I know if I get this kind of move, the chances of happening, I'm analyzing the chart here. For an example, I was talking about sells here. The chances of happening this thing is little bit more than 50%, because I have seen this thing a lot of times. How will you get that confidence when you're trading multiple pairs? Every pair have different kind of nature. I was very stubborn again, as I mentioned. I was not a believer in this thing. So yes, I think you should cut down your pairs to start with 1 actually. I know it will be very hard to do that, because you have a little bit different belief system. Like you might be looking at different people, or you might be having a different outlook. But try to do this thing for 2 months. Try trading 1 pair only. I think your trading is gonna change forever, because you will not look for more setups. You will be focused, laser focused. You know what your setup is. You will find that thing only in that particular asset. For an example, if it is Euro USD, you are looking only at Euro USD. You are looking at just 1 setup, and when it will happen, you are allowed to take action at that particular time only. So you are restricting yourself, little bit. So I also believe if you restrict yourself in some kind of way, can be your trading time window, can be your assets, can be your risk parameters, or can be anything basically when it comes to trading. So I think the chances of success increase. You have to restrict yourself to maybe one or two pairs. You have to restrict yourself in a particular time window. Of course, if you're a swing trader, then the story is different. This thing that I'm talking about may not, you cannot implement it when you are swing trader. But I found my success this way. So that's why I'm recommending you also. Please trade one or two pairs only. That way, confidence will also increase. You will find your A plus setup sooner, and you will have a clear direction. You know what you're looking at when you see the charts. Like for an example, I was in the car, we was telling a story. I knew what I was looking at, but that trade that I captured, it was only, I was able to capture this because I was only focusing on one or two asset class. So your focus, as I mentioned, few key points. Take these key points and try this thing for 2 months. Just trade one pair and tell me how it is, how it is working for you. I have to adjust my camera a little bit.
No problem.
Yeah.
Let's see. We have U.S. Open will happen in 9 minutes. For those who are watching us, if you're not a subscriber yet, please consider subscribing our channel. Join our effort in bringing, our experience and how, limited that may be, our knowledge, how imperfect that may be, but it is with the best intention. We here try our best. I mean, our Samir is very, very good at trading, and he has a way of trading, and it may or may not fit yours, but just maybe it will. Just maybe it could. He could give you a little bit of his success, a little bit of his big profits he gets from time to time, and the same applies to all the other hosts. You could learn a thing or two that could give you that little push, that little oomph you have been waiting for. And when you think about that, giving us a little like, subscribing to the channel is a little token of appreciation that will go a long way for us. So do consider that. Let's see, we have about 7 minutes to the open. In about an hour and a half, I will be on Discord. If you guys are interested in asking questions in a smaller group, although it's not that small, in a smaller group, then or maybe you want to share like charts and want my opinion on it, or maybe not even mine only, but the rest of the group, or just have a good time. That's the place where you can see more people and chat in between, just like you are doing here on YouTube, just in a little slightly different community, where you have all these channels, and for those who know Discord, and where there's a lot of things you can having like much longer conversation than you can have here on YouTube. Then if that is something you like, then consider as well joining the Discord community of the 5ers, of course. So I'm going to be going through the charts to see what we have here for today, if that's okay with you, Samir.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, let's see. We have someone asking about your channel. The channel of Samir is Banks with Sam.
I do have
I
it,
think
but
it is. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it is right. I do have it, but the problem is that it is in my native language. It is gonna be in Hindi or English sometimes, so maybe you will not able to understand. So yeah, but you can subscribe maybe there, that also, my channel, and subscribe to our main channel also, which is official channel, The 5ers. So yeah, now Victor, you can take over. You can share your thoughts on our major pairs. So yeah, let's see.
Okay, all right. So let's go to EU. Let's see what we have here on EU. Just to get a bird's eye view of this pair, the king of all pairs, in terms of volume, also in terms of popular. So here we are coming still from the reaction we had from the monthly bearish structure. And that structure was quite significant because we broke an order block that was quite fresh at the time. It was retested and it was completely broken right away in the very next candle. Mind you, it is the monthly, but still in the very next candle that it was retested, or the very first candle it was retested, and it's an outside bar order block that was invalidated. That's very significant because typically these are quite strong. That gives us the suggestion or the idea that price with time, this is the monthly, with time, next couple of months was likely going to go lower. Who knows how low, if it's going to be retesting this point or even lower perhaps. We don't have enough evidence to think that far out, but in any case lower than where we are, that seems plausible and actually likely. If you go to the weekly time frame, you have the quasi that we talked about yesterday, and we talk about this almost every day, or not talking, but I mean reference to it. I will do it very quickly for those who weren't present yesterday. It's the left shoulder neckline, breaks it, comes back and retests this supply zone above us once, and on the second time we get this beautiful indication that the sellers stick over, and that means that we're likely at least going to go to this weekly order block we have right here, that's why we have this TP right there. So the market is retesting a weekly, right? So it's a little bit torn in two different possibilities, right? On one, you have the bigger quasi that tells us that at some point it will go through that order block likely and hit that much lower. But what we don't know if it does, has still a reaction in between. That is perfectly possible, but we don't know yet if it's going to go straight or first have some kind of a reaction. Fact is, we do have a demand zone, a fresh one. It's a weekly, it's a significant one. You want to be mindful of it, right? So one is the higher bias, or the long-term bias is to expect price to be going lower, but in between, and that could be, maybe a couple of days, maybe a little longer than that, we could have a push from the weekly structure. So both things are, valid reasons to look for trades in both directions. I know it sounds weird. So the place to go for the short was yesterday we were talking about it, which is the retest of the daily order block. Since it is a weekly, you want to go to the next structure and look for supply areas on that next structure. Since it is a weekly structure, the higher, the quicker, the bigger quasi, you want to be going and looking to sell if you want to catch that weekly move, sell daily structures. Currently, we are not there. This is the area that you would want to be selling. We're away from that. We are currently in a daily structure, a demand zone, so which also overlaps with the same structure we talked about just now, the weekly. So we have a weekly and a daily alignment. So that gives us reasons to look for, at least a little reaction, perhaps up to this line, perhaps something related to the ATR of the day. So if we go to the H4, but that's the only thing we got from the daily, right? And eventually we expect, what likely price to go lower, just we don't know if there's that little pop before it does so, right? And that little pop could be much smaller as well. It doesn't have to be that big necessarily. So if we go to the H4, what do we have? We have a couple of things here. We have a bullish quasi in this direction, which is actually at play right now. This is the area of interest for that structure, and I'll actually let me mark it as, so you guys can see. This is the quasi that I'm talking about. That's the head, left shoulder neckline. It breaks, goes all the way up here, and it comes back to this area of interest. That's the first one. So we do have a area of interest here to look for a long, which is within the daily, within the hourly quasi, within the weekly. So it's a nice alignment. you want to be looking for it. However, you want to only enter after the hourly start, at least the 1 hour starts giving you some kind of indication, not before, because otherwise you might be just entering on a ghost, on nothing, and you don't want to do that. So let's go down one time frame or a few time frames for just a buy setup, and then we'll come back to the H4 for the possible shorts, or where would you be looking for them. So let's see. So this is the area, and it's based on the H4, which is this right here, with the H2, and there's the overlap, right? I moved an area there. That's the overlap. And if you go to the H2, you can see where the area is. Yes. And what do we see here? Do we have a transition yet into a bullishness? Bullish order blocks being created, bearish one being invalidated, strong lower wicks. Yeah, that's the transition that you want to be seeing. Quasis on lower time frame and so on. We don't have that. If anything, price is still bearish. If you look at the upper wicks, there's a lot of selling pressure still. So the price time is not right yet to do. Price is not ready yet. If you look at the chart or the price action in terms of impulse and consolidation, we can see clearly that's the impulse, that's the consolidation or the retrace, and that's the other. So that too tells us that the market is not ready yet for that reversal. And since that's not the case, and this is the hourly, that's the smallest hourly time frame we can look at, to me, it tells me to wait and just stand, wait for better time until we get more information. That could be in US Open has happened already, by the way. That could be something that is, maybe later today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Keep in mind, we have NFP this week as well. So that could change things drastically. So that's the buy area, right? So we buy scenario. We do have an area here where the hourly is ready for a possible reaction, a possible quasi formation, but there's nothing here yet to, there's nothing of any kind of evidence in that direction yet. If we were to look for quasi in the lower time frames, although I would recommend you to wait for the hourly as we discussed first, there isn't even a quasi there. Okay, so there isn't enough information. So what leaves that? That means that we don't have anything else to do than to just wait for more information. Maybe in the 30-minute, still does not give us any indication. Okay, all right. So there's one little area here of interest. That doesn't mean it's enough, but it's just something you want to be watching. Just watch that area to see if we are able to mount a reversal from this area when we come back later on, if that happens. So that's it. We don't have anything on the buy side. And on the sell side, it's I know for a fact that we do have areas of sell, but they already happened yesterday, and it's based on the weekly signal we had, or reversal, or buying or selling pressure that came in right here that created this nice push down. And then on the daily, we have the daily order block that was created yesterday. The day before yesterday. And then we have on the 4 hour, we created a nice quasi, which is this one right here. And we had the most beautiful yesterday reaction on a 1 hour, which is also, there's only a 4 hour order block here, which you would expect this even before anything of this happened, any of the reaction. And if you go to the lower time frame, you can see to the 1 hour, that is, you can see that there were 3 areas, 1, 2, and 3, where the price could possibly likely react. And it was the first one that was used. There was very beautiful reaction. I actually thought it would go to the next one, but it never invalidated the areas. Look at that, never invalidated the area. So it was still valid when it started pushing down, and that's where I got my entry as well. That was yesterday, which hit TP while we were on the Discord channel. And I only took it to the next level, which was here. So that's it actually for EU. On the sell side, there isn't anything here that we can trade. There is a fresh order block here, but by the time it gets reached again, and by the looks of these upper wicks, it's price is not ready yet for that reversal. It's the same rationale, just from a different perspective or a different direction. But everything still looks very weak, and we still have to watch wait and see if the market is actually going to do anything or just keep drifting lower and lower until we get to the weekly structure, which is much lower, but probably not going to happen today. But who knows? There's that NFP possibility of that happening. All right, so we have, let me check here. Okay, I have checking here in the background what we have. Okay, so
I'm just logging in my account. I think US30 trade May can happen. So I'm just waiting for that.
Yes, let me, okay, perfect. I'm on NQ, I'm watching let's do the breakdown. So the monthly doesn't have anything to say other than this tells you the story of the last, 2 months. Look at this. This, tells you everything you need to know about the bullishness of the market, how powerful it's been, and how you need to be careful not to short this for, more than just a day, because, look at what we've just seen so far. On the weekly, we do have a fresh order block here, which stands unmitigated and, not relevant right now. On the daily, we had a beautiful break and retest right there, and we have another structure that sits there unmitigated, uninterested for the market to retest so far. But if we do break, that would be the logical area for a swing trade to target. So on the H4, do we have anything? Let's see. On the H4, we have, let's take a look. We did have an outside bar right here that was retested yesterday. Look at that. I mean, that's beautiful. Actually, market is moving very quickly. We'll go to the minutes in a couple of moments. Look at this retest of the outside bar there. Actually, we talked about this. I think it was Rich. Yesterday we were discussing this. How the outside bar was right there. Okay, so what else do we have? Nothing else, basically. So where does that leave us? We have this is currently at a retest, break and retest of the area, and we are retesting it for the second time. And that means that this area is weaker and is more likely to perhaps break. But will it break? Bullish structure on H1. Oh, this doesn't look great. This looks like it's that we're gonna break down. I say that because we have a very short block retested and creates yet another. This is an outside bar, by the way, so it's not just any order block. That's lots of weakness. I would say prices perhaps likely, not perhaps, very likely to break down.
Yeah, it is very tricky.
An interest. And if we close below this level in 20 minutes, I think the odds of price going lower will be substantial. You'll have an outside bar with another back-to-back outside bar, both of them bearish. That tells you sellers are really stacking everything they have to push price lower. I
have a question for you. Oh, I'm sorry. You can complete. I just wanted to say that on the left-hand side where this blue box has started, would you consider that also as an order block, that green candle from where it started? This blue box. No, the session one. Yeah.
This one.
No, the vertical one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I see. No, you mean this whole
No,
candle to be a
the first candle. Left-hand side,
what is the
the
first?
first candle.
I'm
From where the blue vertical line has
Give me the
started,
date.
just started. It is right there. Yeah, this
You
one
mean
only.
here?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yes. So it is, but it's no longer valid or relevant for a couple of reasons. One is it's a bearish structure. We closed above it. It becomes basically not relevant anymore. So it's an invalidated structure. And the other is that, price never had, well, we did have a good reaction, which
Okay.
is this, the immediate reaction. Price came back and had a weaker reaction, came back, had a much weaker reaction. So the story is this structure was losing the battle until it lost
Okay.
it there. So this is not, I don't see it as, I don't trade it, I don't use it. To me, it's irrelevant. But that's just my idea.
Yeah, I've seen you draw order blocks like in a very unique way. So I was just curious, what makes it as an order block, the way you draw it? Because I have seen people, even myself, like taking a support area, which is the extreme area, as a demand area, or you can classify it as order block area. So what makes a good order block in your eyes? Basically, I'm asking how you draw it, or what is your definition of order block, basically, as a beginner, how you draw it in your way.
Yes, I think that's a great question for those, for everyone who might want to know more about how I do it. Yes, so I use quasis and order blocks all the time for every chart. Well, not for every strategy, but for most strategies that I use. And I try to simplify it. There are many various definition of order blocks. One is a general area where there's a cluster. There we are playing with that line again. Whenever we get below that line, things will start, accelerating to the downside. So everyone watching why I'm talking about this is important. The order block, different variations, right? Different definition. One is for example, a block of orders that will get to the market. Right? You're talking institutional, right? Order blocks, not in the chart sense, but in liquidity, in terms of the workflow of institutional, right? That's one thing. The other is the cluster of pending orders at a certain level on the chart, close to each other, where you see price contained each time it comes back to the area while it moves away, right? That's also called an order block, which is not very defined, not very technical. And the other one is much more, recent in terms of last couple of well, maybe not a couple, but a few years now, where you have these, it was a very popular, it wasn't coined by him, but was, is illustrated, is used a lot, let's say, by him, which is where you have a structure, where you have a move that created a move, a big move, a significant move, and the structure that is left behind is then considered the order block. And that could be the whole candle. It could be including the upper wick and the, by giving you some example, just to give you, if we look at the chart, let me go something, let me take all of this away, or maybe
you can take a random pair also.
Yeah, let's take a random pair. I think you're right. Let's take let's do any pair, like something like this. If you go to, let's say, the daily, and I just delete everything we have here, right? And you would see where are the most significant moves, right? So this would be one move, and that would be another move, and the area, and people would, not just people, but I mean, the way to do it is to take the last candle in the opposite direction and take the whole range to indicate the order block. And all of this one talking about is not how I do it, but this is the so that would be the order block, or you could take the extreme one, right? The last one. The last one would be this, but you can argue that this is the actual structure that made the move. Same thing goes for this, right? The significant order move, you take the whole candle, the last candle in the opposing direction, and use the whole structure for it, including the top of the candle that has the impulse. That would be the order block, and it works, right? You can see it right here. It did have a reaction, moved away from it. So you will be able to, using that, you will be able to pick and find and identify areas where the market would react. But however, I don't use that. What I do is one of the reason is how to define significant move. How do you define an impulse, right? I know what an impulse is, and I think everyone knows what an impulse is. But how do you define it in words, where it doesn't matter if Samir is watching, if you at home are watching, if I'm watching, we all come to the same conclusion. There are ways to do it, but as you can imagine, it makes it a little bit, discretionary, and I wanted to eliminate discretion from my trade plan. So what I did was, what I do is I take all my order blocks are two candlestick combinations, which are the engulfing and the outside bar. And I'll give you very quick before we go back to the market. Okay. This is the outs. Well, let's do the engulfing first. The engulfing is, in this case, I define it as such. This is okay, let me use this example. Let me find a beautiful one. Okay, so this one is a nice one. So you have an engulfing is, for one thing, is you need to have the candles having opposing direction. So this could be one, and that could be the second one. Opposing direction, sell, buy, or bearish candle, bullish candle. The second condition is that the body of the second candle needs to overcome the body of the first candle. This being the first, maybe I need to indicate it.
Okay, now I understand, as you mentioned.
Right, so the body needs to be, one is to be in the opposing direction, and two, it needs to overcome it. Very, very simple. You can also use the definition that the close, which is basically the same, except for a few edge cases, but the close of candle number 2 needs to be above the open of bar number 1 for a bullish order block. It's the same thing, but that's completely objective, right? That doesn't mean that you don't. It doesn't matter who you're asking. If they follow you, what is the open, what is the close, and if it's higher or not, is it opposing direction? That we all will come to the same conclusion. This is a bullish order block, right? And so that's one thing. And you drag from the open of candle number 1 up to the lowest low of those two candles, and you drag it to the left. And yes, you can see this is the immediate retest, comes back, moves away, and you can see it has the first retest right there. Okay. So this is one order block definition, which is the engulfing. So let's clean this up. And the other one is this one, right? So where you have the outside bar. So you take this is candle number 1, candle number 2, right? So what you do is, let me take them a little bit further away so we can interact with them, okay? So you take the high of candle number 1 and the low of candle number 1, basically the whole range, and candle number 2 needs to take out both ranges, right? So the high and the low, and close outside of that same range. And if it closes below, it would be a bearish one. If it closes above, it will be a bullish one. Very, very simple. Note that one of the condition is not opposing direction, because now it is an opposing now it is a opposing direction, but it does not need to be. It can be two bearish candles. It takes the high, takes the low, and close below, and it'll still be an outside bar, which is different from an engulfing. And when you consider this, and I still take the high, the open of bar number 1, including the highest, because this is a bearish candle, bearish order block, take the highest of these two wicks and then drag it to the left, right? In this case, I didn't, it's a little bit higher, and it wouldn't have caught it, but what I've measured is that this is more powerful, much more precise than using it here. I rather just leave these levels, aside, and only just trade these, because I get better results. Simple as that. So those are the two order blocks. That's it, and that's my definition. So that's how I mark them. And if we go back to NQ, and we apply the same structures. So if we mark the same one, someone asking here, so must the candle sweep liquidity before it can be order block? Nope. There's no liquidity sweep as a condition. Nope. Each time frame will have its own order block, meaning, that's why I named them, right? This is a daily order block because of that reason, right? There is it's an opposing direction, and it's the body is, the close is above the open of bar number 1, and that's it. Liquidity is not a prerequisite. However, the outside bar, even though it's not a condition, the taking of the high is, in the case of a bearish outside bar order block created by an outside bar, the taking of the high that's a liquidity grab. By definition, that is a liquidity grab. If you have a range, and basically the candle, right? If you have one candle, and the second candle comes in and takes the high, let's say you have a bullish candle, right? And the second candle, well, maybe that's not a great example. Let me clean this up, and before let me explain. Let me show you maybe on an EU or gold. If we see if we can find one quickly here. It's on the hourly.
That US 30 that I was talking about, I just got a very beautiful momentum to the downside. It was a 1:4 kind of risk to reward. With this trade, I was having an account. I passed that also. Amazing day today.
You passed another account, Samir.
Yeah, amazing day today.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Also we did a kind of a small masterclass on auto blocks also, guys. So that was also a win-win situation.
All right, so this is the example, right? We just I was just
FX Dart asking about. Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
No, I just wanted to cover FX Dart. Wanted to ask US 30 view. I shared it. Coming to the stream. When I was coming to the stream, I just shared my thoughts. So if you missed it, maybe you can rewind it, because we are also at almost the end of the stream, so you can rewind it. You can see it. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Victor.
No problem at all. So here we have a beautiful example of the other, or the second definition of the order block, where I said the opposing structure is not relevant. You have with the engulfing order block, you need opposing structures, but the outside bar, you do not need that, right? So you have two candles. Let's mark them, each one of them. 1 and 2, right? Oops. All right, so 1 and 2, and you can see that it takes the first low right there, and then explodes the other side, right? That's the outside bar. That's the definition. That creates the order block, which is from the, it needs to include, I don't think I mentioned this before, but it needs to include, the order block always needs to include, in my case then, it needs to include the body of bar number 1. So that means that you need including the body and going with the lowest low of these 2 candles. So this would be the order block that is created by that in this time frame. That would be the order block, right? And the question that someone asked about liquidity sweep, you can see that this is a liquidity sweep, right? There were orders standing, stop orders, stop losses, and short stop sell, laying here waiting to be grabbed, and they were grabbed. That's the liquidity before the move exploded to the upside. So it's not something you need to find. I mean, with the definition I gave you, you can just identify the outside and the engulfings with the definition I gave and draw the order blocks, and that's it. And that's the beauty, that's the power of keeping it simple. And it's very, very objective the way that I trade. So you get the same order blocks. If you follow my same rules, you will get the same order blocks at the same time, also including when they stop being relevant. So you need to update your chart constantly to make sure that you have the relevant structures in front of you and nothing else. So let's go to the to NQ. We were looking at the market for that. Okay, so we have. So what do we have on the weekly? We talked about it already. We have a fresh order block that hasn't been retouched or retested. We have on the daily. We have the same thing. But the market is still not exactly, bearish at all on this time frame. Just a red candle doesn't make it bearish necessarily. So now we have the open. The open has 26 minutes already of age, so to speak. If we go to the 4-hour, if you go back, not including the current candle, but if you go back, what's the last order block that we have? That's this one. However, it's been already retested here. That's the first retest. That means that I'm not interested in buying it here. It can go up. Yes, it's still a demand zone, and it can still work for the second, the third, the fourth time. But personally, I don't trade it anymore. But of course, I'm aware it's there. So you can expect some kind of a push from it. That's it. That's the first thing. So we have a demand zone. We are currently in a demand zone, which is not too great, but I mean, it is there. And when this candle closes in 2 minutes, you will have then a outside bar order block, which is likely to just be there. I mean, in 2 minutes, it's not going to be invalidated. It's way too far away. So this is likely to come into existence in 2 minutes anyway. So we have this is a first sign. Things are getting different. It's not completely bullish yet, and we'll have to. I would like to short things when we get there again, if we do. That would be something to. That's a trading idea, and you could look for, confluence for an alignment for the lower time frames on this structure as well. So going long from here and going short from there, but only if we get the alignments. And if we see here, do we have a quasi? We don't have a quasi. Do we have anything else? Nope. The H2 is also already mitigated, so we don't have anything to go with. What else? So this is gone. This is gone. This as well. So what are we left with? So we do have we talked about, actually, guys, if you go back, Samir was watching as well. We talked about it. If the market goes below that line, you will have an acceleration to the downside. That's exactly what happened. It's
on the 1 minute time frame also, there was a small pullback. Could have entered at the breakout. As I was talking about, I was explaining how I use the 1 minute time frame. It confirmed that move as he was talking about.
We can actually, maybe I can make a timestamp when we talked about this. That's the line that will be perceived by the market to be, you know, the line in the sand. If we go below it, you know, everyone is gonna go, you know, take their hands off the market and let it sink, basically. Okay, so but what do we have? So we have a bullish, very structure above, a bullish one below us. But do we have alignment enough to take a trade? That order block on the 2-hour is already tested here, so not interested. This one is not at all, not even into existence. So we don't have anything bullish to go by on the 2-hour. On the 2-hour here, we do have a bearish one, but I like the 1-hour more because it's tighter. We don't have a quasi here. So basically, I don't have alignment. That complicates things a little bit. And the 4-hour is now closed. We now have the opening range on the 15-minute, which is this. And this would be the opening range on the 30 minutes, right? Usually I would say, you know, a retest of this level, of this area, and especially if it comes into the H4, and especially if it comes back to the H1, would be a very nice area to short for that continuation. If, you know, be having the stop above the level, of course. You could have the H2 and use the H2 as well, because sometimes it doesn't come back for, you know, like the FX, it will be extreme. But with the equities, it doesn't go all, you know, as often to the extreme of the structure, right? The supply zone. So you could be looking for a sell from this area, you know, and putting your stop above that last high. Something like this, let me indicate it. This could be a trade, you know, to be considered by our viewers, putting your stop above that swing high, not too tight, but then not too far away either. You know, this is just, don't copy me. It just do what you think is best. And your entry, you could be, it depends on, you know, your trigger, your structures, your patterns and whatnot. But definitely when price comes back to retest these areas, then you start looking on the lower time frame, maybe the 5, maybe the 15-minute, or whatever time frame you're comfortable with, and targeting the low, some structure, which is the H4, makes sense, or even much lower, which you could use, you know, the daily range or next structure to the left. I mean, you be the guest of how you want to make this trade, basically. And we have reached the end of our trade, of our stream, I mean.
Yes.
Biku or Baku has a, yes, of course. Yes, no problem at all. We join us if you want us. That's why these sessions are for. It's called Chat or Coffee, actually, not Chat with Trader. That's a very popular podcast. I mean, Coffee with Traders. So grab your coffee, your tea.
That's awesome. Coffee with Traders.
Come to our session with your favorite beverage in the hand. You know, even a beer, it's fine. Come with it. Let's have a good time. Talk about the market and share your experience. You know, other people will be doing that, and I enjoy those sessions a lot. It's different from YouTube. I love these YouTube sessions and Discord as well. I mean, for their own rights, they're completely different. But I really, really, you know, have a good time, and we. You know, I get, from time to time, we do get people there that actually come back with testimonials saying, you know, it's completely free, right? These Discord sessions. You only have to be part of the 5ers community. They come back and they say, you know, I started a year ago. I've been watching these Coffee with Traders, you know, almost all the time. And for the first time, I got my payout. Or I am now profitable. I've gone through, and I you know, that's the best reward I can get for these sessions. That's the best, man. It makes my day when I hear these stuff. Anyways, let's get going. Samir, I didn't leave you a lot of time in the last 15 minutes.
No, it's fine.
For you to.
I spent a lot of time earlier, so you know, it's fine. And guys, thank you so much for coming into this live stream. It really means a world to me and to us. So if you haven't subscribed to our channel, make sure you do that. And Discord, make sure you check that out also. It is free of cost, as Victor mentioned. So I will see you, and we will see you tomorrow. And that's it for now, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you to The5ers also for giving me this opportunity.
All right.
And
Yes, I don't know if it's for everyone, but I saw you freeze a little bit. So
okay.
I
don't
think
know,
you're better now.
Yeah, I'm using the mobile hotspot, so hopefully it's fine.
It is now.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, that's it for us today. Thank you for joining us, everyone watching. Samir, we personally, the whole Fiverr gang is very grateful you are here with us. So thank you for coming. And those who are free and available and willing and able, join us in Discord. And everyone else, if you're interested in winning a couple of thousands of dollars, I'm not kidding, we have a World Trading Championship that is starting very, very soon, where you can actually, you have a chance of winning thousands, I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating, thousands of real money, real dollars. So, go check our website, check your email if you're already subscribed to the newsletter, and be part of this amazing event coming up, which is the World Trading Championship. So on that note, we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, and be safe. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.